right.
Man, I was just jamming out to that song and it cut off.
I know. The song gets better every live stream. All right, well,
So
I just listened to this a little bit.
Whoa, stop. You're trying to set a thing that's not settable.
I just got this in.
No, stop.
Do you know this? It's good.
Go back. Now you have to explain why you're not holding the new OJC copy.
Oh, well, look, I pre-ordered essentially the day this went live on Amazon, and now they penalize me because all the new releases I get. So I'm getting this on Tuesday. It should come Tuesday. Not sure why.
And like a absent-minded person, I ordered mine 2 days ago, and stop trying to block it. And mine's right here in my hands.
Woo! All right, hold on. Let's look at it. I want to see it.
I have it in my. I took it out of that.
Give me a second.
Man, you do really need some lessons on how to use this. I take it out.
Look at that, Chris. What's up?
What's up, man? What's up, everybody?
What's up, Chris?
So without
what's the deal with the Obi? The Obi's.
It's a wraparound. It's a wraparound Obi.
Yeah, stop with the wraparound. But
it's a reach around Obi.
I will say that this cover's in line with everything that Kraft's putting out, like the Eddie Lockjaw box.
Yes.
Actually, I don't feel like when I hold the Eddie Lockjaw, I feel like I'm holding a copy that originally came out.
Agreed.
I don't feel the same for this.
Yeah, it's slightly lighter. It's about the same as the Prestige.
It's great, awesome.
Yeah,
it's not as good, obviously, as the Analog Productions because I'm guessing this is not a Stoughton.
Neither is Analog Productions anymore, dude. They make their own shit now.
But listen, I'm not fighting you, Chris.
I'm not fighting you either. I will fight you.
But I for what you're paying for, it's superior. It's good.
Oh yeah. Hey Brandon. Hey Mike.
What's up?
Yeah, I mean, I think the jacket is just the same thing that Analog Productions is using now. Because remember when they got a little bit thinner.
Look, for the same price as a classic, they're making Blue Note look like chumps. That's
you bought that for $25.
I mean, this is essentially a little bit more or the same price as a classic, right?
Well, I paid $33 for mine.
Yeah,
so did I.
Yeah,
I'm okay. It's a little more, but I wouldn't put this in the same class as a Tone Poet, would you?
You said you wouldn't put it in the same class as a Tone Poet?
I mean, based on first impressions, it's not a gatefold. There are no extra photos, so it's sort of in its own category between the classics and the Tone Poets.
I haven't seen it yet, but Tone Poet has access to all the original artwork of Blue Note, and they use it on the Tone Poets.
Right. And
I would assume, and they do high quality chemical printing on the Tone Poets, but they don't on the classic series.
Right.
That's a big deal to me, but it doesn't matter to most people.
And all I'm saying is, if people are saying this competes with Tone Poets, I don't know. I don't think so.
Where the hell's Felipe?
It's kind of apples and oranges, though.
All right. Okay. Number one, I disagree with Rob.
Yeah, 100%.
I think.
Hold on. You don't even have one in your hand.
Yeah, but here's what I do know. I do know that Kevin Gray got the original master tape, and it's a prestige session, right? Bob Weinstock. And then I know that they pressed it at RTI, just like the Tone Poets. So, and they got Kevin Gray.
But I didn't talk about how it. I didn't talk about how it sounded.
That's what I mean. I feel like but I feel like it's the same process. And then they also, I think the jackets are from that place. It's not Stoughton, but I think it's like
Mexico or something. Look,
yeah.
Let's do.
Mike, that doesn't really matter if they don't get access to the actual artwork and they're just using scans.
There is
not doing chemical printing. If
they have, I'm not going to disagree with that. I just feel like in terms of the sonic quality, this is a Tone Poet.
Yeah, but he was talking about the visual.
Listen, I haven't eaten at
10% of the record, but that's important.
I haven't eaten at Chez Francois, but let me review the meal that I would have there. Okay,
go on.
I haven't talked about
I'm already pissed off.
I haven't talked about how it sounds and how I think it was mastered yet. I'm just going by the cover and stuff. That's all.
Well, I want to respond to the cover too, because we don't know if they have access to the cover pictures or not. I mean, Kraft owns all of it, right? So saying that
if you take an original and you put it next to it, you'll know. You'll be able to tell the difference.
Well, sure. You can tell the same thing with the Tone Poets, though. Like the Witch Doctor looks like shit.
I mean, okay, the tone technically when the Tone Amazon's not dropping the price of a
Witch
Tone
Doctor is not at one of Francis Wolf's or Reed Miles' pieces. That's irrelevant because it's a totally.
Well, neither is the cover that he has in his hand.
No, but it was a good. But the original is an amazing photograph, and it
hold up great. Your original, Mike.
Well, I have an early pressing. It's not an OG, unless you're referring to Mike Notes and Jones. But I'll quickly.
No, you have your.
Brandon has this copy. I know that. Brandon has an OG. Hold on.
It's not an OG. It's a second pressing. So
Okay.
it's like a 50.
Well, let's get you back.
Already,
I have Brandon. I have the red cover, but you have this too, right?
I have the red and the blue. It's one of. I love the Miles Prestige, the 2-day sessions. I have them all.
Now hold on. Now the red cover I have has a blue Trident label. I'm assuming it's the same. Do. I just listened to this just literally 10 minutes ago. What do you think of this?
Oh well, it's the blue Trident sound great. I'm not a purist that says it has to be the first pressing.
Mm-hmm.
I never. Yes. It's still an all analog pressing. I mean, it's from 1965.
Yeah, it sounds great. I agree.
I would say yes to this. Look, he's asking if it's as good as a Pacific Jazz Tone Poet.
Do we want to talk about how it sounds? How many listened to it so far? Just me and Chris?
I listen in my humble system. I listen to it, yeah.
In your humble system.
I'd like to listen to one.
Do we want to...
I'm going to get the Bill Evans when it comes out.
I will say, first, aside, I won't talk about how it sounds yet. This speaks so well for everything that's coming out. So I will say that. Yes, it's anyone who's wants to know, you're in for a great experience based on when I just opened it and played it. I think all those other titles, I look forward to them. So I will say that.
Yeah, there were quite a few. I was looking at it. I only looked a couple months ahead, but the Bill Evans looked good.
There's only 6 titles they announced. Or
what are they all? You probably know.
You have the Working, and then the next one is the John Coltrane and Monk coming out.
No.
Then it's the Bill Evans
Waltz for Debbie.
Well, is it Waltz for Debbie? And then it's
Sunday.
I know July is the Yusuf Lateef, isn't it?
Eastern Sounds. I don't know when it'll be.
And then there's the one I want is the Mal Waldron Mal 2.
Sure, I want that one too.
And then Sunday at the Village Vanguard.
Yep.
So between Mike, Chris, and myself and Felipe, I'm just recalling how my OJC sound. I think that this sounds a little more bass heavy. That's my take on it.
Okay, that's probably a good thing.
In a good way, not in a negative way. The OJC was brighter.
They're a tiny bit brittle, huh?
Yeah,
the original OJCs. I have a lot of them.
Just brighter. I think it's a good mastered pressing, but this is deeper. It comes off deeper to me.
Yeah. It's perfect, Rob. I exchanged some messages on people during the day, and I listened to the pressing. Yes, the bass is really clear. You can feel that kind of wood kind of feeling of the bass and of the strings, the way it resonates. But everything is well separated. and nothing is overwhelming. It's very clear, defined. Even the horns, they don't break, they don't hiss. It's just absolute. I think the dynamic range is just there. Nothing is overpowering anything.
Yeah, each instrument except the bass is given equal, so it's not like Miles is forward.
Yeah.
And I wish here's my nitpickiness about most remasterings is when there's a bass solo, it usually suffers. It feels too far back.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they're recording a lot of the time. It's not like they can do much about that.
I mean, no, I know, but the, like Felipe said, good separation.
Yeah.
Mike, what's your thoughts?
Oh, me.
Fit?
You can go back to take a nap if you want.
No, I thought it sounded really good. I mean, I just thought it was a really well balanced, remastering. The bass. I mean, I thought it was good. It was very good. It wasn't overdone. And I have two subwoofers, so so I didn't feel that it was overdone. I just thought Miles's horn wasn't harsh sounding. I thought it was a well done, recording. I listened to it. I listened to the first side twice, and the second side once. I thought they did a really good job. Hopefully, they can keep it up. Yeah.
That's it. One advice to everybody: if you get this record, clean it before playing because it's very dirty.
Well, mine wasn't dirty.
Yeah, mine wasn't that dirty. I was surprised. Yeah.
Did it have the factory dust in the sleeve, like all that?
Yes, it came with a nice polyline sleeve, and it was pressed RTI, so that proves to the point that you don't have to put in those crappy RTI plastic sleeves.
Yeah, mine came out clean. I didn't have to clean it.
Yeah.
I have even some build-up, some skips because of build-up. I have to,
I will say that to me, one of the best out of all the 4 prestige titles that they recorded in 2 days, it never entered my mind is the superior song on here. And it sounds the best and it's killer.
Yeah, for sure.
As you go into listening to the album, that's when you get the sense that it's richer sounding and deeper. Yeah.
Mike,
I thought so too,
Mike, hold on. Mike is wafering.
No, I mean, it's just a difference of opinion. That's all.
But you have you've made a point to say that your favorite one is you do have a favorite out of the 4 titles, right?
Yeah, oh, definitely.
A favorite song or a favorite album?
Oh, he has a favorite album.
Favorite album. I like, the more I listen to this, the more I mean, there's so many songs on here, you guys are all talking about. I just think side 1 is just excellent. I mean, you got you got 4, then you've got Brubeck's In Your Own Sweet Way, which is freaking excellent song. I mean, guys are still performing that constantly today. So I just think side 1 is good. Then you go to side 2, you got Ahmad's Blues. It's an excellent recording, and we just have I mean, I have my preferences on out of the whole series. That's all. I'm not saying anything is better. One song is better than the other. I'm just saying I have my personal preferences.
Right. So Mike, in that regard, in this series, those 4 cuts that he did, the quintet did they record everything and just like split the songs between different records, or everything was just put in the record as they recorded? Do you know about that? I just thought about it.
No clue.
No.
Me neither. Yeah, it just came to my mind.
I assume that they just like did all the tracks, and after 2 days they just decided whoever did the final. I kind of guess that Rudy Van Gelder just put them together, but I don't know.
Got it. I bet Bob Weinstock did, right? I mean, he's a producer.
Could be. Yeah.
It took them what 3 years to release them all?
About
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought that they just did them chronologically, though, as they recorded, and that would be an album. I thought they just kind of figured it out.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
That was my guess, but I don't know.
Yeah. The jacket, Brandon. There's a question that came.
Yeah.
It's a little more glossy, right?
Well, no, I think the Chets are Stoughton jackets because when they came out, no,
Yeah.
or at least
I
the
think-
initial Chets. The
I
Chet,
think
the Chet jacket is better than this one, but it's
Is it?
nitpickiness. It's nitpicky. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I think that for the jacket, I don't even know if Stoughton's even using the same board stock they used to use, right? Like it may be a little bit thinner, so I don't even know. I don't know, but the jacket's freaking great. Like,
Yeah.
but I think I've gone blank. Whatever that song is that you mentioned, Rob. I'll listen to that one song like 3 times.
Do you feel the same?
It never entered my mind. I love that. I love that track. It just,
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that about this record is I didn't feel like the piano was recorded like all that well.
Yeah, the piano's a little muffled, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I will say this, although it's excellent, okay, but the analog production pressings of the 3 other albums are better than this
I
one.
disagree with that. I don't think that's true.
So that was a question I had, Rob.
Yes.
How does it stack up?
I mean, but again, we're splitting hairs probably if Chris disagrees with me, but I just feel it's a better master, although it's the same.
So they're both Kevin Gray. One is pressed at Q. Those 3 are pressed at QRP, and then these are RTI.
I mean, I think there's probably some better. There's definitely better sounding.
And Chad's, they are older, right? They're pressed. They were mastered.
Are they Hoffman and?
I think originally, the first pressings, I think for like Relaxing, for example, I think was 2013.
Okay.
Yeah,
and they're all just strictly Kevin Gray.
Kevin Gray.
The whole series is, yeah.
And
but anyway, these are also. I mean, it looks like they're going to be $33 on Amazon, right? Because like the Bill Evans is already down to that.
Yeah,
33.
So, yeah, 33. So about the same price as a Tone Poet. I mean, the new Tone Poets are the same.
That's 38 now.
30.
Well, that's retail though. I'm just saying, like on Amazon, you can see it. They're like 14% off. It's the same kind of discount. It seems like.
All right.
But yeah. I mean, because the retail for these are 40, just like the Prestiges, right?
Yeah.
But I do just want. I'm sorry, Felipe. I just wanted to say one thing, that I look at these really as a body of work because I love Olio from Relaxing. I love Ahmed's Blues from Workin. It's like I feel like they're all, they could break them up by by record or whatever, but I think they did a pretty good job at balancing some of the great songs from each of those. I feel like you do have to kind of take it all at once. And they all have great covers, and it's just like it really is kind of a piece of work,
for sure.
Which is why I think so. That John Bandy's point. So John said, "All right, here we go. Now we got a question. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, here we go. Do you guys think Cook and Relax and Work and Steam and Prestige albums are a tad overrated? Yes or no, and why?" And I don't think he's trying to be controversial here. I think he's just, wants to talk about, are they as influential as they are?
Well, they're the most approachable, right?
Yeah.
Lots of standards.
Yeah.
And look, you're talking to, if anyone, I'm speak for myself. I mean, I knew who Miles Davis was throughout my life, but I didn't know these albums till I bought them.
True, me.
So does overrated apply to historical overrated, or to people who are recently getting into it? I don't know, Brandon. I'm gonna, other than Mike, Brandon, you've been into this for a while. Do you feel they're overrated?
I actually had them long before I knew the story that they were recorded in 2 days or 2.5 days or whatever. That it was just, I didn't know that the story backstory behind him getting out of his contract. So that actually made them seem almost underrated, because once I found out that they recorded them in such a short time, so I was kind of really impressed.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of the Miles I got into is the second great quintet. That was my first, except for Kind of Blue, of course. But most of the stuff I had was, with Herbie Hancock, and then I got into the older stuff. But I kind of think that of the older stuff, the 4 records are just great, and they're not just approachable. They're they have enough elements of modern music at the time to make them more interesting than what any other group doing standards would be. So I think they're more interesting in that respect, and I still think they're great. Like, even they kind of stand the test of time, because I don't always play them, but when I do put them on, I'm like, oh yeah, this is really great. I forgot how good the playing is on this, and how good Miles sounds in his playing on it, especially considering, I mean, I'm sure he took everything very seriously when he was playing, but just the fact that he was like, I'm going to do this just to get done with Prestige is pretty amazing, to have that kind of focus and to do that when you're just trying to leave. So I think just hearing the quality of it, and it's something it was kind of cool that this was the show, because it made me bust them out, because I hadn't played any for like 6 months. So it was fun.
Yeah, I don't think they're overrated. And I just, I think what makes them so good is the fact that, it sort of emulates, their club sets. This was his working band. Yeah, he wants to get out of that contract, but this is it's the perfect band to go into the studio and go, let's do this and let's get the hell out. Like, you hear Miles talking on there, to Weinstock and stuff like that. It's just perfect. It's just, and even on Working, they do the theme, twice. I mean, that's how it's set up on here. I don't, but you've got 2 versions of the theme. It's just like sort of like a nightclub set. Here's our theme. I'm gonna play it again.
Yeah.
I love when they
I mean, sorry.
I was just saying, I love, like, is it Ahmad's Blues that's the beginning of side 2?
Yeah,
I love. I just can picture what he's doing with his right hand. It's fucking just incredible. Love that song.
Yeah.
Good evening, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey guys.
Hey.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's a band at the top of their game, recording, as Mike said, perfect. It's a club session. I think it's the perfect translation of what a club looked like or felt like, even though it's not a live recording.
Yeah, but isn't Ahmad's Blues is just Red Garland? It's fucking great, and it's like that's also why it's kind of brilliant, because like it's like they're not even using. I don't know if it's not like if it's him solo, but isn't Ahmad's Blues like just Red Garland basically like just crushing it, playing Ahmad Jamal's blues song? I'm pretty sure that was the case, which is why it like breaks up like that album, because the rest of it's quintet, I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's great.
I mean, the other interesting thing there too, though, is that half a day is a normal session back then, right? Like, Rudy was doing at least 2 records a day.
Well, on here, there's a extra take, right?
Yes. Well, the theme, yeah.
I mean, even now, half a day is a normal session for, if you're not, for most small independent labels,
Agreed.
I think it's also important to note this was recorded in 56. That's pretty early for this style to sound so good. I think you have to credit Rudy with getting these sessions too.
That also explains the piano being kind of because Rudy wasn't really that great at 56 or recording piano. What do y'all think about this? Rev thinks that they're not overrated, but the Coltrane Prestige titles are.
Ooh,
that's a good question. I agree. Coltrane, he's still working out stuff. He's still, I hate to say overrated, but I mean, I'm saying overrated and just based upon, everybody like Lush Life. I'm sorry. Lush Life it's not great Coltrane. It's good. He's still developing. You can even hear like in his embouchure, that on different cuts. I mean, I know it's put together from different sessions.
Yeah, it's 3 different sessions.
So
I think the only good
developing his thing.
So Mike, you think he developed his style and kind of found his path when he was at Atlantic?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I like the I think the Prestige sessions have, with this whole vinyl resurgence, they've sort of gotten an allure that they didn't have when I first started listening to jazz.
Now hold on. Did he record Blue Train before the Atlantic sessions?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 58.
Yeah.
I think he was already in a contract, but had not released any record yet.
Yeah, the only Prestige.
That's Blue Note.
Yeah,
it's not a Prestige.
Right.
Yes.
The Prestige session that's good is the 7106, just Coltrane with Mal Waldron, and the other ones are kind of boring.
Well, I like the one with the
Coltrane.
Yeah, I like that. I love the version of Tad Dameron's Good Day. It's a solid session. I mean, it's not like
I agree.
It's very enjoyable.
The one with the one. I don't know some of those. Some of those were put out after he left. Some of them are kind of mishmashed together. There's like the one with Tad Dameron, Mating Call.
I
don't know if that was made I think that was made after he left too, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that was like 60, 62, 63 was when that finally came out.
So it's like he got hot and they're like, well, we got all this tape, so let's put it out. Make some money.
But he also did some new jazz titles that were probably better than his Prestige. So, right, he did the Cats, I think, is new jazz, and then I think
that's
like a jam. It's kind of like a jam session.
Jam, but I think it's a Tommy Flanagan record.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And then he also did on new jazz. He's on with Kenny Burrell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's really a Coltrane record either, in a certain way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, fuck me.
But
so
new jazz is Prestige anyway.
Yeah.
So
what's that?
New jazz is Prestige.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to. Yeah.
This one.
Oh, sorry.
I really like
that. That's the one.
7106. Coltrane.
I think that might be his best Prestige.
That's by far his best.
Yeah.
Which one? 7106.
Yeah.
The one is like.
But it's not as good as the other
7105
on Impulse, which is way better. But
talking about this
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Brandon, are you talking about his first record?
Coltrane,
7105.
7105.
7105. All right.
Yeah.
What's the number, Felipe? The one we like the most.
That's his first. Yeah, that's his first. That's
Which
his
one,
first
Chris?
record. Yeah. But
you
can hear,
the red gallon.
That's all morning long. That's all morning long, Felipe.
This is I really like this record.
Hang on.
This is the Prestige I dig. So
yeah, that was great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is a second.
Oh, I love the red cover.
Yeah, isn't it cool?
Yeah, very nice.
Instead of yellow. Looks a
I
little
think though, for me, for Coltrane.
But this has Mal Waldron on it. Oh yeah, that record.
Oh yeah, this is
the best record he's on. Prestige.
This kick-ass, yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's the best.
Whatever. No one cares what you think, man. Just kidding.
I mean,
Wait.
Yeah, you can.
Mike,
Can I
you
go back?
actually on the record, you're going to say it's not the best with? Do you have it?
All right, hold on. I'm going to show Joe because Joe has All Night Long.
Oh yeah.
My shit is so slow. All right, so
Oh,
All Night
yeah.
Long, and then Joe. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a promo.
Cool.
Ooh.
Is
What's
Coltrane
the-
I don't have that, does he?
What's the label
This-
look like? Does it have a stamp on it too?
Yeah, it has a stamp on it. Yeah, this has the opening track, which is All Night Long, has Jerome Richardson on the flute, and I'm not a huge flute guy, but this is phenomenal when it comes to the flute.
It's
That's
amazing.
awesome.
It's just a phenomenal record. This definitely, I think, was this part of the
Yes.
analog
Yeah,
production?
I did
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I should have picked that up.
this is a great
So
one.
what
Yeah.
pressing do you have there, Joe?
This is an original.
Woo!
Yeah, that's a promo. Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice. Yeah, this
That cover looks perfect.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'll just tell the quick story. It was probably about 2 years ago. There was a elderly woman that came into a store in Rochester, and she was selling her late husband's jazz collection, who had, I guess, dating back to like the 50s. He was like a radio person, and he had all these promos that were sent to him from the different jazz labels. He must have been hip to the labels, because I mean, normally most people in the 50s didn't know about Prestige or Blue Note or anything like that. But anyways, he had like this. He had the Coltrane one that Brandon really likes. That I agree. That's, I think, his best on Prestige as well. And then there was When Farmer Met Grice.
Oh
and
yeah.
they were all immaculate, like VG++ near mint condition vinyl.
Did you get the Grice, the Farmer Grice?
Yeah, I have that too. Yeah, I bought that from the collection too.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I mean, this was the first one that I found in that collection. But the crazy thing was that the woman was probably mid to late 80s, and she just typed in on Google like record stores nearest to me, and the Bop Shop in Rochester was the first thing that came up. And so she brought him there, but she didn't know anything about the records. And I mean, it was like this unbelievable promo collection.
That's crazy.
So it was
Wow.
crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a really great record.
Made
Definitely.
it in the building.
And Jerome Richardson is badass.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I like it. I'm a big flute guy, and I like it. So.
Yeah. And I've grown more. I've started to like the flute more. Like Harold Vick's record on Strata East. I really like his flute stuff on that is great.
Yusef Lateef on flute is amazing, and Dolphy too.
Yeah. So just two questions that came in the panel from Choji. Think about it. You guys are still talking about this Miles 67 years later. It's actually one thing I said in the chat to the guys today. It's 2023. The issue of the subject of the day is that OJC launch, and we're talking about Miles Davis record in 2023, which is something amazing. I think that says a lot. And John, he talks about Lush Life is Coltrane light, but isn't ballads also, or is ballads are more developed in the group type light Coltrane? I think from reading the liner notes and the booklets, I have some different editions of those Johnny Hartman and ballads. Coltrane was getting known as like a harsh and a strong player, and it was actually his project. He wanted to do this. And I think ballads and Johnny Hartman are on a much higher level than his Prestige titles or his mellow stuff from earlier. I mean, that's my thinking. And Johnny Hartman sings a lot. Okay, John.
Can you do Felipe? Can you do an impression of Johnny Hartman?
I can't. I won't even try.
I can try.
Hey, does anyone want to see some cool records?
Oh yeah.
Honestly, shitty record.
I picked
Want to
this.
see something scary?
I look just like Joe. Oh, I picked this. This is an OG. I just came out as a Liberty, and it doesn't go for much. I picked it for $10. It's a Van Gelder, but this is awesome.
Yeah,
It's a great record. I thought it'd be a little more straightforward jazz. There's some little avant-gardeness to it. It's good.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that
Do
68,
you have
69.
Mike, do
The
you have that one?
68
Mike? I thought you had that record.
It's got
Whoa.
Mickey
Yeah, Richard
Roker.
Waters.
I don't know a lot. Marvin Stam,
I know. I've never heard of him, but I have
Jared
that.
Brown. There's Richard Whalens and Bob Cruikshank and Mickey Roker.
Not Bob.
It is
Bob
fun.
what?
Cranshaw.
Cranshaw.
Cranshaw. But Frank, he gets like what, third billing on his own record? What's up with that?
Oh.
He's a humble man.
Does anyone know this record?
Yeah.
No.
I've seen the cover, but I never listened to it.
Featuring Al Cohen, and it's good.
Yeah, I've got another one of his records
You can
on
do that.
ABC about the same time period.
It's a cool label, though. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, Candido's awesome, man.
It's pretty minty. It's funny in the dollar bin, they just put records in there at $1, but they're minty because they had no cover. So I picked this one up for $1.
Ooh.
Oh, cool.
And
It's in that collection, right, Rob? That collection series. The
yes,
Coltrane. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was $1.
So what is that? Is that a 74 pressing?
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Yeah.
And it's very nice.
Still
Those are
sound-
very yeah, those are very good. I'm actually looking at a Coltrane like that first quartet record that's on that for $30, and I know that that's like a label that's ignored, but it sounds
No, I don't even know if they're different plating.
oh, that might be a first pressing.
I don't know. I don't know, but I have several of them. Sound fine. Sound
Yeah.
great. This Stanley Clarke. I don't know if this is his first album. It might be, because he looks like he's a baby in this. But it's with Stanley Clarke and Jan Hammer.
So it got some slap bass. Does it have some slap bass?
Yeah, he's playing the bass. Well, look, he's playing stand-up bass there.
Oh, cool.
That's nice.
But Tony Williams and Bill Connors and
There's
Jan
that.
Hammer.
What was the label, Rob?
It is Columbia or Epic. So
Epic.
this must be like a 80s reissue of this album.
Looks like it now.
That's nice.
I picked up another one of these, so I guess I don't know how many albums they did together. So this is the third one I got.
Is it Motion, Jarrett, Redmond, Hayden?
Sweet.
Yeah, so now I have 3 of their albums. So
Oh.
this was this was the coolest one I picked up.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is Charlie Hayden and Hampton Hawes.
Yeah,
But this-
back, isn't it? Yeah, that's the front.
But this is an artist house,
Mm-hmm.
which I've never found an OG artist house pressing. And this has a picture inside, but this has a nice, cool booklet and picture in here.
Have you listened to it yet?
Nah, I have so many records I'm cleaning and listening to.
Yeah, I was I wasn't very into it, but I'll give it another listen.
But it also look, we've got the music and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
This
I haven't
Oh
listened.
yeah, that's with Louis Belson on drums, I think.
I had to go on this. That's what sucks about a lot of these. They don't list everyone on it.
Yeah.
But I went on and looked at the Discogs listing to see who was on here. And then this was the pickup of the day.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Cool.
Is that
Yeah.
a mono?
Mono sounds incredible. I was like floored how good this sounds.
Yeah, I have that. It's really good.
Not that I need more Blakey, but I could use
This
Exactly.
and I have to do everything I can to control myself because like that Record Safari got this gigantic collection. And today they posted that Sam Rivers record that Mike wants, OG, and they had
which one?
the new Conception.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have they posted Archie Shepp for Train, like an OG Bono. But I know Elemental's repressing that one. But
Yeah.
this is one of the better Jazz Messenger albums.
Well, yeah, let's get through.
Who's in the band, Rob?
Is that a pretty is it a quintet or is it a quartet?
Yeah. Lee Morgan, Curtis Fuller, Wayne Shorter.
Okay, it's
Bobby Timmons, Jimmy Merritt.
Robert H. Timmons to you, sir.
And they're playing a Curtis Fuller song on here. All the other ones are.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that one out. Wasn't that made when he was on Blue Note? But
Yeah,
because look.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I know that he
around
did
the same time as a Big Beat and
yeah. So what's the deal that they left for one record?
I don't know.
And I know he did. There's one
We
other.
did another one, but it wasn't a Messengers. It was. I think it was him and Sonny Stitt.
Honey, no, it's a quartet. I have it. I have an
quartet.
80s repressed.
Yeah, I think it's Sonny Stitt with him.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I'll check it out.
By the way, the non-jazz pickup was I had this and the green label, but I only had two and they were in shitty condition. So for $1 they had all three.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I'm Frankensteining it together.
Good for you.
So yeah, nice pickups yesterday.
I got some stuff to show.
Mm-hmm.
I got another Sunny Fortune.
You look like me.
Let's see. Oh,
I don't know how long it's going to take Mike to figure out how this stuff works.
this is the last of the 70s Fortune that's not an expensive Strata East. I now have picked up the 5 from the 70s. There's 2 on Horizon, basically 75, 76, 77, and then he has 3 on Columbia, 77, 78, 79. So I picked them all up.
Mm-hmm.
There's still the Strata East one that's like $100, but all of the other ones are under $10. So
what's the deal with him? I don't know anything about him.
He killed a man.
Hmm.
I have that record. It's good. He's, I think, an underrated saxophone player.
I kind of found out about him through a couple people, but also he was McCoy Tyner's sax player on a couple of his really good milestone records.
Hmm.
He's on Sahara.
Okay.
And he's either on Sahara for sure, and he's either on that. It's either Song for My Lady or the one with the kind of funky title that I'm blanking on. But he's the sax player on 2 of those, and that's kind of where I got into him. And then I grabbed his solo stuff, and that's still the first 2 on Horizon. These 2 are the ones I highly recommend: The Awakening and Waves of Dreams. And those are both on Horizon. And you can find them for $7-8.
Well,
they're really good and really cheap. I got this Vic Juris guitar player. It's really cool on Muse with Barry Miles on electric piano. He's playing at Rhodes, and Richie Cole and Rick Laird, who's, I kind of want to say he's a West Coast. I think he might be from Oregon, bass player. It's really funky and really cool.
Haven't heard of him.
I'm sorry, what labels was that on?
Muse.
Yes.
Was that a promo?
I think he did like 3 or 4
promo.
records.
Yeah, white label promo. But
That's cool.
There's a lot of Muse promos floating around. It's wild.
This had been sitting at the shop for at $18 for 2 years, and so I said, "Hey, this has been around," and I got it for $12.
Nice.
It's Harold Alexander live at Montreux promo. It's in pretty good shape too. It's VG Plus. Plays great. He does a lot of his screeching through the flute stuff that he does. If you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
He does the.
We need to
Can we do that again?
Song.
He does it a lot better than I do. Here's this Clifford Jordan.
I have that. That's a great album.
That looks cool.
Yeah, I have that too. Yeah.
Tommy Flanagan, Grady Tate, Bill Lee. This was another one that I was like, Scott, this has been, because he has the dates on the stickers, and I'm like, this has been here for 2 years. And I think he had it at 16, and I got it down to 12. And it's nice.
I'm gonna have to try that next time I go to my store.
This is my big purchase. This was not at a local shop. I had to buy it on eBay, but I did offer. It's a OG VG Plus. It's nice. And
So that's a later Stradies then.
It's this is the only pressing on Stradies.
Right,
So
but that's like
it's 1980.
Yeah.
But when they did 2 pressings, I think they did a white and a blue label. So, okay. But this is the first only Strata East.
Has that been reissued?
It has been reissued on the Pure Pleasure.
Yeah.
Pure Pleasure. Here's this record is so cheap and good. Chico Freeman on Contemporary.
Oh, Contemporary stuff sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. The lineup is awesome. Kenny Kirkland's on piano. Billy Hart on drums. Paulino DaCosto does percussion. And then it's actually really good.
Yeah. So Brandon, Paulinho da Costa, I think is the most recorded artist in history. Like number of studio hours. Yes.
He just like goes. He's like Ron Carter. He just shows up.
Yeah. He plays percussion for everybody. He went from like Miles Davis to Michael Jackson.
Right, and he's ubiquitous. But he's on a ton of Brazilian records too. So
yeah. I think he lives in LA. Yeah.
Another super bargain.
Yeah, I have. That's great.
Yeah, and this is I think it's 79. Junior Cook and Bill Hardman. So you get some old.
Yeah, that is good.
Old Blue Note guys. Sam Jones on bass. Al Foster on drums.
So I'm sorry. Is that a quintet then?
No, it's quartet.
Quartet. Okay.
No, it's a quintet. Sorry. Because they're not on every track, so some of it's actually a trio, but it's a quintet. The biggest group is a quintet.
Hang on one sec, real quick. I want to answer this question. So Pure Pleasure, it's not part of Capitol Records. They're a reissue label out of England, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's debating what they're sourcing. They're not fully, but I think all the stuff I bought from them sounds fine.
Yeah.
I think they're just super high end digital, and they do a really good job remastering. I've since I got
cool.
I've really gotten into dollar brands. It started with the Cecil McBee, just going down the Cecil McBee rabbit hole, and then finding all the Cecil McBee dollar brands. This is cool. This is a trio, and it is turning out to be probably my new favorite record.
Very nice. Do you have that one of his on Inja? I can't remember what it's called.
I have a.
It's him and one other guy.
Oh no, I have an Inja that's the African space music.
I'll show you the ones I have on Inja.
And then this on Muse, Hank Jones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Top Redux. Still in the shrink. $8. So that was good. I got a couple non-jazz. Oh, this was thanks to Rob. Because I actually, I'm a big Woody Shaw fan, and I had no idea he had another record right around the same time on Contemporary as Blackstone Legacy. And this is great. It has two of the same. It has George Cables and Benny Maupin. It has some of the same guys that are on Blackstone Legacy. This record is amazing. Huh?
Did you pay a lot for it?
No, it's the OJC. I got it for $20.
Oh yeah.
So except for I stayed at $20 or under, except on that Charles Tolliver. And then I also got one non-jet. Oh, I have a few more, I guess. Oh yeah, I have a bunch more. Sorry. More 20. This is João Donato.
Oh, cool.
On Muse and Deodato. So it's actually not as completely Brazilian as you would think. It's actually kind of funky and kind of like a mix of it's got Latin beats.
It's 70s, right, Brando?
Yeah, it's 70. So it's got some soul jazz with some, but it does have like Brazilian instruments. Because I know, because my dogs were freaking out at the cuica, which is the drum. They go, ooh, sounds like a dog.
Man, you're really good at this imitating instruments.
Yeah, and you need to do some videos just about
that. That is so good. That is so good.
So this was it's, if you notice, the cover's kind of jacked, but I got it for 20. So the ripples, it's great. This is killer, and I'm gonna start going down. I have quite a bit of Lester Bowie, but I'm going down the Charles Shaw.
Yeah, he has there's a good one on. I showed it a few months ago on Black Saint of his group. He is quite the character.
Yeah, he looks like it too.
Yeah, I think
he looks like it's like he'd be fun to party with.
Yeah, William Parker told a story when I saw them in January about this is back in the New York loft days. Like one day he was going to Sam Rivers' loft, and he sees Bobo Shaw coming down the street, and in a shopping cart he has like one of the early versions of an ATM machine.
Wow.
The dude just like stolen an ATM machine and is just pushing it down the street.
Wow.
And William Parker just said, he was quite the guy.
What'd you forget your code? And then I think this is the last jazz one. This was another one that I asked to have it reduced a little bit because it's been sitting for a while. It's actually not as avant as you would think. It's it kind of goes there, but some of the songs are pretty much just hard bop. But it's just a trio with Gary Peacock and Billy Elgart on drums, and it's a pretty nice record. I've actually been enjoying that one. And I got one non-jazz because this is one I'd been wanting to get for a long time, and this is a second pressing that I couldn't resist because it was super clean. Caetano Veloso.
What is that? What kind of music is it?
Brazilian psych folk samba.
Yeah, it depends on the era. So Caetano, he was one of the main involved in the Tropicalia movement when it was fusing electric instruments to Brazilian rhythms. And so Tropicalia is one of the best Brazilian records. It's like one to get. It's like to the level of the Verocai record, for example. And he recorded many styles throughout his career, and he's still alive. He's one of a really true landmark in Brazilian music.
I only have 3 of his records, but they're 3 of my favorite records. And they're all kind of, this one's interesting. He sings in Portuguese and English, which he does on a lot of records. Sometimes he sings almost all English, sometimes all Portuguese. My favorite is actually when he sings more Portuguese, but even though I don't know what he's saying, but this one's cool. It's got, I mean, it goes from everything from having like crazy psychedelic guitar and, to having like, big group backing vocals, and then stripped down to like, a few instruments and him and a guitar. It kind of hits the gambit. But if you're interested, Felipe could probably give you the super down low on the best ones. But this one, and then Muito, and then I like that, and the one where you're looking up at him, I forget what it's called.
Araçá Azul.
He's in like a Speedo on the beach.
Yeah, that was called Araçá Azul. Araçá is the name of a regional fruit in there, and some different ones they turn to blue, so that's why it's called. And so he was exiled in London. He and Gilberto Gil for like a few years, because Brazil had this great idea of having dictatorship. In the 60s and 70s. So if you wanted to talk too much, you had to flee the country. So, and they recorded a lot of songs in English. So that's where they got a lot of the influence for the psych bands, the more crazy stuff. They mix with regional elements, and they have a really a great output of music. Really great output of music. So his 70s work, late 60s is fundamental.
Yeah, you can definitely hear like the British influence of like Bowie and things coming in, and like all of a sudden there'll just be like a cool screeching guitar, and then it goes into like something totally different.
Yeah,
so it's kind of experimental.
So if you want to hear a nice song from that period, it's called London. Listen to that song. Beautiful song, gorgeous. Gal Costa recorded that song. I think it's the ultimate version of that. London.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Was this the one you were talking about?
No, but let's look at that. Hang on.
Oh, that's isn't that a duet too?
No, it's just.
Oh, that has Horace Parlan on it, doesn't it?
He's
Or
just
no?
What now?
Oh, there's another one where the Enja on the back they have the sheet music, and it's with Horace Parlan.
Oh yeah. Is
So
it
the one I have is
a dueling piano, or does
he's playing piano and flute?
No, the Horace Parlan one.
Oh,
that one has who the hell is on it with him? Hold on, let me look it up.
He plays more than piano. He plays flute and sax.
So this is the one I have.
Oh, that looks awesome.
Yeah, it's him and a guy named Johnny Diani that does bass. He plays bass, vocal, and bells.
Yeah,
This is a great record.
I love the covers. The covers are so beautiful, and the music kind of matches the covers.
Oh, yeah, that's a great picture of him. I got this one from Fred for $5 in one of his auctions.
Oh, nice.
Great record.
Johnny
now, is there
one on Steeplechase that's really good?
Yeah. Is there a rule about him when he calls himself Dollar Brand versus when he goes by his real name?
I think it's just later he goes by.
Yeah, I have one of those records on his label that his wife ran. It's really good.
I think Dollar Brand is his young name.
This is another one. This is a Dollar Brand one.
Oh yeah.
This is a reissue, but the original is not super expensive either. No. This is on. I don't know how you even pronounce that, but it's.
What's it on?
Chiaroscuro.
Yeah. So this is just a reissue, like 2000s reissue, but it sounds good. But this is a much larger lineup, especially compared to a lot of his other stuff. Mm-hmm. Usually it's like trio, or like the one that you just showed that was Chris, that was just flute piano. So you got Hamiet Bluette. I'm not even sure if that's how you pronounce it, but baritone sax, clarinet, Don Cherry's on trumpet, Carlos Ward's on alto sax, Johnny Diani's on bass as well on this one. Roy Brooks is on percussion. It's kind of interesting. John Besh on percussion as well. So you've got quite a few percussionists. And then Abdul Ibrahim piano, and he plays the soprano sax on this. So it's kind of a cool free jazz, but it is a really good one for what it is. And again, the original came out in this like later 70s. It's not a super expensive one either.
It's like a $15 record.
Yeah.
Who plays soprano?
It's he played Dollar Brand.
Wow.
Abdullah Ibrahim was his real name. So.
Yeah, he plays sax and piano on that one I just showed too. He's a multi-instrumentalist.
So I only got one record this week. I was kind of going back and forth with Mike, and he told me about this one, Albert Ayler Trio, Spiritual Unity. This was from the 70s. This is like a 70s repress on ESP disc. It was originally, obviously, the first official jazz-related ESP title. The original was like stupid expensive, and I don't know if did you guys see it? It was like maybe a month or two ago. There was a shop that was I think it was in Virginia, that got an original that had like the
red.
I don't know what you call it. It was essentially like the custom cover,
like a silk screen on top.
It was like the silk screen cover. Yeah. And I think they wanted like 5,000-6,000 for it.
Yeah.
So
it's like all those Sun Ra late 60s, 70s Sun Ra's are all custom made, and that makes them they're all individual.
Yeah, I think they said that this one, the original, there was only 200 before it became like kind of the official pressing. But this was actually sealed. So I took kind of a gamble on it because it was coming from one of Mike's stores that he goes to in Connecticut. So, but it turned out well. I haven't played it, but I tested it to see if it was warped, and it wasn't. So,
well, that's cool.
Now I see the reissue of that. Is it like an unofficial reissue, or is it a real reissue?
I don't know what the deal is with some of those ESP disc reissues. I know there were some
that do them like every 5 years or whatever. So there'll be like a white label, and then a gray label, and then that one's the orange label. Yellow labels.
Yep. I wanted to show this one, Felipe. This is the one I was telling you about earlier. Just how chewed up the cover is.
Delicious. I hear it's made out of fudge.
It's even worse on the back. It's just.
It's a promo though, bro.
It's an audition.
This is an original.
Someone really auditioned it.
Yeah, I heard that Sam Rivers is the best tasting of the jazz musicians.
I think somebody took literally rivers and put it in a river.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, but this one needs to be flattened. I did get the record pie, thanks to Felipe. So that just came today. This is going to be one of the first ones that I test out to see if I can get it flat, because I got a really good deal on this. Because obviously, again, the cover is just chewed up, but the record is like almost near mint. It's just the warped. It's got a warp on one side, and then it's just again chewed up jacket. So
it was in a wet box in a garage.
Yeah.
That's a great record too.
And then the last one, changing kind of gears a little bit. I was listening to this one today. I don't know if are you guys familiar with Stuff?
Yeah.
Yep.
I am.
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of stuff.
Now you have a lot of shit.
That's true. That's actually true.
There was a bunch of these that came out in like late 70s. I think it started in like 76 and went to like around 80, 81. They're all on Warner Brothers. You've got, I don't know if this one actually has the lineup.
Does that person have an extra finger on each hand?
But you've got Eric Gale, who's a great guitarist, great 70s guitar, jazz kind of funk guy. He hit stuff on like Hoodoo. And then he had a few that were on like Columbia in the late 70s. Steve Gadd is on the drums on this. I'm trying to. This one doesn't have the lineup on it. Usually they do. Cornell Dupree is another guitarist on this one.
These are all badass names, man.
Yeah, I can't think of the piano guy is a bigger one too, at least from the 70s kind of jazz funk perspective. Does anybody know who he was on? I mean, Stuff was it was like a whole band, and they were all. It was pretty much the same. Oh, Richard T is what the guy's name was. Richard T. But he was a great piano player. He had a lot of great compositions in kind of the jazz funk realm. But this is a really great one if you like jazz funk guitar kind of led stuff. And there's not really much vocals on it. So if you like kind of the instrumentation of jazz and you like funk, but you're not as big into the vocal aspect of it, the Stuff ones, and these are really cheap too. These are usually under $15, $10-15. So I was listening to this one today, but this is a great one. Along with this one's called More Stuff. They're all some kind of orientation with the word stuff. There's one that's called Stuff in, or like Stuff in It, or so but there's a lot of great ones on there. But yeah, thanks Mike for
this isn't that kind of channel, man.
No more stuff.
I thought it was snuff, like a snuff film.
All right, well, I'll show a record.
Hang on. There's a very important question.
Okay.
Come up in the chat about 10 minutes
What do we
ago.
got?
Elliot asked what Discord is. Can you explain Discord to Elliot, Mike?
It's
Gosh.
like Slack.
He doesn't know what Slack is.
Yeah. It's going to be like telling your grandfather how to change the flashing 12 on his VCR.
Listen, Elliot, I'm going to put the link in the chat. You go to the website, download the app, make an account, and you can join us. It's just like all of us talking on text all over the place, and that's what it is basically.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can present my screen. I'll do a I'll do a quick demo.
Quick Discogs.
It's really, I mean, we don't. This isn't going to take a long time.
If you want to see Elliot type out one of his overlog stories,
that would be amazing.
Awesome.
We need content on the Discord for everyone to read, so please join us.
Right, is this sharing? Can you guys see my
Yeah,
screen?
it is. Yes, it is.
God, my computer is so goddamn slow. All right, so this is the Discord native app on my iOS or OS X. Essentially, it's a series of channels that you could chat in. So we have our own server, but you can see on the side here, I'm part of the Groove Gang Vinyl. Vinyl Me Please has their own Discord, which is interesting. There's a vinyl chat. So there's a few different ones. This is Malaya's. And actually, can I invite people to this? Okay. So Malaya, who's a metalhead, who's also part of the Jazz Bums Discord, she started a metal Discord, and this is just taking forever. So if you're into metal, I'll drop the invite so you can join.
I don't think that's her link.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, it just says Discord VG.
Yeah.
All right. My computer fucking sucks. Malaya, if you're here, can you please drop a link?
Now, there's a really important point here, too. Go back to our server and look at the disrespect that I get from Noble Bagheera. It's like right there on the home page.
All right, we will. Hold on. I just got an invite for Malaya's channel. So
Okay.
that actually should be it there.
But Chris, that's fine. The panther is the queen of the jungle, right?
Yes.
Stuff like this.
It's true.
And then I guess I'll drop a link for this too. It's in the description. I put it in the description of the video, so you can get it there as well. But if you're wanting to just click this link, you can join our Discord here.
Look at Elliot is getting shout outs.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. We have Mofi lawsuit. What is this? What's going on with the Mofi lawsuit?
Oh my god.
Nobody
everyone gets a free business card.
Yeah.
Anyway,
let's talk MoFi game. Yeah, let's talk MoFi and Game of Viewers. Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. We can, if we talk about MoFi Gate, we can cut it out and make it its own video and get like 3,000 views.
Yeah.
Breaking news: they reached a settlement.
It sounds like a backhanded insult to something.
Oh God, my computer's so slow. But anyway, Elliot, I guess the point is if you have a desktop or you have your phone, download the Discord app, sign up just like you sign up for Facebook, and then you can click our invite link and you can join, and it's very intuitive.
I think you did a really good job of confusing them more, Mike.
No, it's fine. Elliot, you should join us for real.
Elliot's got it.
We could talk you through it when you come up.
Elliot's
so Mike,
a super user. What's that?
So Mike, important question. To join a Discord, a group or thread or anything, do you necessarily need an invite, or you can just search and join?
No,
it's not a public group, so you can't search for it. So you got to have an invite.
We could make it public though. Like, why not?
We can make it public, but we just wanted to make sure that nobody joined that like wanted to mess around, and
we'll make it public once we figure out how to have a roles page and probation and all that bullshit.
Yeah. Can I, Mike, before you show a record, can I show? So I forgot to show a record, but I have a question for people about it.
Okay.
So I actually picked up this Andrew Hill record. I don't know if anyone's from. Man, I look like Joe.
What the hell is happening?
I look like Joe, and I'm doing the sports scores.
I think I know what you're going to ask.
Okay. I think you know what I'm going to ask too. So I picked up this is a reissue of, I guess it's Andrew Hill's first record, and I have had stuff on this label before.
Oh yes, I have
TCB.
It,
yeah. Okay.
What,
so it's a good record, but they do something weird that I've never heard before.
Really weird. Really weird.
I don't know if it's trying to get around with illegally pressing this record.
Okay.
They add a synthesizer to each song.
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, it's this weirdest thing that I've ever heard. I'm listening to this record and I go, is someone playing a synthesizer somewhere? It's not even, it comes in and out.
It's muted. It's
It comes in and out. It's sort of like eating an ice cream sandwich and getting like a sardine aftertaste. That's the only way I can describe it.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It's sort of like getting a fishbone stuck in your teeth. You can function through the day, but it's still there. You can listen to this album and sort of enjoy it, and then you're sitting there the whole time waiting. Is the synthesizer going to come in, or is it going to go out?
Can you put it in my pile? I want to hear the awfulness.
Loki, tin sardine, maybe
CJ, that is offensive. Obi strips are not stupid; they're fun.
This is the original.
Yes, and now I want that record. But
Original,
yeah,
with Sans synthesizer, and it's not even a good synthesizer. It's like the worst strings. It's like someone took a really bad Casio.
It's like this. It's going, guys. We can't press this record legally unless we do something different to it. And they go, well, my brother works at a baseball park playing the organ, and they brought that guy in.
I think it's someone saying, hey, this Andrew Hill record's really cool, but you know what would make it even cooler? If I played my synth along with it.
It's like they got a Casio for Christmas and they left it on when they were pressing.
That's what it sounds. That's what it sounds like. I want to play along. Anyway, it sounds much better without the synthesizer.
Yes, I want the record. That's why I picked this up. But
it was overdubbed by Phil Spector as the band left the studio.
I had a weird the record guy, he's like, oh, that's a great record. So I had it on at home and I'm playing it and I keep hearing the synthesizer come in and out. And I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, do I have a YouTube with a synth thing going on upstairs or something? Like I couldn't figure out what was going on until I figured out that there was like a tiny synthesizer. It's like I was trying to find out if there was a little tiny synthesizer player in my stereo or something. It was the weirdest thing.
Yeah, actually, Charles. Here, let me highlight Charles. So, Charles, if you go in the comments, which I didn't read because I was out and about, someone goes, don't buy this record. There's a synthesizer over every song. But again, it's not prevalent. It's sort of, when it's like a lady fart. It's sort of underneath it.
Is Jerry Mulligan recommended checking out? Absolutely.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Don't.
Man, I can't.
Way better without the lady fart.
The same lady fart.
I just can't wait.
All right, hold on. Can I get this ship on course?
No, it's kind of off the rails.
Somebody asked about Jerry Mulligan.
There's so much good Jerry Mulligan.
Can we ground ourselves?
Oh God, I can't do this fucking thing.
What is this?
Putting you on the screen, bro.
Oh well, all right. Well, hold on. So
not only is there great Jerry Mulligan, there's so much cheap, fantastic.
Yeah. Does anyone know Jerry Mulligan with a little organ playing underneath it?
This is one of my. I mean, this is definitely a favorite. This is Mulligan meets Monk. It's obviously a co-led thing, and they do.
Yeah, there's the synth one is Mulligan meets Kataro. It's pretty cool.
So they do Around Midnight, which is a Monk song. I mean, they do 4 Monk songs.
It's actually. Can I say something, Mike? It's one of the coolest versions of Round Midnight ever made.
Yes.
Mulligan just kills it.
There is a dichotomy between the style of Monk's piano and then Mulligan's baritone sax that just works. Like baritone sax and Monk's style just is.
It's like
I don't know
it's
why,
like
but it's awesome.
It's like the Odd Couple, So
I highly recommended. So this is the first pressing.
Is the Tom Post still for $5?
What?
The Jerry Mulligan Econ is still they're going for $5.
Yeah, that was years ago, Felipe. Get with the modern times.
That's what I'm asking if it still is.
It's probably if it's still available. I don't know. Let me look.
And
But
then
maybe they raised the price.
another
Maybe went to 6.
Jerry
Is there an
Mulligan
AP? There's not an AP reissue of that, right?
No,
No,
of
they
this.
have a Jerry
There's
Mulligan.
45 of this for sure.
Yeah, but that's an expensive record. Here's 2 Mulligans that are $10 that are fantastic.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
hold on.
yes,
So
Yeah.
these
there's the quartet.
you
Yep,
see
yep.
these records everywhere because they made
Yeah.
a million of them.
Actually, the
This
quartet
is top
one,
notch.
that quartet one is awesome.
Both
Oh
awesome.
yes,
Here's the band. So J-Roo has Tommy Flanagan piano, Ben Tucker bass, Dave Bailey drums, Alec Dorsey conga. What is there to say is Art Farmer. Let me look. This one's harder to find. Art Farmer, Bill Crow, Dave Bailey. Those are the bands on these records that that you always see for like $10 to $12 in good shape.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These records, for whatever reason, Jerry Mulligan is unpopular these
I don't
days.
think it's unpopular. I think they just pressed a fuck ton
Hold
of
on.
records.
Hold on, this guy. Hold on.
You know, they just pressed so many of them, and they sold like
The
crazy.
stuff with
Yeah.
Chet Baker's great. I mean,
Yeah,
it's all
absolutely.
good.
What about this? This is Chris. Can you make me big?
Yeah, $5.
You got it.
Oh.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Mhm.
This is Pacific. This is Pacific Jazz #1.
I knew it.
Oh, wow.
This is Pacific Jazz 1.
So 10-inch.
10-inch. It's Jerry Mulligan with Chet Baker, Chico Freeman. Who's on this? I think it's Chico Friedman. Yeah, Chico Friedman, Chet Baker. Von Whitlock is the bass player. And this is pretty deep, but honestly, I got it for like a few bucks. But it's an OG Pacific
Which one is
Jazz
that?
deep groove. This is Pacific Jazz 1. And it's
What's the title? Pacific Jazz 1?
this one here.
Oh, okay. I don't have
I mean,
that.
look how awesome that cover is.
There's a great live one that's affordable.
Which
Which
one
is
is
Oh,
that?
this is so good.
Jerry Mulligan Sextet. This is a 64 session from West Coast.
Yeah, that's great. I have that.
This is a really cool live record. I picked this up at a bookstore for nothing, but it's pretty
Where's
awesome.
that bookstore? I want to go to a bookstore that's free
I
records.
picked this up in like 2001.
What do you got there, Rob? Yes. Is
Yeah,
that Pacific Jazz one or what?
Yeah, because it's 53 mostly. There's Zoot Sims and Al Cohen on here.
Was it previously released material?
I
What does
think
it
it
say
is.
on the
I
back?
think it is because it would say up here that it's
Yeah.
unreleased.
All right, I'll look it up.
Yeah. Eddie's albums has a good thing about Mulligan and the Telarc label. Those are some good recordings.
this one's really good. The reunion with Chet Baker, and you
Oh,
can
yes.
play this one.
Yeah,
I think it's getting more expensive now, but
it is. It's an expensive
But
boy.
Yeah, but those ones are all over the place because I have the Jerry.
yeah,
Mulligan
you see this
Chet Baker
record a
one.
lot. I kind of feel like you could probably still find it for $40.
Mhm.
I found a couple here as well.
Oh, where are you at, Felipe? There you are.
Yeah, right here. Just a variation of Mike's cover. Just a Japanese pressing.
Nice.
Yes.
It sounds great.
Well, hey, is there any modern like American pressings of that are good at all?
AP did it like over 10 years ago.
Is it
So I don't
like-
think there's been a modern there's nothing in print right now.
Is it a 45?
I think
Probably,
it's a 40.
right?
I'm pretty sure it's a 40.
But Mulligan's he's like the modern jazz quartet and Jamie Smith. There's just a ton of pressings, so you can
Yeah.
find the originals pretty
Yeah,
easy.
but his best album is the one that Newland reissued, which I have the night.
Yeah. So
All right, 10 of them that Felipe show his records.
okay, thank you. I showed this last week. I just got it. It's a really good one. On
Oh, I
Verve.
think Carlos just got that one too.
Yeah, Carlos loves this one. Yeah. Another one on Verve was another dollar record. This is a really good.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Another 10-inch on Pacific. Jerry Mulligan Quartet.
Beautiful.
10-inch.
Yeah, it's a 10-inch. Yes.
I have the 10-inch too.
Does it say who's on that with him?
I'm trying to
I
find
think it's
here.
Chet Baker.
Yeah, it doesn't say actually.
The liner notes are not.
Oh, Jerry Mulligan, Chet Baker, Larry Bunkin, and Carson Smith.
Cool.
Okay.
And, yeah, it's in a great shape, this one. And yes, the one that Rob mentioned, this is the OG.
Yeah.
That's a cool record.
Get the Newland reissue. The Newland has an extra song on it. It's
Okay.
of the song Night Lights, which he did a different version like in '66.
Does it have Lady Fart? Is that the extra track?
No, listen,
Hold
I've
on.
already copyrighted the term Lady Fart. Anyone who uses it owes me money.
Who's the side person on that?
Jerry Mulligan, Jim Hall, Bill Crow, Dave Bailey, Art Farmer, and Bob Brookmeyer.
Dave Bailey played a lot with Jerry Mulligan because he's on
Yes.
this first record, this early record.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Did-
I like
And
Dave Bailey.
And yeah, this record got a lot of hype, and believe it or not, I picked it up for $1 in a barn sale.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
I need to find some barn
Oh, yeah.
sounds.
It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's a nice mood. It's perfect. Night Lights. It's a perfect title.
Yeah, Dave Bailey's also on this one.
I have some APs. Let me go see if I have them.
I think I have another one I want to show.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hey guys, I'm gonna hop off. So,
All right, man. Thanks for joining us as always. You're always welcome.
yep, I'll see you guys later. Thanks again.
All
Yeah,
right,
thanks
Joe.
for
Talk
bringing
to you later.
showing
Have a
those.
good
Those
night.
were really cool.
Yep, yeah, thanks.
Thank
see you
you.
guys later.
See you later.
Where did Mike go?
So do you think everyone? I think the person knows that we like Jerry Mulligan.
Yes.
Yeah.
That he's pretty good. Wasn't that the question? Is he any
Yeah.
good?
Yes.
Oh, no, he's good and important. Right? I think both.
Okay, one last record. I think this might be actually
Dude,
available.
we're only an hour in. You can show like 50 more records, bro. It's fine.
Well, just to cap off the Jerry Mulligan thing, because I think this actually might be in print. And if it's not in print, you probably can still get it on Discogs for nothing.
Oh yeah, I bet that's great.
But this is the Analog Productions. This is Jerry Mulligan meets Ben Webster.
Mhm.
It's the original cover, and they put this repress cover on the back just so you could have it.
Oh, that's the
And-
one I know.
Yeah, and it is a gatefold. It's Analog Productions, QRP, all that kind of stuff. It comes on the Verve. Yeah, I guess that was the first stereo.
Yeah, I was gonna show the same one, Mike. And just a parenthesis, I think the Verve series is the best sound series they made.
I might have a 45 of that.
This one's okay. I think
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
have the 45.
Ben Webster, with Jerry Mulligan. I mean, how bad
Yeah,
could it be? It's gonna
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
All right, so Jerry
Yeah.
Mulligan plays baritone. Ben Webster plays tenor. Jimmy Rowles is on piano. Mel Lewis is drums, and Leroy Vinegar's bass. And it
That's
was
a sick lineup, man.
I know it's recorded in late '59 over November and
Oh.
December in LA. Norman Granz oversaw it. So this I'm pretty sure this is still available. I'll double check.
No. The other one that is awesome, and I think he did 2 records with him, is the ones he did with Paul Desmond. Those are great.
Who? Oh yeah,
Jerry
yeah,
Mulligan and Paul Desmond.
yeah.
He did one with Al Cohen too.
The one with
Really good too. Let me find it.
the one with Paul Desmond, aren't they like sitting on stools on the cover?
Yeah.
It's the 2 of them.
There's a speaker's corner that
Yes,
you can get right now.
Yep.
But you can get the OG. There's several pressings of it that you could get cheap that are probably in great condition.
You want to see a bunch
Yeah,
of
but Jerry Mulligan, you got to have some Jerry Mulligan in your collection.
He likes to go out and meet people.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
There's a he meets Al Cohen too.
Am I wrong when Dave Brubeck broke up his group? He played a lot with Jerry Mulligan.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the late
70s.
early 70s. Yeah. And I'm trying to think, is it when he grows his beard out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Desmond had a bad alcohol problem and he died when 70 something.
That's correct, Angelo. Thank you, everyone.
I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh God.
You want to see a bunch of records that I've been listening to?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. It's almost all jazz except for one.
Man, you two are horrible at this.
Dude, I don't know how to go to this screen with.
I can do it with a grace of a lady fart.
Yeah, you can do it all. So I bought this. It's a verbal by request. I've got some of his other records that are cool. This one was kind of boring, so I think I'm going to send it back to Amazon. I don't know. Does anybody else have this?
I heard it's not. I'll tell you what. Here's what you do. There are two best of records of his. There's one that Sundays has right now. You could get like $15.
Yep.
And then there's a 2 for kind of double impulse best of. That's all you need of him.
No, don't listen to her. I'll give you some Gabor Szabos that are really cool. The Bacchanal one is really cool. He did 2 on Blue Thumb that are cheap and really good that are totally different because he does so many different styles.
Yeah,
but his impulse ones are kind of I guess there's a similarity in more of a similarity than because he does funky ones on CTI. That's
right.
Really the Rambler is really a really cool one.
Yeah, but they can't
have that. All right, I want to move on. Come on, I'm showing records.
All right, what do you got?
Iron Eagle soundtrack from 1986, man.
Fried chicken.
What
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no jazz on that.
Is Louis Gossett Jr. in that? What is that movie?
Yeah, it's Louis Gossett Jr. It came out the same year.
Rip off of Top Gun.
It's not a rip off.
It's like Top Gun meets the other one with Richard Gere.
Gentlemen, yeah. I got this 6 months ago. I finally listened to it. So this is the same crew that recorded Kind of Blue. Just like 6 months before that. It was recorded at a party, so it's not like the best sound quality, but it's cool.
I always love the cover. Honestly.
Yeah. There was a volume. This was volume 1. There's a volume 2 that was Duke Ellington at the same party.
That one. And Brandon, getting back to Gabor, when he was with Chico Hamilton, he was awesome.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, those are really cool too on the Impulse.
Yes.
The Dealer and what's the other one? A Man of Two Worlds.
Yes, those are awesome.
Oh, the Dealer has a great cover, and actually, the Man of Two Worlds has a great cover, even better.
Impulse has great covers in general.
Paul has a good point too. It's also great with Charles Lloyd. That's true.
Can you go back to showing your cheap records?
What cheap records?
I need Charles Lloyd in my collection.
You got the Iron Eagle soundtrack. That's $5.
Oh, overpaid for it. Okay. I got this. This is cool.
All right.
Well, if you hold it correctly, then it's really nice.
Listen,
are you even holding it upside down? Are you holding it upside down?
No, dude.
Yes, you are.
Listen, you need to go to the Vanna White School of showing things.
Screw you guys. Look, it's one of these. So you have to open the whole thing up to even see it.
Oh, does it have the centerfold in it?
Yes.
It
does. But this is it's weird. It's on United Artists. Right? It's like from 71 or something. But it's the first two 1500 series, the two Miles Davis records on Blue Note. Yeah. I'm not holding it upside down, man. All right, this is my favorite record this week.
I see that record a lot. Is it that good?
Yeah, it's great. You should buy it. So it's I've listened to it like 5 times. It's like this. It's like, I don't know, fusion, funky, disco-y jazz from Japan. He plays drums, right? So he's a drummer. And what's cool, so he does a bunch of covers that are awesome, like Do It Here Satisfied, Pick Up the Pieces from Average White Band, I Shot the Sheriff. But the funniest one is they do Hey Jude, but it's some guy singing it in Japanese. So
I need that in my life.
Yeah, you do. It's great.
Does it sound like it's karaoke?
No. It's good, man. It's good. I got this finally yesterday.
Yeah, that's great.
That's the record that last record reminded me of, the cover.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure.
Now, you ordered that from UK, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is good. This jacket is like fucking...
It's like weighs 20 pounds.
Yeah, it's thick as fuck. They should do more records with those jackets. Anyway, this one is great. Everyone should buy it now because it's like $12. It's the latest records for day, you know?
How you should rank all the Record Store Day Larry Carell's.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do a Twitch stream and play all of them. Let me talk about it. Okay, so yeah.
Because I have the Village Vanguard one. That's good. But
This one's really good too. The stuff he did with the 11th House, they only did like 3 records, I think, and I've got this one and another one where they're all wearing like leisure suits, which is pretty badass. But
the one with the staircase is the famous one, right?
Yeah. This is one of the ones that Joe Harley recommended, Benny Wallace. This is on Enjoy, yeah.
Can you reenact that album cover?
Did you listen to it? Did you listen to it?
Yeah, it's great. He's an awesome player, man.
He is a really excellent.
He's awesome. He's got David Holland and Elvin Jones on it. What else you need?
He looks like Jerry Mulligan's stunt double.
But I feel like stylistically, it's not my favorite, but he's so good. Like his abilities are just incredible on it.
I actually have an ECM record of his.
This one came in this week.
Yeah.
I got that one.
Yeah.
That pressing.
Nathan Davis, Kenny Clark, Woody Shaw.
Do any of you guys have the original of his Segway record?
No.
Hey, yeah, Brandon.
No. Oh, yes, Rob, you have it. Didn't you pick that up?
Yeah, I have.
It's like $100 bucks. I thought
I got it sealed for $80, but the hole's offsetter, so it plays like this.
Okay.
Plays bad or
no? It plays like
that was that guy that had a bunch on eBay, and I kicked myself for not buying one.
No, I bought one of them. Apparently, what had happened, I believe, is the company went out of business, like the studio that made the records, and they also had the label. Mm-hmm. So when they closed up, they sold off everything, and they found a box of them. Yeah. So I guess this guy bought a bunch.
Yeah.
I got it for $80, and that record goes for $200. It was sealed.
In that condition, yeah.
It was sealed.
There's at my record store.
I was too slow.
The hole was not centered, so it plays a little. If you go watch my opening, I did an opening of it. You can see that it plays a little thing. But here you go. Record Safari has this on the. I bet it's still there on the wall.
Hang on.
I look just like Chris.
Records. Yeah, but you didn't buy it, bro. You should buy it.
Okay,
it's $400.
$400 for that.
Offer him $300 and see if he'll take it.
Is that the same record?
No.
I've never even
seen that on Segway as well.
This is on Tomorrow International.
Because I think Segway only did like 4 records, and 2 of them are his. I think.
Right, but this you can't get his stuff. I don't understand. Whoever has the rights to Nathan Davis, repress his shit.
He took the master tapes to the grave, man.
Hey, by the way, too, Brandon, is this the one you're talking about?
What? Oh no, it's
that's good.
I'm talking about the ones on Blue.
It's got naked ladies on it.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
It's a live album. It's good, but for me, he's great, but none of his albums are a full album to me. There's a few songs that are good, but he conceptually can't put out a full album.
I don't know.
That's why those best albums are good.
The one on the black cover with the really cool artwork that's on that record's really amazing. I'll find it.
I've been finding OGs of his stuff, and I so want to like them, but they're just not a full album to me.
I agree with you. Oh, I got more shit.
Just one thing, going back to to Benny Wallace.
Yes.
All right, the Audio Quest recordings. I think you can get maybe one of them on vinyl, but those I think there's Audio Quest, and there's another Inja that he did late, but those are the ones that are produced by Joe Harley, and they're really good. There's one with Tommy Flanagan, Eddie Gomez, I can't recall who's on drums. But it's really good. And then there's one that's called Someone to Watch Over Me. And then he did some recordings for, and this may be also produced by Joe Harley, on Groove Note. And
we can't hear you. We're leaving now. We can't hear you.
That's available on LP also. On Groove Note. They have a picture of Benny Wallace, and it's like a blue tinge cover.
And what year were those recorded? About approximately?
Gosh.
Approximately.
I want to say, gosh, then maybe in the 90s, or even the Audio Quests were probably the 80s or 90s. But the groove note, maybe even the 2000s. Let me see, because I have it.
Okay.
Let me bring up my disc.
All right, I got some more shit.
Wait. Let me jump in.
Well, I was never done with my first
All
first
right,
program.
fine,
Then go for it. Do it.
No, it's okay.
No, I'd go for it. Seriously.
All right. Well, I was gonna just go a few records. Go back to Mike.
What?
Please.
On groove, and that's 2001.
Okay.
And you can get different versions on vinyl. You can get a regular 180 gram single one. You can get the 45 RPM version, and it's a really good recording. Let's see. I think that's Harley too.
Who are the sidemen on it again?
Mulgrew Miller.
Oh wow.
Peter Washington, who's excellent bass player. Louis Nash on drums, excellent drummer. It was produced by Joe Harley, recorded by Joe Marciano, who was, I think he's no longer living, an excellent engineer. Mastered by Bernie Grunman. And I'm trying to see the different versions. Yeah, they have a 180 gram vinyl on Discogs. And it says, let's see. Yeah, they're like, one copy in the US is like 34, 35. And they have the ones which are, how much? Are, let's see, in the 50s, 60s. It's a, it's an excellent recording, and I didn't even know it was available on vinyl until we started talking about Benny Wallace on the Discord,
Wow.
and I looked it up because I have it on CD. But he had quite the run. I don't know what happened. He hasn't been recording in a while, but he had quite the run.
See you, Angelo. All right, Mike, show some records.
What's up?
Said show some records.
All right. Well, I'm going to break down a label real quick. I feel like this will be a fun, and it's also about some VCLT from Brandon. So, okay. So this is a label that is largely ignored. I know people know about it, and people probably have records from them, but their catalog is essentially not the most collected, although it's collected. And I'm talking about Argo.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to show a few records because I feel like it's cool to just kind of like, because everybody's like, Argo, well, that's like Ramsey Lewis and Ahmed Jamal. It's like, yes, that's pretty much what they are. But they also put out some other records that are really cool.
Jazz set records, man. Those are the best.
Yeah, so this is an early one. This is Argo LP 620. This is Clark Terry with Paul Gonzalez on this. And I actually had to import this from Australia, and it's all fucked up here, but the record plays perfect, like mint condition. So I got this, and it's wonderful.
Oh,
wonderful. Mike, what happened?
Miami just hit a 3, and they're up by 4.
Oh,
but it's 10 minutes left. Sorry.
All right. No, that's cool. All right. So Clark Terry on Argo. Next one. This is 1958. Okay, 1958. Think about where you're at in 1958 with Blue.
I was swimming around in my dad's sack.
This is Max Roach. Okay. So, all right. So I think it's a quintet. Yeah. So this is Argo 1958, Max Roach. This is Hank Mobley, Kenny Dorham, George Morrow, and Ramsey Lewis on this. So this is a great one. Great one. Okay. And I feel like I've collected, so the reason why I'm doing all this is because I've collected Argo and I've never bought an Ahmed Jamal or a Ramsey Lewis record. But I love them.
Hey, Mike, I just won a sealed Argo on a eBay auction.
So wait, hold on. So this is Kenny Burrell Trio at the Vanguard. Live Vanguard session with Kenny. I think this is 1958 as well. Let me see if I can. I have to double check it, but it's recorded. Okay, so recorded September 16, 17, 1959 during an actual performance at the Vanguard in New York. Personnel: Kenny Burrell, Richard Davis, Roy Haynes. Yeah, fuck the world. And I haven't been showing you the labels, but that's a promo. Really, really nice. Love this record. Underrated and not very expensive, considering if that was a Blue Note, that'd be like $1,000 record. All right, Chris, you alluded to this earlier. This is Argo LP 664. This must be, we might start getting into like 1960 here. I pulled this out because there's other records that I have from these guys on Argo, but Art Farmer and Benny Golson. And, all right, hold on. It's recorded February 1960, NOLA Studios, New York. Art Farmer, Benny Golson, Curtis Fuller, McCoy Tyner, Addison Farmer, and Lex Humphreys. So,
are you okay? Are you
first,
gonna burst a blood vessel?
First here, and I mean, look, you got Curtis Fuller on the bone.
You can still get that record for $25.
That's Art Farmer, obviously. Benny Golson. We all look. If you don't know Benny Golson is on Monin, on Art Blakey's Monin. So if I feel like for some reason, like that Jazz Messengers lineup doesn't resonate with people. Lee Morgan, Bobby Timmons, Benny Golson. Benny Golson's on this. This is with Curtis Fuller, who's also another Blue Note star. So this is great. You got to get this.
And Benny Golson basically wrote Lee Morgan Volume 3 and City Lights.
Mm-hmm. You got to, I mean, Jazz Tet, you got to have some Jazz Tet. And then finally, before I show the VCLT, Babyface Willett behind the 8-ball. So you got some organ. Got that organ going. And yeah, so this is recorded at Terre Mar. Did somebody mention Terre Mar earlier that they wanted them to reissue something? Well, whatever. So it's Babyface Willett, Ben White guitar, Gerald Donovan drums, and Gene Barg alto. And it's good. His Blue Note stuff, he has Face to Face, and then there's another one I can't remember.
Yeah,
It's a little.
He's got a few.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he's also sideman too. But
he's the one where he's playing chess, and I forget what it's called.
He did die young, so he didn't record too much. But this is good. It's raw. It's way more. I don't know, unpolished. For a lack of a way to describe it.
I feel like that one used to be dirt. That used to be dirt cheap, and now I've seen it like $30-$40 on the wall. So,
oh yeah, it's definitely more expensive.
There is a reissue. Actually, there's a reissue that Kevin Gray did, I think.
I wonder if he got sampled by some band, and then
who knows? All right, so those are just some really cool Argos. So now, what I want to show is Brandon. I bought a record from him, and he threw this in for free. And I definitely sampled this because I got into Argo and I was buying the stuff I wanted, but I didn't buy any Ramsey Lewis. But this was the Ramsey Lewis I was considering buying, and you threw it in, so that was very cool. This is Stereo Stretching Out. I've listened to this like 4 times in the past 2 days. I just keep putting it on. It's so good. And yeah, they're not even like stretching out on this, honestly. Like side 1 has 5 tracks on it, and side B has 5 tracks too. So they're not stretching out too much, but it's a cool record. So thank you. And this is on Argo Stereo.
It's good holiday music. Put it on.
It's also like near mint, perfect condition.
Yeah, I mean you can still get those near mint for like cheap.
Well, anyway, it has beautiful glossy copper stereo. I mean, you could look at that reflection. It's a real. So thank you for this because now it's my Ramsey Lewis record.
I try to throw in a bargain record when I sell a record.
Yeah. Here's the one I won sealed on an eBay auction.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah, that's at the that's out of like a club or a lounge.
At the DJ Lounge.
Yeah, it's
It wasn't that I won it for $8. It's sealed. Hopefully it's not warped.
Yeah, that's cool.
But it's an OG Argo.
Yes, I've had that before. I gave it to Chris, and Chris has it now.
Oh,
Chris?
Mike, if you're gonna get a Charles Lloyd, this one's pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And check out the lineup. It's this is my favorite. It's Don Friedman on piano, who I love, Eddie Kahn on bass, and Roy Haynes on drums.
Mm.
It's a quartet, and it's kind of in that area that I love, where it's kind of slightly post bop, but it's still a bop record.
I found a mint OG copy yesterday too of this.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, stereo. I've never seen. I have the green label monos, but I've never seen a stereo. Really
Have you played it? Have you played that?
Yeah.
How's it sound?
Since it's with an orchestra, even though it's recorded in stereo, it sounds like it's mono.
Mm.
They make a big deal on the back here about the stereo recording process.
You know, Julius, her name is backed by the Kenny Burrell, or not Kenny Burrell.
Well, there's Stanley Kessel plays guitar.
Yeah. Kessel.
I have the two Julie records are insane.
Well, the second one, is it still the same group?
Basically, yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Let
me find it.
Oh, I used to have a stereo Liberty of this.
Wasn't that put out on Contemporary?
Was it?
I thought so.
I had never seen it. Anyway, it's
Barney Castle.
It's a Rumsey Lighthouse, but it's got Benny Golson and Lee Morgan.
Yeah, I'm probably just mixing up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of one of those records where, certain people play on, like, it looks like it's this huge band or whatever, but then some guys are playing on some tracks and some guys are playing on the other tracks.
Yeah, I think Sonny Clark at one point played for the Lighthouse, like the All-Star group. There's so many musicians that went through there, and I feel like all those albums are, like you mentioned, like every track is different.
Yeah, and the sound quality's not out. It's not going to blow you away.
Does anybody have a Lighthouse All-Stars besides just the Lee Morgan? I mean,
I have the one where it's flute and oboe. It's an OJC.
Is it good?
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, that's the one with is it with Herbie Mann?
I don't think he's on that.
But it's the one with the flute on the cover, right?
Yeah.
Black and white. Yeah.
Well, it has yellow. It has yellow in it.
That actually came out as a 10-inch first with less tracks, and then it was released in, I think it's like a 57 and a 58.
Mike, are the Knicks coming back?
It's still close. But I just want to show something. I'll just preface it. I'll show something that I'd shown before. I had shown this before. This is Joe Henderson, An Evening with Joe Henderson, with Val Foster, Charlie Hayden. It's from '87. It's on an Italian label called Red Record. And it was next. I had this on CD first. It's next to impossible to find the vinyl. I found a copy, but the reason I'm showing it is they've actually started to reissue these. And after this, Joe Henderson did another album. It was called The Standard Joe, and it's with Al Foster and Rufus Reed. I had that on CD. I don't recall it ever coming out on vinyl, but I got the LP of it.
Wow.
So they're reissuing that, or just the Red Records?
Red Records also. There's a lot of Cedar Walton, but the problem is you can't get them it's hard. If you can't get them in the U.S., you have to order them overseas. I had actually emailed, and these are the songs.
Okay,
I emailed Red Records, and then they said, "Oh, here's our American distributor." Then I emailed the distributor, and they never got back to me. So I ended up ordering this from the Jazz Messengers website, which is based in Spain.
It looks like you can order them from Red Records too. No?
No, because I tried to, and then that's when they shot me an email back, basically saying you should go through our distributor.
Now, Mike, where is that in his catalog?
This is okay. All right, this one right here is after the State of the Tenor at the Vanguard. That was 80, 85 or 86.
Okay.
This is 87.
Okay.
Then comes this, which is, what year is this?
How do they sound? How does that one sound?
They sound good, and they sound good. Not like outstanding quality, but it's good quality. And it was actually, these were done analog too. They have the original tapes.
And is that out of Italy original? Is that
Yeah, Red Records is out of Italy. I have a lot of stuff by them, like Cedar Walton, this drummer Victor Lewis. They did a lot. Bobby Watson. I even have a Walter Davis Jr. solo piano that's really good. But this one, and it's a gatefold.
Mm.
And did they do that live one that you finally got an original of? Did they do that too, or is that a different?
Yeah, the live one is also available, and it has an extra song on it. This one is only one LP. The live one, the reissue, is 2 LPs.
Oh, okay.
And
I've been looking for that one, but like you said, it's really hard to find.
Yeah. But the live one is on the Jazz Messenger website, which I was thinking of. I'll probably end up getting, or I'll have someone bring back from Italy for me.
Well, what do you think about, so when he was doing the Vanguard, that was reissued by Tone Poet, he had Ron Carter on bass, and it looked like that other one had Charlie Hayden?
Yeah, Charlie Hayden.
And also on this Vanguard, he has Al Foster drums.
Right.
And that's it.
Yeah. He played with a lot with Al Foster. The time I saw Joe Henderson, Al Foster was on drums. It was Al Foster, Renee Roseness on piano. I may have been Ron Carter. I would remember if it was Ron Carter. I want to say it was probably Buster Williams, but it was so long ago.
Do you think his chemistry with that group compared to that Charlie Hayden one, like is there a progression?
A progression? I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say progression. It's just different. Charlie Hayden's a different bass player than Ron Carter. It's just total. It's just different. Just like Rufus Reed is different from Ron Carter and Charlie Hayden. Rufus Reed. I don't know. He doesn't. I don't want to say he's less adventuresome, but he doesn't. He doesn't go where Charlie Hayden will go or Ron Carter will go.
Have you seen Charlie Hayden live?
Yes, only once.
How does he perform? Is he like? What does it look like? Is there any performative quality or like intensity that you pick up when you're watching him?
Nothing that I can recall. I mean, it's not many bass players I can recall are like, they're not like big, like a guitar, like they played a bass guitar. I mean, they may smile or something like that or whatever. Christian McBride is, as good as it gets as far as being like, performing, for you. But.
So when Christian McBride plays, is the stage set up since if he's leader, do they put him in the center?
I mean,
or do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, they set it up sort of where he's sort of the focus. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's on a 10-foot platform.
Yeah.
Well, it is different because, like, I could like count the number of like, I know there's probably hundreds, but like between Paul Chambers and like, it's just like there aren't that many bass-led records in the the late 50s, early 60s, I think, compared to other instruments.
And this comes right before these Red records come right before he signed with Verve. They come right before that last big push. I mean, the last big Joe Henderson push comes with the Vanguard recordings, and then it builds up to where he gets he signs with Verve, and that's where he ended his career at. And these are the two that are in between the State of the Tenor and Lush Life. But I mean, any Joe Henderson, I don't know if there's a bad Joe Henderson recording.
I'm sorry, he does Lush Life?
No, that's the first album he did on Verve.
Okay.
I
love that song.
CD only?
Yeah, the Verve stuff is all CD. Just none of that has been that I know of, at least in the United States. Because sometimes you'll find like a European copy of stuff that wasn't available in the United States. But I know Jocko is animated, but that's a different different vibe, a different era. Than Hayden and Ron Carter.
You want to see some more records I got?
Sure. Yes.
All right. Cool. This is cool. This first one, I like this. So it's called Ethnic Expressions. It's Roy Brooks on I don't remember the label now. Shit. Oh, Imhotep. So this is like him and it's the Smallest Paradise. It's like just this artistic group that he put together. So it's really cool. So there's like some spoken poetry, there's some singing and stuff. It's really cool record.
Wait. So I'm sorry. Yeah. Who is there a leader on? Is there a leader?
Yeah, Roy Brooks.
Okay, Roy Brooks.
Yeah. Is that Eddie Jefferson? Yeah, Eddie Jefferson. Okay.
Yeah, Jefferson's on it. Yeah, and Black Rose, and then I don't know who else is on here. Reggie Workman's on it. I don't know anybody else. But yeah, that's really cool. And it's on P-Vine, which is the label that's about to release those two Clifford Jordan Strata East record reissues, right?
Yep. I just want to admit that Roy Brooks, I sometimes confuse with Roy Haynes.
Yeah.
I'll admit that.
Shame.
Wow.
Yeah. On Record Store Day too. I found this and this is really good. I like this one. It's the Max Roach, Archie Shep. You got this, didn't you, Mike?
Yes.
I'd like to hear what you think.
I got both. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I'm copying a link.
So I got both of these, right? So this is the other one. This was in France. This one, sound-wise, is not as good as this one, I think. But they're both really good music. And for what you can buy them for now on Discogs, you can probably get each one of them for $20, $25. And they're both 2 LPs. I mean, if you like Archie Shep, they're cool.
The Roach is it's a duet, right?
Which one?
Well, some of it is them like Max Roach playing drums just by himself.
Yeah.
And some is Archie Shep,
Archie Shep. Right. So this is a question that I've looked into. I've looked on the Hoffman forums. I've tried to find just information about these pressings. Does anybody have P-Vine pressings?
No, I don't.
I just showed one literally 5 seconds ago.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah, like 3 times. It's great.
Okay.
Fine. I mean, they're not like audiophile records to begin with. I don't think.
Well, I'm getting those Clifford Jordans. You think they're going to be good?
I'm getting those.
Yeah,
too.
those will be good.
Yeah,
But there's a Sonny Stitt one that they just put out, and only one guy put a post on Discogs and said he felt there's a little distortion. But I pre-ordered both those Clifford Jordans.
Yeah, me too. And one of them's a double 45, so hopefully that adds to the fidelity.
That's the one I'm getting. I already had the other one because y'all bought me that one. The Pure Pleasure.
What was the Pure Pleasure?
Yeah,
a 45 or no?
No, it's not. This is cool. So this is one of the records that Joe Harley recommended on our show. I only listened to it once. I need to listen to it again because I don't really remember. I don't really have an opinion about it yet. I mean, I like the way it sounded and stuff, but
well, hold on. What label was that on? Show the label.
Soul Note.
Come on,
slow down, man. Slow down. It's Soul Note.
Break
Yeah,
it down, baby.
Yeah.
Soul Note. I mean, come on. You can't pass showing a Soul Note label.
I mean, yeah. So I bought it from Italy, and then the guy packed it like in a homemade box across the ocean. So cover got a little messed up, but whatever.
What
did it smell like? Did it smell like tomato sauce?
Yes.
Yeah. There was some pepperoni in
Did it smell like a lady fart?
No, not at all. Do you know this guy at all? Richie Kaluka? Yeah. Yeah, his records are cheap. I got this for like $3, I think. But it's got Ray Brown, Dave Frischberg, and Herb Ellis on it. So I love Ray Brown and Herb Ellis. So yeah, I got another one of his records. They're pretty good. He's a good sax player. And then this one is one of my other favorites that I've gotten recently. So this is Howard Wells called Rendezvous with the Sun. And so he's an organ player. It's really badass. He did a lot of stuff with the Grateful Dead. And then the people that put this out are the same people that put out like all those Record Store Day releases. Has anybody heard this record?
No.
No, y'all should check it out. You should just stream it. It's fucking awesome. Oh yeah, and I bought this because somebody recommended it, and it's cool. It's Record Store Day.
I heard that's good.
Yeah, it's good. What kind of goes wrong with the thing from this Record Store Day with all the left bank stuff?
That's excellent. That's one of the best ones out of the whole left bank series.
Yeah, it's $25 on Discogs. I mean, that's the cool thing. So you can get a copy of.
I love that. That's my favorite Record Store Day of that.
Nice.
Group too.
What's the lineup on that, Chris? With
let me see.
I know it's Albert Daly on piano.
Is it like early 80s?
1971.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Let's see. George Coleman, Danny Moore on trumpet, Albert Daly on piano, Larry Ridley on bass, and Harold White on drums.
Now, the thing about Albert Daly, along with Kenny Barron, those two are like Stan Getz' favorite pianists. And there's an excellent album with just Stan Getz and Albert Daly. It's called The Poet, I think it is. That's really good. I think it's on Elektra. And if you can find that, cheap. It's beautiful. I mean, late period, what I call late period Getz is the best Getz. Yeah, I just think his playing is just so much. His tone is so buttery. The stuff with Kenny Barron at the end of his life is just sublime.
Wow.
What's the one?
I got a record.
Just one?
Actually, hold on. Baggy, what's up with you?
Yeah, Baggy, what's up? What did you get today? Did I miss you showing?
Well, I have a long presentation.
Oh shit!
All right, well, let's get into it. Let's go.
Do it? Okay.
Yeah, do it.
Rob, is Rob here?
Rob, come back. Baggy needs you.
Well, no, we'll address it when he comes. So I went to. I have this up here on this hill. It's like the villages in Florida, like a mini version of that. People from all over the country are coming to retire there, and some of the people are pretty hip and they've got good taste. Like this lady. Okay, this this sale was nuts because she has an extensive collection of Asian bowls and art prints, books, like anything you can think of. Like they collected all this stuff. So there was like 1,000 Chinese people there. There was like a million other people. All the people gathering around that knew her, had been in the house and like knew what was in there, like the neighbors and shit. And then so it was really, really crowded. I got there early and I was still only like 50th in line, but no one was going there for the records. Everyone wanted all the artifacts and shit.
Okay.
So I had to find the room. It was in this tiny little walk-in closet where they put the records. And I get in there. There's one girl in there looking through the classical stuff. And I didn't look in I thought the jazz was all in the box on the left. But anyway.
Some lady beat you out.
This lady, so I grabbed everything out of the first box. I found some really cool shit. And I had brought this box with me and I was putting it away. And when I turned around, this other lady came and she was looking in the middle box. And all of a sudden I'm seeing all this jazz shit in the middle box. And she passes by. She's going like this. She's taking the records and like I do, taking them out of the box and placing that to show that these are the ones I'm selecting. And then she's flipping. Mm-hmm. Well, she's flipping. She flips past a fucking, was that an OG? Blue Note?
There's an OG.
Didn't have an address
on it. Midnight Blue.
Yeah.
New York label.
And it wasn't even like messed up or scratchy. It was like, yeah. So she passed by it and now this is where I fucked up. I looked at her and go, do you not want that Kennedy? Can I get that Kennedy? She's like, then she looks at me and she's like, no, these are the ones I want. So she changed up to her shit. She like,
damn it, dude.
I let her because she didn't know what the fuck she was looking at. I don't know why she was picking out all the jazz stuff. She was specifically picking up all the jazz albums, but she obviously didn't know anything about it because we had to explain to her what the Blue Note record was.
In the first rule, you don't make friends with them. Let her go through there, and then you go next.
Yes.
No, I should have said nothing. I should. If she
never,
took
it's like the cops, man.
Like as soon as
other people at record stores and places like this are like the police in real life.
I went to Larry David her and go,
the
other records that you chose, you put out of the box and moved to the side,
Well,
and the music would play.
I've made this mistake as well. I feel like I get overly excited about something and I want to share it.
I was all flustered.
You kind of just have to be cool about it.
You listen, Baggy. If I could teach you anything, learn how to be a dick by just acting like me.
Just
true.
You don't react. You don't react.
Yeah. Now I know.
Oh.
That record's gonna haunt me forever.
But did she get? Anyway, do you know if she got anything else that you thought was good?
Well, did you remember the picture I sent you last night? What was that?
She got the Jerry. It was a Jerry Mulligan. That's all I saw.
Yeah, she got that one.
Well, show us
that was in the middle box.
He got good stuff. He did get.
So anyway, I hate when they do this. I didn't know what the prices were until I got down to the line, and they're like, "Oh, we wrote them inside the sleeves in pencil." I'm like, because on the sign it said everything's $2.
Yeah.
So it wasn't all $2, but they're not bad prices, I don't think. So when I went back up to put the stuff I didn't want away, because after I put back a ton of records because it was mostly all like Verve.
Can you show the label of that? I love the Liberty label. Beautiful label. If it's a turquoise one, let's see.
God, this is the original sleeve.
It's like the one I just showed. The turquoise is mono, and black is stereo.
Still very beautiful.
It looks like it's in good shape. Through my monitor. I mean, it is.
Yes. So, good lord. Okay. Yeah, that's not going back.
All right. Was that the original shrink wrap, Baggy?
Huh?
Was that the original onion shrink wrap?
Yep. Yeah.
That thing is probably like unplayed.
No, I can see some surface scratches
on it. The one I just showed is unplayed, Mike.
I've got that. That's what do you have you listened to that yet, Baggy?
No, I see it all the time though, so I know it's one.
It actually is a good record, but
how much did you pick that up for?
Let's see. Everything costs $98 altogether, I think.
Okay.
But I'm buying some of them from him.
$3.
Yeah,
that's about that record. If you pay $10, you pay too much for that.
All the classical was $2, but they didn't have. They didn't have a lot of there was no oh my god stuff in the classical.
That's a London. Is that a mono?
No.
And can you show the label?
This is like a 70s London.
London also has a beautiful label.
Is it a U.S. London?
I prefer the Decas to the Londons. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Here's a beautiful label. Wow. Well, I'll just put that in.
We're not showing the label.
I so want to get into Charlie Bird, but I can't.
I told him, Charlie Birds, they're not that desirable, but that is a mono OG.
Yeah, this is unplayed. It still has the fucking paper burn on it. There's no.
That's beautiful.
So whoever is in it does like this guy. Well, maybe we can flip this one. It's not worth anything, huh?
No, it probably is. So we'll talk about it afterwards.
If it's clean, it's probably worth $10.
Yeah, it looks really.
If anybody wants it, let me know. I didn't have this one. I have the other, famous one. I didn't have this.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Well, that one's
pretty grab it.
Nice.
That's a great record, and you got that's a promo.
Rob,
yeah, she had a ton of Verve and a ton of Duke Ellington stuff, and I put a lot of it back because it just was going to get too expensive.
Sounds like my grandmother's collection.
Rob, is that a wall record that Stan gets when you just showed?
No.
Okay.
But I mean, it's not a cheap. I mean, it's not a $10 record.
Right.
Not anymore.
I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, that looks great, man. Very nice.
I'm so ecstatic that you're getting into Carteria, Mike. Oh, did you watch the Jerry Mulligan, Amy Nolte video I posted in the Discord?
I think I watched a little bit of it, but I didn't watch the whole thing.
Watch the whole thing, dude. It is so good. Everyone watch that. It's really worth watching.
Oh yeah.
This is like one of those verbs that looks like an impulse, but it's not the way it's set up.
That's the one with full strings, right? Full orchestra.
Yeah.
Let me see.
It's the elevator music.
Is it really?
I mean I think that people like that record. So
where Stan gets you to the 4th floor.
Yeah. Ladies lingerie. How's that look?
6i. Well, this was always stereo, right?
6i stereo.
How does it look though?
Oops, sorry.
It's got a few minor surface scratches.
Can you show the cover again? I'm just curious to see the cover.
Got the original inner.
That's cool. Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
These covers are about this. All these covers are pretty much around the same shape as that other Sail and Temecula that we did.
Oh, that's cool.
God damn it.
Now, he does have some good ones coming up.
Why don't you just say "bless your heart" every time?
There's nothing wrong with it.
Hey, it's not fucking pure color.
Hey, look, Baggy, if you want to come up here and play with the big boys, you gotta.
No, I'd have that record in my collection for sure. Oh, interesting. Gary McFarlane.
That's the one with orchestra too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gary McFarlane was like Gil Evans.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that label?
Yeah, it's a nice impulse.
Oh, nice.
That looks like maybe it's in really nice shape.
I can't even see any surface scratches on this.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're getting to the two big ones soon.
I know.
All right.
These ones Rob is gonna steal from you for.
Well, one is Rob's for sure, but he might not want it after I explain to him what I discovered.
Uh-oh.
And if he doesn't, I'll keep it because I actually listened to it and I thought it was pretty fucking amazing. I never liked her before. Patrick gave me one of these, but I think this one might actually be it, because he gave it to me for free. It's like one of his freebie records.
Yeah.
This is way cleaner.
Nice.
This doesn't have any scratches at all. So I might give away that one he gave me.
Oh.
Well, actually, the sleeve is torn up, so maybe I can swap the sleeves. I don't know. Okay.
Drum roll, please. The
Well,
village.
I don't know if it's that exciting, but
Oh yeah, that is
Oh,
exciting.
that's very exciting. Wow.
Now,
okay, Rob. Here's the bad news.
Down, though. That's
yeah,
a,
what's
a
the
trio.
bad?
That's her stripped down
So
one. Right?
I gave you a Vinyl Storage Solutions gatefold.
Yeah,
I took it to my record doctor. I only used water. I didn't use any chemicals at all.
Yeah.
Cleaned it off. There's a unfeelable scratch on the first track of both sides.
yeah.
Not the whole track, but like about a good couple, maybe a minute or two.
It's a tick.
It's a tick, and it goes through the introduction of both the first tracks on each side, side one and side two. Tick, tick, tick.
So,
And
so
it doesn't go throughout the whole track, but it goes through like on the first one it's a little bit longer. On the second side, it's only like maybe 30 seconds in, but the first one is maybe like a good minute in. So if you don't want it, I understand, and I'll keep it.
No.
$25. It was.
Yeah, that's. I mean, surprisingly, that record doesn't go for astronomical money.
Yeah, because I don't know if you want it, because I could see
I have a
there's
superior Viaduct copy of it. I actually have an extra one if anyone's interested.
Oh, by the way, I cannot find this on Discogs at all. This specific.
Well, I can tell you. So, Baggy, I saw the label. So at the top,
label doesn't look like anything on Discogs, unfortunately.
Well, the thing is, at the top, the Impulse and the ABC boxes are separated. There's space in between them.
Yeah, all the ones on Discogs, the little date was on top, and this one it's all together.
Yeah, but are you using the dead wax number?
The dead wax number, it's like missing parts of.
What's the name of the record? Let me see if I can find it.
Lord of Lords.
Yeah, it's a awesome record.
It is. I just testing out the record. I was like, holy shit, this is Alice Culture. Because in the 90s, I listened to her first Impulse album, and I decided, oh, she's not for me, and I never gave her another chance. This is really fucking cool. Really fucking cool.
Her stuff is great. Yeah,
it's not as valuable because it doesn't have Pharoah Sanders, and the ones with Pharoah Sanders are.
But it's definitely not an audiophile album. So if this follows the kind of line that where Chad didn't want to do that Pharoah Sanders, I don't think he would ever want to do this one either.
The Superior Viaduct sounds really good. So.
Does it really? I mean that's not the point of the it's not it's supposed to be audible. This is one I'm keeping. I hope I haven't tested this one yet.
Wait, hold on, Baggy.
Hold on, great dude.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on, Baggy. Just stand still and just show the rest of us the record.
Let's look at this. I'll get it out while we're reading because I never looked at the condition of this one.
I have the 45 AP 45 of it.
Me too. It's a great fucking record.
Which is what I would have ended up buying if I hadn't found. This is unplayed.
How much you pay for that one?
18.
Yeah, okay, that's a great deal.
Yeah, for sure.
But surprisingly, that doesn't go for astronomical money.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because Bill Evans has 5,000 different records you can buy.
Which one is it? Which one's it? I missed the cover.
Live at Montreux.
Yeah.
Okay. I think. What did you pay for that Sketches of Spain? That looked like a killer deal.
Oh, yeah. Now that I've seen the condition of it, I assumed it was going to be jacked up, but I bet again they can look really nice, and then you put them on the record player, and it's like
that one's so quiet for the first 3 minutes that if it's
this was $4.
Yeah, that's a good deal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That might be your score.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I already bought that. Remember when I first met you guys, and you told me to get that one version,
the mono,
the like earlier 2000s or the earlier version. Yeah. I bought that, so.
Yeah, that mono Kevin. I think Kevin graded them all in 2013. It's fucking great. They're cheap.
Yeah, so I don't think this is the last time I'm going to end up going to that complex because it's like huge retirement condos, detached condos that are like, it covers this whole like hill range back here, and yeah, and that's not the only retirement community around me too. So I'll just keep looking every weekend.
That Alice Coltrane Lord of Lords That is most likely a 72 pressing. I would be very confident. There are 17 copies from 72 available, including promos, and the cheapest one is $50, and it's a VG.
Yeah, I saw that $50 one. That's why I wanted to ask Rob, because it's not. I mean,
yeah. So if you pay 25, that's a great deal.
I got this, of course. I finally got this from Mike and Groove.
Oh, cool.
That's nice.
Got pictures and stuff inside.
I remember this movie.
This is one of my favorite movies of all time. This was so hard to get. I was so lucky. I barely got it from Mike. There's only 400 of those made in U.S. and 400 in Europe. Okay. So that's it till next time I find another sale someplace.
That's awesome, man. Good stuff.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, much better than last weekend. Although I like the records I got. I mean, I was really stoked to get those Bruce Springsteens and the Creedence and the musical ones, but no one else gave a shit.
Cool. All right.
We got Felipe.
Can I show something I got this week? But yes. I'm not keeping.
You're in an echo chamber. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Is it flat? Is it flat?
So this record has a lip warp. So lip warps, they cannot be fully fixed. They're really hard because it's mostly like a heat kind of issue on one spot. However, it's got better, Brandon, and it doesn't skip. At least when I play, it didn't skip.
That's good.
He's doing that.
I'm gonna cook it one more cycle and then send it back. And then let me know.
Dr. Felipe is giving my record a facelift.
Yeah.
With no scalpels, okay?
No scalpels.
Yeah. Let me see what else. Everybody.
A lot of Novocaine.
That. Yeah. I think I showed most of those I showed on Rob's streams on Tuesday, but I didn't get many more records to the end of the week. So this is a killer one. I highly advise everyone to get this record.
What label is that on? Oh, contemporary. Okay.
Yeah, it's a OG 64 mono.
Oh wow.
Leroy Vinegar and Frank Butter. It's really good. It's
There's
really
a stereo version too, right?
Yes, yes, and the music is outstanding. No, I think I don't even remember how much I paid for that. $15, but
nice.
It's like near mint.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, his records don't go for a lot of money.
Yeah.
No. Another one. Okay, Rob, don't tease me. Everything is from the Tuesday streaming. This one, Joe Hardy's recommendation. Get it. It's crazy good.
What?
Oh yeah.
What's it on?
Did you buy all the copies?
No.
No, I just bought one. Henry Treadgill, Easily Slip into Another World.
So RCA Novus.
It's on Novus, yes.
Who's on there with him?
So Henry Treadgill, alto, tenor, clarinet, and arranger. Razor Siddick, trumpet. Frank Lacey, trombone. French horn. Deirdre Murray, cello. Fred Hopkins, bass. Firoan Aklaf and Reggie Nicholson, drums. Recorded in 1987. It has some vocals too, but it's amazing. It's so groovy, really well recorded. Great stuff here. And that's the where is that? It's a promo copy.
Nice.
It's really well sounding, and the music is great. It's really engaging. I highly recommend. So maybe it's the record to sell out this weekend.
Yeah, I like I love Henry Threadgill's work. Right now, he basically has like two groups that he can that he runs, and they play his compositions. He actually did a show in New York last Friday, and nice. I think Tuesday his autobiography is coming out. So and a new recording is supposed to come out also.
Mike, did he do movie soundtracks for things too?
Not that I'm aware of. It wouldn't shock me if he did, but I'm not aware of it.
Yeah. So Mike, actually, I got yesterday Jason Moran's exhibition book.
Oh,
It's fantastic. Everybody should get that.
Yeah.
It's a great book.
It's funny, speaking of Henry Threadgill, a few years ago, Jason Moran produced, ran like a whole concert series and dedicated to the Henry Threadgill's music, and had a variety of Henry Threadgill's groups perform. So, and that's Jason Moran performed in one of Henry Threadgill's groups.
That's great. Another Joe Harley recommendation just got in this week.
Oh, that's great.
The Artie Chap and Horace Parlin. That's the volume. There's 2 volumes. I think that's the number 2. I think it's on Steepletrace. Great record.
You like it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Horace Parlin by itself. I mean, I just love his playing. Yeah. And this combination here, Artie Chap, what they're achieving, the way they're playing.
Yeah.
I just didn't buy the second volume because there was one available in the US. I'm just waiting for one to be available in the US.
What about
I have because the other one is like of spirituals and
stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah. How is that? Do any of you guys have the Jason Moran soundtrack to The Human Motion?
Yep. I have it. I mean, I have basically everything he's done as a leader.
What do you think of that one, though? Because
I love it.
I'm eyeballing that one.
That is his first. I think that's his first recording. It's on.
Nice.
Bluetooth. Yeah, that's his first one.
There's a used copy for $12. I think I'm gonna grab it.
Wow.
They put it out, I think, as the part of the 75 series.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cool. Good to know. So some other things that came in this week. Let me see what else here. I finally got. I never heard this record before. I was saving till I actually bought it. I didn't want to stream or anything. I finally got a copy.
Oh, sweet.
That's the Classic Records pressing.
Oh wow.
It's super heavy and thick, plays amazing, and I pay less than half from what Chad asked for his 45.
Is the 45 the same place as Classic?
Is that the 300 gram one?
No,
that's really heavy. I think it's
200. 200.
I think it's just 200, and it is a Bernie Grandma cut.
It's the same. Is it 45 or 33, Felipe?
33.
How's it sound?
It sounds unbelievable. It sounds heavenly. Really, really good. It's a nice session. Really nice session. Recorded well. What else did I get? I know people don't get too much love for vocals, but this is her first record. I bought on Bandcamp on a gold one.
Oh yeah.
The band is top notch, and she sings like no one else, man. It's just unbelievable.
That's cool.
Yeah. What else? The Pat Martini is downstairs. I can show later. So I have 3 more to show. This one I got from Mike from Germany, Mike F.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he sent me this one along with the record match that we're talking about. So piano duo, Mark Noble, Mike Gerber. Really looking forward to this cleaning. So I'm going to play
for you, Felipe. You got illegal records.
I'm excited about your Mark Knopfler records.
I got documents, okay?
No.
And 2 more records that came from Portland, Oregon that I'm not returning. First, this one here, Junior Men's Trio.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We're just talking about Junior Men's, right?
Wow, look at that Capitol label. It looks like they're ripping off Impulse. Look at that. Can you put that little circle on the cover up by the
before Impulse existed.
What year? That's
Let's say what's the year here?
Well, Impulse was founded in 62, right? 62?
Yeah, Capitol was kind of earlier than that, right?
Impulse
Yes.
is ripping off that one.
Yeah, there you
This
go.
has been. This has. I haven't run this through the machine yet, but the label's pretty cool.
It's the
But
gold.
that's like
Yeah.
because you could get that Miles Davis, the Into the Cool. What
Birth
is it
of the
called?
Cool.
Birth of the Cool.
Yeah.
That was like the early '60s label, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Well, Birth of the
I've
Cool
seen
had a
that one.
teal labeled. It had like
The
a
original ones are they're
turquoise.
teal. But
Turquoise.
The ones I've
And-
seen have that Dimension and Jazz label.
All right, so it looks like Impulse started in '60. That seems a little early. I mean, maybe it was made in '60, but I feel like
that's the Capitol stereo, the gold, and the monos are teal.
oh, got it. What do you have?
Here's the original Birth of the Cool.
Hang on.
So Birth of the Cool is only mono, right?
I
Oh,
think so.
it's a 49, 48, right?
I think it's only mono. And is George Russell? Is George
think it's
Russell
a
on Birth of
song,
the
but I
Cool?
feel like it was released in like '54 or something like that.
Who's on Birth of the
You
Cool?
see
Can
the
you give
label?
us a rundown?
It's 9 players.
This is the
It's a no-match.
Okay.
this one. I got this because it was so clean. Even though this isn't my favorite genre, Miles. There's the front.
Very
Well,
nice.
who's on it?
Oh, sorry, everybody's on there.
Lick Collins, Jerry Mulligan,
Jerry Mulligan,
Miles.
John Lewis,
Johnny
I think.
Mercer, George Wallington,
Mhm.
John Lewis, Johnny Carisi. It's like an everybody on different tracks.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
So Kai Winding, John Barber, Lee Konitz,
Yeah.
Al Haig. I mean, it's like it's like 3 different groups or 4 different groups.
Mhm.
Bunch of beboppers, man.
It's bebop.
Max Roach is on drums on a lot of it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I've always wanted a copy of that. I just haven't found one yet.
That's an expensive record. Originals go for like $90 now.
Yeah.
Rob, any thoughts on that price?
He's in the can.
Birth of the Cool.
He's making
Yeah,
some
Birth of
mini
the Cool
cards.
OG mono turquoise label. I think is like pretty expensive record.
So Brandon,
In
here's
like that
of the,
condition.
Jason Moran.
Oh, there's the Jason
Yeah,
Moran.
that's
That's the
awesome.
one I'm looking at.
Yeah.
It's on sale.
That's his first one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking at getting that too. That's really
He's
good.
available now.
Yeah, it's really good. It's very affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's $12 used.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
1999. That's not good.
Yeah, I might buy that right now.
Let me do it first.
No.
And then Felipe was showing Samara Joy. I just want to show a vocal album that I picked up this week. That's freaking phenomenal. This
I saw that record.
Yeah. Now I think there's only one song that's in English, but I mean it just is. It is really. It is so good, and it's based on this. I forgot what century, but it's a myth about this woman who meets, I guess her partner, and she basically tells him that he can't see her on Saturdays. Everything will be fine as long as you don't see me on Saturdays. And of course, someone gets in his ear, and he takes a peek at her on a Saturday, and basically she's from the waist down she's a snake or a serpent. But it's so good. The music, her vocals are really good. Here's the back of it.
I don't think that would bother me if she was a snake on Saturdays.
Yeah, it was
You know what? That's what I always suspect about most of you because we only see you from the.
We already know you work for the lizard people, Rob.
And then what I also picked up this right here. This Joe Lovano and
Paul Motion. The tribute to Paul Motion.
Yeah, it is.
How is
really,
it?
It is good. You know, first I streamed it a few months ago, and you know I was on the subway listening to it. It didn't grab me, but then I was like, I'm all in on anything with Joe Lovano. So I said, okay, I bought it, sat down and listened to it. It is really good. They get the whole motion, you know.
Is it a recent release?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Like 2022? 20?
What is it? Yeah, 2022. I think the vinyl came out 2023.
Yeah, I've been seeing it's on sale too. The cover makes you want to buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they get that whole late Paul Motion aesthetic down. Because last night I actually listened to Paul Motion, Joe Lovano, and Bill Frisell live at the Vanguard, and it's just freaking amazing. It's just amazing that it's those three guys, and it sounds like it's more than three guys playing. But so yeah, those. I mean, when I sat down and listened, I think I've listened to it twice, and I really love it. So.
What happened to Baggy? He just left.
Mm-hmm.
You scared him away.
Bunch of lounge.
You know,
I have one more.
Up here next time and shows you his hard-earned record.
Hey, just
applaud him.
hold on. Just a question about what Mike showed. The soundtrack to Human Motion by Jason Moran.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a 75th anniversary release on vinyl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they put out, they did a bunch, a few. They also did put out Joe Lovano live at the Village Vanguard for the 75th anniversary, and that's two LPs.
There's a US version and a European pressing. I've heard European pressings are better. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I've heard that too for 75th series. I only have one.
I think they're all optimal, right?
The European ones sound the same though. They're just tend to be
quieter,
better pressed.
Yeah.
All right.
But I mean, that was a digital record to begin with, probably, right? Like, when was that recorded?
Which one?
I also don't trust these shops on Discogs to distinguish the European and the US one.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably don't even know what they're looking at because these are all
Jason Moran album. When was that recorded?
Yeah, that's 99. I'm positive.
Digital. So yeah, that's what 75th.
And this 2015, 2015 was the first pressing out vinyl.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's the only option.
That's 75th.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It was on CD too to them.
Yeah, because my CD copy is a promo CD copy that I got.
The 75th sounds fine to WGB. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they're fine, man.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Definitely a step up for sure.
Yeah.
That Fuchsia Swing song sounded amazing, man.
The Blue Note classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's to me, that's one of the better sounding ones.
I agree.
Did anybody get the Dizzy Reese?
The what?
Yeah.
What?
That is so good.
The Dizzy Reese, the classic series.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which one is it? Which Dizzy Reese?
Starbright.
Yeah, Starbright.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That is excellent. That is freaking excellent.
Yeah, that's right. Really good.
Yeah, it is.
I got my copy from Brandon, actually. Right? Yeah. I got my copy from you, Brandon, I think.
I have a king because I got an original.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, that little Johnny C that came out with that is also out. I mean, I listened to it again yesterday. It's very good. I mean, it's straight up hard bop, like done extremely well. That little Johnny C. You know, I think there's probably like a ballad or two on there, but mostly it's like straight ahead.
I sold an OG, or not an OG, but Felipe.
Yeah, I think it's a second press because there's no P. That's just it.
Mine's a second.
Yeah. And I have the Music Matters too.
I have a 66 second pressing mono.
Yeah, that's the same.
Sounds great though. I love those 66s because you can get them a lot cheaper.
Speaking of good records, I have a good one here.
That's it. Yeah.
Was this the special? Oh,
Oh, I know this. Let's see. I'm gonna guess it is the piano. Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I love this one. I like Hank Jones. I think one of my first contact with Hank Jones one was in Elvin Jones' record, Mr. C. The one on Impulse. I think Hank Jones like steals the show on that record, and this one is even amazing. It's a super heavy Savoy, Blood Red, RVG, Donald Byrd, Eddie Jones, Kenny Clark, and Matty Dice. So this Matty Dice is the dicey issue here because I never found anything else about this guy. I even asked some experts. Nobody could give me an answer on this guy.
What if it's a fake name for somebody else?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. I was actually searching, Chris. There's like a guy that's like a scholar in a university, plays trumpet as well, has the same name. So I think it might be the same guy who just recorded a session.
Well, who are the Jones brothers? Right? Didn't it was Hank and there's a few guys. There was Thad. Good. So
Tommy Lee,
Joe,
Brian,
David, Davey.
Did anybody play bass? Ever?
Probably sounds stupid.
That's like It's basically it's trumpet, drums, and piano with those guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, maybe it's a family member.
This is a beautiful record. I really like it.
Yeah.
Really like it. And to the point that we're talking also, even like it's RVG, you can tell if it's a Prestige, if it's a Blue Note or a Savoy. They have a distinct sound at every single level. They sound different.
Oh, sorry.
To my ears, at least. I think the Savoy, they sound a little brighter and bigger, have more echo. I don't know.
Yeah, I like Savoy a lot.
This record sounds a lot like Bird's Word.
Okay.
The way that the sound of the horns especially echoes, and the piano. I think they're a little brighter than Blue Notes, I
think. Here's a question.
Yeah.
What about Phil Wood's material?
What about?
Woody?
Did you type that question? Hold on. Did you type that question?
No, Doc K is not an alter ego of mine. No, all Phil Wood stuff's great. I got a ton.
Hey, you know who did a couple videos on Phil Woods is Jack.
That's right. Jack's moved too. He needs to. Hopefully he'll come up on the stream again soon.
Yeah, if you're interested, he broke down a shitload of his records, and I think he actually, I don't know, I don't think he knew him, but he saw him live. I think a bunch of times. So it's a good experience.
If anybody, there's a really good Phil Woods recording on the Venus label.
Oh yeah, right.
That I'm trying to bring it up on Discogs, but that's really good. It may even be with strings, which generally I'm not a big fan of strings.
Yeah.
But the Phil Woods is really good.
It just came out.
Reissue
just came out.
I
think a reissue or
Well, that's cool.
So what's the deal with the with strings records? Because they must have recorded them thinking they were going to sell them.
Well, they tied because all the musicians were notorious for forgetting stuff, so they would tie strings around their fingers.
Oh, good point, Rob. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, I mean, it was popular at the time, so they did it and they'd sell. Like mood music was popular.
Yeah.
The Sinatra with strings is a good reprise Sinatra record,
bro.
It's a totally different thing.
That's my.
Well, I mean, after the Clifford Brown with strings is the one that I mean, a lot of people like the Charlie Parker with strings, but the Clifford Brown with strings is the one that
It is, yes.
Now, do you know the story? Do you know the story behind that record?
I don't know.
So in the documentary, the reason why he did that record is his wife said, he said, I want, he was very forward and he was like, I want to have a family. I want to have children. She said, I'll I'll have a kid with you if you after you record a record with strings. So he made that record because of her. So it adds a little bit to the story.
So those were the strings attached.
Yeah. Part of their prenup.
But the Phil Woods is called The Thrill Is Gone. Phil Woods' The Strings. It's on Venus Records. It's from 2003. And it's really good. And it has that Venus cover that they're really well known for.
Yeah.
Yeah, both the Phil Woods that Analog Productions redid are great.
Yeah.
What did they do? Oh, the Prestige ones, yeah.
The Prestige.
Yeah.
Mike, did you ever listen to this record, that Muse record, the Phil Woods?
Yeah, that was excellent.
Yeah.
It's excellent.
The cul-de-sac?
No,
the Musique du Bois.
I know.
Musique du Bois.
I got that. That's really good.
It is really good.
Yeah.
It's one of my
It's
favorite.
with Jackie Byard and Jackie Byard and Phil Woods.
So bye, Mike.
There is
Yeah.
there's
Yeah, I think that's correct.
And that's the fun thing, right? Dubois in French means woods.
Yes.
There's another really good Phil Woods. I know it's not available on vinyl. It's from '88. It's called The Rev and I. It's Phil Woods featuring Johnny Griffin.
The Rev and I?
Yeah.
Was our Rev involved in it? I mean, rock and roll.
And it's really good.
Oh, you should buy that record. Phil Talks with Quill is a great record. I have that. I like all the stuff they did together. I have. And like all the European stuff he did great too.
His record on Epic is like a $multi-$100 record.
Yeah. That one.
I had that and I sold it.
Of that.
I should have just bought it from you.
Oh my gosh!
It's a terrible cover, but it's a great record.
Well, I have the
It is a great
Japanese.
record.
I have a Japanese pressing of it.
This is the Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the one I sold was an OG.
Yeah.
So what I bought was because I wanted that record and I knew I couldn't afford it, So I bought a 7-inch. This is 2 songs from that same session that didn't make the record. So anyway, so I have a little bit of the tone here, but honestly, it's not as good. It's not as good as the record. You can see why they
right.
Yeah. So anyway, it makes the 7-inch experience better. And actually, I was gonna VCLT this to Jack because he was making those videos, but then he moved, and then whatever.
Have we heard from him?
Yes.
How could you send a Phil Woods record to anyone but me, Mike? It just hurts my soul.
Well, you made the Phil Woods Muse review.
That Phil Woods record is awesome.
That was one of our That was one of our first videos.
Yeah, that's true.
How many Phil Woods records have I sent to you, Chris?
I don't know, 6, 7, 8, probably 8.
I have another one for you.
Sweet.
All right, enough of Phil Woods. I have a record to show. That's
How
totally
dare you, sir? It's never enough of Phil Woods. Mike, can you yell? Hang on, Mike. Can you yell at the other Mike for saying that's enough Phil Woods, please?
Oh God.
There's a good Phil Woods on Palo Alto.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy that.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have anything from them. I got to look into that label.
I remember Phil Woods played the annoying neighbor on Sanford and Son too.
All right, so shout out to Mark Lastman. Shout out to Notes and Tone. Shout out to Nicole. This is some advanced shit right here.
All right,
it's Art Ensemble of Chicago. People in Sorrow.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know what got in my head. I was like, I'm just gonna stream all the Art Ensemble records, and I'm just gonna pick one. This one really was outstanding. It sounds not like a lot of anything else they've done. So, I don't know if I like them. I know I like this record.
Is that one less free?
It's not even that. It's like the first side is just like, it's like soft, and it's not even soft. It's like troll. It's like going along. Like you have to listen to it. It's like it's like imagine if you were in a movie and you were like going through like catacombs or something. It'd be like perfect background
Hold
music
on.
for
Can you
that.
give me some time to imagine, please?
I need to set the
You know, that's
scene.
the best way I can describe it. Like it's just like there's like it's just like noises, like it has motion, but it's not like it's like some burning track, or you know, it's very so. And then side two, that's when it gets out of control, and but it's cool. I'm really happy to have this. So, Art Ensemble of Chicago, People in Sorrow. I know this isn't, you know, I'm not breaking new ground.
Did you shout out to those people or bash them for recommending a bad record?
No, this is a great record, and yeah, and actually there was a video that I watched on YouTube that somebody broke this down. It was like an 8-year-old video, or maybe even like older, but really good. So anyway, so I got this, and now I think this is. It's also on Nessa. Hold on. So Nessa, they put out a bunch of Art Ensemble, but then they also put out. What did I get from them recently?
Roscoe Mitchell.
They put out they're a pretty interesting label. They have some good stuff. Hold on. I got another record from them. What was it? Hold on. I can go not big. Let me look at this.
Man, you have that opportunity.
All right. You got me for 10 more minutes. I don't want to listen to some records before.
I want to show some records that you sent me that I haven't listened to yet. How about that?
Oh. Is that a besmirch?
No, not at all. I've got records I haven't listened to that I've had for a year.
You look a lot like my
This one you sent me, Joe Beck.
That was a gift. That's a white label promo.
Thank you. Yeah. It's on Polydor. He's a guitar player from the 70s. I mean,
nice.
He has some really good stuff. But then Rob played like the worst song he ever recorded on the stream and ended his career forever.
Oh, and also, sorry, the other Nessa record is in the mail. It's Air. This is a Henry Threadgill group.
Yeah,
so
cool.
So anyway, so Nessa put out some Henry Threadgill. So they're a great label. They got good stuff.
This one, what is this one, Rob? This is a.
So I just in the collection I got. That's part of a twofer, but it didn't have the cover, so I just threw that in. It's a half a fur. I call them half a furs. Halfers.
Here's one of the Phil Woods Quartet records.
Yeah.
Now this looks like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
No, it's a label.
Yes.
It's a label.
I have
Maryland.
Yes.
Yeah.
We just got. Yeah,
I have a Cedar Walton mastered by Robert Ludwig on that label.
Oh, that's cool. That shit falling down all around me.
Yeah, you're really slow at showing the records, by the way.
Bro, you'll be all right. Here we go. Here's this one.
And this is on that Coca-Cola label too.
And let's see that real quick. What is it?
So I got this Jessica Jennifer Williams. It's a really cool out there record, but it's on the Coca-Cola label.
That's cool.
Hits.
So
clearly sued their asses off. So yeah, there's this Prestige. This is an OJC, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Phil and Quill. They did a bunch of records together, and a couple of them are the same name. This one's with Prestige, as you can see there. Here, I'll go faster. It's Pepper Adams.
Yeah, so
it's sealed, bro. I should do an unsealing video.
Do it right now.
Too high. I might cut myself. Okay.
How's that?
Not about this one. I haven't listened to it yet.
So I have the other one with the. So that's the Muse one.
Right.
I have the Cobblestone one.
Yeah.
I bought them because I thought they were two different records.
Well, it's got Roy Brooks and Pat Martino, Bob Crenshaw, Bobby Jones. Oh, yeah.
You know, it's really more like funky soul, and Bobby Pierce sings on it. It's good.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love Bobby Jones too.
Yeah. He really didn't really do anything after that.
I'm excited for this one. I forgot I had this. So this is the greatest concert ever. The twofer.
Oh yeah.
How is that a twofer? I thought that was just a single LP.
So okay, listen, man. It's basically two different concerts. The one that's the greatest, which has all of them, and then the other one's Bud Powell, Mingus, and Max Roach.
I need a copy of that. That, it would probably be an unpopular decision, but if they put that out on OGC, the original reissue on OGC, because I think that was put out by Mingus's label. What was that called?
Debut.
Yeah, I think the original was a debut.
If I see one, I'll grab it for you, Mike. Because
Okay.
I see that often. Oh, that is an awesome record.
Yeah, it is.
But the
I
funny
have
thing
a
about
copy
it,
with my Roach, so
right? But it was put out like within 3 years on 4 different labels.
Exactly. Yeah, the one I have is a totally different label. It's not on Premiere at all. It's weird.
Yeah, but Phil Woods is on that.
Yeah, that's great.
That looks like one of those Mode covers. You know that label?
Yeah, exactly.
It is a Mode.
That
It
guy
is?
was one of the
The original is, yeah.
around the same
Okay.
time that Clifford Brown and Scott LaFaro all died. He died in a car accident too.
Who did? Eddie
The cards
Costa?
back then were fucking terrible, man.
Eddie Costa. Yeah.
He just died.
Jazz musicians who died in a car accident for 300, Alex. Are you
got?
shooing the dog away or clapping at the game, Mike?
I'm clapping at the game. The Lakers are on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
When
tell
I
me
watch
about that.
sports,
Don't
there's a
tell me
lot of
about that
screaming
game.
at people.
Oh yeah,
Miami
just moved. Miami just moved. To the
Oh, okay. I won't say it.
No saying nothing.
All right.
Oh, I'm still big. I'm sorry. It's just look. It's my voice.
Did you guys? Anybody watching the NBA Finals? Did you notice that there's a commercial with Mingus?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's the weirdest commercial. I guess it's really confusing commercial. I think it's off Mingus, but it's like all these people that are confused, and it's like and it's all these people that are confused, and I was trying to figure out what it was. And it's all these people that are frustrated, and then you hear like the horns start coming in, and it's like a cryptocurrency commercial that you're supposed to you're supposed to use a cryptocurrency, like all your problems will suddenly be solved if you just invest in crypto and get a crypto broker. Everything will be fine.
As Mingus would have.
You know what? If Mingus was alive today, he would put all his money in crypto.
He would say, "I approve this message."
And then he would punch someone.
Have you guys read that book, Beneath the Underdog?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, I don't know.
I read it when I was young, and I enjoyed it.
Hey.
Yeah, I didn't, because it's. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so much.
It's so much bullshit.
Yes,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
He's lying constantly.
Yeah,
he's a compulsive liar, but it's entertaining.
Oh man!
Today is a cause for celebration. The Commanders were officially sold, or they drew up the paperwork.
It'd be better if they were just disbanded, but
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
F the Redskins.
They would change their name from the Commanders. That would be a good start too.
Yeah, that's true. And getting rid of that horrible owner is probably ideal.
So I don't have that much Mingus. I have Pithecanthropus erectus. I have that. I have the speaker's corner of that.
Me too.
I have the two Black Saint Sinner Lady and Mingus ×5 from the Acoustic Sound series.
Mm-hmm.
I have the Tone Poet Money Jungle.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have two Bethlehems, the Jazz Experiments of Charlie Mingus and the Modern Jazz Symposium of Music and Poetry.
I don't like
and that's
that.
it.
There's too much talking on that record.
I like it. I love it.
Scenes in the City? Oh, that's
yes.
a classic. That is a classic.
Yeah, man.
I like the one on Bethlehem. I really dig is East Coasting with That's probably that might be my second favorite Mingus.
Bill Evans is on that.
Do you have an OG copy of that, Brandon?
Yeah. I have
could I ask if you could show it? Because that's a pricey record now.
Yeah, that's it's like one of my I love this record.
Like it's that a good copy is too expensive for me.
All right. I'm gonna take off to listen to some records.
All right.
Hurtful.
I'm gonna
Thanks,
listen
Rob.
to this. I'm gonna listen to this one.
Hey, wait a minute! Don't leave you. I got to show some records and they have a related,
Okay.
have a related theme here. Look,
And if you haven't picked up this one, find that record. That record's awesome.
I don't have that one.
Oh yeah.
I have this one though. So I don't know when these came out, but this is obviously the same series that you're just showing.
Yeah, those are good. I have that one. It's really good.
So that one's great. We're talking about Dollar Brand earlier. Oh, this is really good.
Great.
Yeah. It's on that same label, Churrascaria or whatever the hell it is.
Chiaroscuro. It's a art term.
Okay.
I mean, it's about shadow and light, and like when you have high contrast in a shadow. It's a photography term too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is the Tone Poet. That's
Yeah.
another version of that Tone Poet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The tone poet I have sounds better.
And the original cover has an abstract painting on it. Thing.
This one I've only listened to once. I probably need to listen to it again. Do you like this one?
Yeah, I have no desire.
Why? Seriously?
Yeah.
What? What's the matter? No Barretto?
It originally was one of those 1980 reissued thing or issue.
And that doesn't mean anything.
It's solid. I mean, it's it's solid. It's a solid session.
I have one of the others.
I don't love it either, but
Yeah, it's a solid. No, it's not bad or anything, but yeah,
Turrentine
And
definitely
you gotta
has better
realize,
records.
it was one of those things. This is how I look at it. I see why they didn't release it.
Yeah.
I used to put that on the cover.
Bad, because if you look at it, it's done in '64, right?
Yeah.
So you look at what Blue Note released in '64, and look what Turrentine recorded in '64.
Yeah, there's no room for that.
They didn't put that session out.
Well, I have the other one that came out in 1980, Tarantine and Lee Morgan's on there, and it's good. I forget what's the name of it. I forget. So,
The one last thing.
I know what you mean. I have it too.
I'll listen to all these tomorrow.
I'm interested in getting that. Yeah, now I have all three of those. But how is that everybody likes?
I don't know. I haven't listened to it yet. I'm going to listen to it.
It's very good.
Was he recorded in Florida, Chris?
Yes. Yes.
Here, Mike. There's that. Oh.
Go ahead. Yeah, let me make you
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
So is that a stereo or a mono? Stereo, obviously.
Stereo.
Yeah.
Stereo.
Now, is that pressed on noisy vinyl or is it quiet? Do you remember?
No, it's fine. It's not on styrene. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, I've gotten OG pressings of some titles that are just disappointing.
Yeah, I had a styrene of I forget. Anyway, this is my apart from Black Saint and
Yeah,
this is my favorite.
Yeah,
that one is.
Yeah,
I have that one. That one is really good.
This is really good. Yeah,
Mingus is pretty good too.
Yeah, I think I got my copy of that one from you, Brandon. Right?
What?
I have a
The
George
Bluesy
Garris
Roots.
one.
Oh yeah,
so.
it's a reissue.
Yeah.
But this record is so good, and it's not like what you would expect. It's kind of like the Duke Ellington with Mingus and Max Roach. It's not what you'd expect, and it's a small group because it's a small group.
Who's on it?
Phil Evans. Phil Evans is on it.
It is Charles Mingus, Jimmy Nepper. I love saying Nepper. Shafi Hadi, Clarence Shaw, Danny Richmond on drums, and Bill Evans on piano.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But it's not quite as wild as
yeah.
Blues.
I mean, pick
It's
up
a cool
the
record.
reissue that just came out. Pick that up.
Look how cool that cover is. I always feel like
What I always love the Bethlehem covers that have, you see that thing that's under the label there? If you the top right, there's like no top right. It's there. Yeah. That. What is that? Can you zoom into that?
oh, it's like a kaleidoscope. You're too young for kaleidoscopes. It's like a
No, I know what a kaleidoscope is.
Yeah. It's like the atom, it's like the symbol for the atom.
Now, I've heard that some of the Bethlehem sessions were not Bethlehem sessions, that they purchased sessions from other places. I think they have an Art Blakey that came out. Like, that wasn't a Bethlehem recording. like produced by whomever the producer of Bethlehem was at the time. And that and they're recorded, I guess, I don't know, but
I don't have a ton of Bethlehems.
See you, Rob.
Take it easy,
Bye,
guys.
Rob.
see you, Rob.
Tune in to Mazzy's auction tomorrow. Bye.
Oh yeah. I saw he has Cosmic Music, and then he also has Songs for My Father. It looks like an early pressing. So he has some good stuff.
Oh, I was gonna say I was going through some stuff. I mean, just going through the basement records I bought a while ago, but didn't. And
1 second.
Oh, that's really good.
this is like
Biting the apple. Yeah.
back when steeplechases were like $7.
Yeah.
And I grab them, and I'd listen to them once or twice. Kenny Drew. Sorry. Anyway, the Kenny Drew's pretty killer. It's got George Mraz, Jimmy Cobb, and Thad Jones. And the band on the Dexter Gordon is Barry Harris, Sam Jones, and Al Foster. But what I thought was cool is I have a lot of steeplechases, but this is the only one I've ever got that's got the. Usually it's just a white sleeve. It's just a white sleeve. But this one has all of the steeplechases.
Wow.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
I was kind of like checking it. Last night I pulled it out and I was like, I never noticed that this had all the steeple. So you can go through the whole catalog.
Now, was that a steeplechase pressed in the United States through Inner City?
The Denmark one.
Yeah.
I think all the ones in the U.S. are Inner City.
Right.
Yeah, but there are U.S. pressed
Steeplechase.
Yeah.
No,
the only ones I'm aware of are the U.S. Inner City. Then there's Denmark and there's Germany.
This has the Denmark address at the bottom.
So I have this here, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's steeplechase, but it says "Made in USA" on the label.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that's right. They have some of those.
Yeah.
That's with the weird, and it has like a bubble text.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. That's this one too.
Yeah, I've got one of those. I think one of my Jackie McLean, like the source.
This one here too.
Jackie McLean and Dexter Gordon's are really great, you guys, that are cheap.
Yeah, that's the one I want right there. The
Looking
the
at
one
Bird.
Mike just put up. Yeah, I gotta pick that one up.
Which one's that?
Looking at Bird. It's Neil Hennings Orsted Peterson
Make
with
yourself
Archie
big.
Shepp.
Make yourself big.
All right, give me a second here. This was actually my first steeplechase. I got Archie. So it's a cool record. Archie Shepp, Neil Hennings Orsted Peterson.
You ever notice on the live things they just go Niels Henning when they're announcing him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, Niels Henning.
And hold on, where did it go? Oh, and the label again. I'm just realizing this now. This is heavy, and it's a steeplechase made in USA.
Wow.
Yeah.
You see that made in USA?
Yeah, it's the bubble letter ones.
Yeah.
So I have a few.
Thick and bubbly.
And the thing is, I think it is actually. Hold on. I think it is Inner City. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, so they definitely had some distribution. I mean, plenty of distribution here. And then this is the one you just showed.
Yeah, I want that. I don't have that one.
This was a Notes and Tones recommendation.
Yeah, that's I really like that one. Al Foster, Barry Harris, Sam Jones.
What's the name of it? I'm gonna put it with this.
Biting the Apple.
Okay.
Biting the Apple.
Yeah, it's good.
We should do a steeplechase Inner City thing.
Yeah, we should.
Oh yeah, that would be cool.
That's a great label. I just got that Walter
Bishop?
No, the other Walter.
Davis?
Well, Davis, thank you. Walter Davis Jr.
Really...
I got the steeplechase, and then I just got the Davis Cup. Yeah. The Davis Cup is good, but it's way safer. His stuff on steeplechase, he's incredible on it. Yeah. I feel like it's just a different. I mean, they're totally different sessions, but
yeah,
he's just way more. like the attitude. There's so much more attitude on the steeplechase one.
Yeah, I have a solo recording of his that's on Red Records. That's really good, also.
Oh, is that the one with his where he's wearing like a cap like this backwards?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. And then there's another one that he did. I don't think it's on vinyl. I think something like In Walk Thelonious or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's solo piano too, right?
I'm not even sure, because I've never heard it, but why the reason I know about it is the photographs that are used in there were done by my friend.
Oh, that's cool.
But this is what's funny about it. We're sitting at a bar in the on the Lower East Side, and so I'm with my friend, the photographer. Then another friend of ours comes in, and he has that CD, and he opens it up, and he shows it. It's the picture that my friend Bob took, the photograph my friend Bob took. They never told him that they were going to use the photograph for this. After he died, Walter Davis died. I guess they decided let's put this out, and we need photographs. So they never told him that they were going to use it.
Oh,
And
wow.
then they misspelled my friend's name under the credit.
Sucks.
And he's the nicest guy in the world, but he was really pissed.
I bet.
I mean, that was the first. That's the only time I've actually seen him like really.
Well, I get he didn't. Did he get paid either? I mean,
Well, he got paid for the original.
the original session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I show him the photograph. I have a photograph that he gave me from that session that I have framed. But yeah, I mean, because we were having a lot of fun with him, and he was not having it. He was just angry.
I can negotiate the licensing on that photograph for you. It's what I do for a living. Because if they
Mazzy, what are you doing?
If they
all of a sudden I hear Mazzy.
If they violated the copyright of your photographer's image, they owe him big bucks.
Yeah, I mean, he's not gonna get much from
It sounded like he was more bummed about the name spelling.
Right.
Yeah, he was. That's what he was really upset about.
And the thing you're talking about doing a thing on Inner City Records, there's an interesting story about Inner City. Inner City was Irv Kratka's label, and he did some original stuff as well as reissues, but he started out in the late 50s, early 60s with a label called Music Minus One. And Music Minus One, you'd buy, like if you were a clarinet player, you'd buy a Music Minus One record. It had everything except the clarinet part, but it'd have the score, and you'd play along with the record. That's how he made his money prior to Inner City Records.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and I think there's
plenty
like,
of those records.
I think there's like some pretty famous ones.
Yeah, Mal Waldron has a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mal Waldron minus the sax.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was a big deal for him because I when I worked for ABC, when I lost my job in between a short time between ABC and MCA, my girlfriend at the time managed a band called Listen with Mel Martin, and Mel Martin was a sax player in the Bay Area, a soprano sax or what's the little sax?
Soprano.
Okay.
Soprano's an alto or small.
Yeah. Well, he did a lot of session work with Van Morrison. He played in Boz Scaggs and band, and he had a band called Listen, and they had 2 albums on Inner City. And I met Irv, and I got to work for him because he had no idea about promotion. So on the West Coast, I worked for him for like a year as a side gig promoting the Inner City record. I should have kept all those Inner City records at the time in 79, I guess it was.
Hey, Brandon, do you have that Jackie McLean on Inner City?
The source and the
new wine in old bottles.
Oh no, I don't. I have the one with Gary Bartz and Jackie McLean.
Yeah.
I have it, Mike.
I have
it. I have the Jackie McLean with Dexter Gordon. I have both of those.
I'm gonna pull it.
Yeah, it's Jackie McLean, you can get it cheap. It's
they're
Jackie
all
McLean, Ron Carter, Tony Williams. Well, Hank Jones piano.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah.
Was it recorded in Europe or is it a U.S.?
Let me see. Credits. I want to say it looks like it was done. It was recorded.
What a cool cover.
I want to say, yeah, it was recorded in the U.S., but it was a Japanese company that.
Yeah.
All the producers are Japanese.
Yeah.
Basically.
So licensed from Nippon Phonogram, East Wind Music, Tokyo.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So it's Jack McLean, Hank Jones, Ron Carter, and Tony Williams.
And do they do songs off the? It's like the flip of the Gil Evans one. Is it like? It's the reverse title. Do they do Gil Evans songs?
No.
Yeah, kind of. Right? Yeah. Yeah, but it sounds great and the music is beautiful. I mean, those guys are already like veterans, but they delivered.
Yeah, I like the label too. It reminds me of TV in the 70s.
And then there's they also did a I guess they got the rights to another East Wind recording that Art Farmer did, To Duke with Love, which is really good. And of course, doing all Ellington songs, but it's Sam Jones, Billy Higgins, Art Farmer, Cedar Walton, and that's really good. All those East Wind Art Farmers are really good. I think there are maybe 3 of them that are really good.
The Pentagon's on East Wind, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's a great record.
These are here's the two. These are the two. The meeting and the source. Those are the.
I have both of them. Great. Those are.
I have one.
Actually, one of them is the steeplechase, and one of them's. Actually, this one's weird.
I want to answer. I have no idea what time I'm doing anything. And Jeffrey Beaumont, if you know my Instagram, inbox me, make me an offer for that Furburg convention. It's a 70s. It's not original, but it's an early mid to 70s pressing. I don't know what time I'm doing anything.
And I believe this one, just as a little, the source.
Hang on.
I think this is the lineup of One Flight Up, except instead of Donald Byrd on trumpet, it's McLean on sax. It's Dexter Gordon, Kenny Drew, Niels Henning, and Alex Riel. I think isn't that the One Flight Up group?
I think you're right.
Yeah. Sorry, Brandon. I just want to make a parenthesis here.
Okay.
Mazit, you're following your T-shirt.
I didn't put that as on purpose for this audience.
What does it say?
It's a famous quote by historian Chad Kassam.
Historian.
You know what? I did order something, and it's actually a recommendation from Joe. He had put it in the Discords. It's a Joe Chambers album that he says is on Analog Productions for $19. Irving. Yeah. I ordered it today because it's Gary Bartz is on there. I've seen that album for years, and I thought the cover is just so ugly that I just I'm not.
What record is it?
Yeah.
It's Joe Chambers. It's from. Hold on. It's from.
Is it the Vinyl Me Please?
No. This is I guess somewhat recent. Hold on.
Someone needs to redo that Muse Almoravid.
Oh yeah.
That one needs to be. I blew it not getting a copy of that cheap.
What's the style that he plays on that?
It sounds just It's with Gary Bart, so I'm thinking it's pretty hard. Where is it? Let me go. It's from 2003.
That's when it was or recorded?
Yeah.
Okay,
It was released in 2003. And it's Rufus Reed on bass, Joe Chambers drums, vibraphone, marimba, Bobby Sanabria drums and percussion, Eric Reed is on piano, and Gary Bartz is on alto and soprano. And and they have it at Analog Productions for $19. So I was like, I'll $19, why not?
Yeah, anything under $20, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you show that again, Mike?
He hasn't found it yet.
I don't have it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I ordered it today.
Way to pay attention to Mike on the stream, Mike.
I am paying attention, but I'm also eating a cheeseburger, so give me a break.
Where's the cheeseburger from?
McDonald's. I got it earlier. Listen. My wife is away. She's dealing with family things right now.
Yeah.
And so I'm just.
Well, she's lucky.
I normally don't eat junk food, but I'm using.
Well, Kimbo and I had 2 margaritas and some tacos, so that's what
we can tell. You look lubricated.
Just slightly. But first of all, Patty. Okay, I did not get the Ducks album. I don't know if I'm going to. Anybody, and this is like off jazz. I apologize. I've never heard this, but I got it today. Like, there's a record store near the place we went to.
Not the Grateful Dead, is it?
No, it's a soundtrack.
I had that.
Isaac Hayes, but to me, it's got to be cool, right? No,
sure.
It's all right. It's no Shaft.
I know it's no Shaft. I got it for $15, which Seattle money is $3 everywhere else.
Wow.
Vinyl Me Please did a reissue of that.
I have it. It's great.
Yeah.
I have the Vinyl Me Please. It's great.
So anyway, it's in good shape. $15.
The soundtrack, I'm sure, is better than the movie.
Mazzy,
the movie.
Can we get previews of? So in your video earlier, you gave a preview of what potentially could be sold tomorrow. Now, for the jazz stuff, do you know what you're going to sell tomorrow?
I have all these boxes. I'm just going to kind of wing it. That's what I do. I'm not a planner, and I'm totally open. If someone sees something, in fact, next time in a week and a half, I'm going to his place, and he's going to let me dig as long as I want, which I don't usually have. He usually brings me boxes, and he has a bad judgment of what he thinks should sell. But I don't know how much. But I'm totally open with you guys to have like a flip through. I did with Rob today. I think he pulled 4 or 5 records out today. Where's Rob? He's lost.
He left.
There's a record store like that in Portland.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with anytime you guys want. If you want to do whether it's a live stream or a live one of these, but private. I'm not trying to be private, but
private showing. Yes, sounds awesome.
Well, I will say if that you showed a Cosmic Music, it's a John and Alice Coltrane. Yeah. That might be one to keep for yourself. It's out there.
I think I pulled that to Rob actually.
Okay. That's a very good record.
I have a copy of it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I do know it.
It's Alice has 2 songs. They're not as long as John's, but her songs are they're great songs. Okay. And that is just right when she signed with Impulse. So it's like the beginning of her time there, which obviously she put out great records.
I want to say, Mike, I love how in tune and smart you are about this stuff. And I know my thing is all shtick and like cynical, but I mean that. But
there's some MDMA in those margaritas.
It was. On the second.
Thank you, Mazzy.
Exactly. On the second one, I did have a little.
I love you, man.
I did have a shot of mezcal in the second one. So
that's what I'm talking about. That's great.
Yeah.
I miss mezcal.
I don't drink. I tell people I drink regularly, but not a lot. I have 2 drinks and a glass of wine on Friday night. That's it. But I did get a record that you guys don't give a shit about because I'm a folk music guy. and talk about the New York folk scene. Tim Hardin. You probably maybe have heard the song "Reason to Believe" he wrote. This is his first album on Verve. You know, Verve obviously a jazz label, had a folk label too.
Okay.
Verve Forecast was their folk label. So
now, is he just picking on a guitar there, or is there a band behind him?
No, but there's like a small group, and it's got harmonica. In fact, harmonica is John Sebastian before he joined the Love and Spoonful and became like a popular thing. But here's a jazz thing. Vibes, Gary Burden on Vibes.
John Sebastian's on that?
Yeah.
He wrote Welcome Back, Kotter.
He wrote Hot Town Summer in the City and Love and Spoonful. I mean, come on. But Eric Jacobson produced this, who produced all the Love and Spoonful albums. He produced the Chris Isaak albums. This is a great folk record. You know, Elliot Cruz, who's probably here, would like this.
We scared Elliot off because we talked about Discord, so he left.
Okay. Yeah. Mark Glassman. Yeah, I am sharing the love. It's Friday fucking night. Give me a break. And it's 80 degrees in Seattle on a Friday night. Come on.
It's 80 here too.
This is our heat wave. We have our
it was brutal in New York today.
Mike, were you in the subway?
You have AC?
I do. I have an AC unit. I got to bring up. No one has hardly anyone has AC here
in the Pacific Northwest. They don't.
That's so funny.
We put a real one in our house 2 years ago. It's
global warming is a real thing, despite whatever.
Hell yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Real.
It's changed. I have a unit for this big room, but I got to bring it upstairs for this season. I put it down.
Wow, that's interesting. I'm surprised there isn't just like air conditioning, because isn't your home like relatively new?
No, my house was built in 1984. It's a
hold on. I know way too much about your home. Don't you have heated floors in your basement area?
But I put that in when I moved here. I renovated.
Okay, Mazzy, global warming is a fabrication of the liberal media. Okay.
Yeah. Bottom line, what's that song? That bluesy soul song? It's too damn hot, right?
Yeah.
Too darn hot, right? Too darn hot. Didn't Ella Fitzgerald sing that song?
Yes,
I think so. Yeah.
Maybe Sinatra. Maybe did Sinatra sing that?
No,
Mike?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know it though. It's that era.
Yeah. I'd like to be with my baby tonight. I'd like to do it.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we got a really special version of Brandon and that. We've had jazz flute, we've had singing.
you know what I would love to have, Mazzy, don't you have a Nat King Cole mosaic box or something? Yes. Isn't there like a big LP box that you have? Well, I would love to have his catalog.
Okay.
Mike, I know where there's a
CD box, right?
A Herbie Nichols mosaic box if you want it.
No, I'm good.
Okay. For years I had.
But thank you.
I didn't buy, like, my friend Brooks has all the mosaic jazz stuff. Mike Notes and Tones. I guess they converse on some other forum, but the first one that I fell in love with, and it's more pop than jazz, is the complete Nat Cole mosaic CD box. And that's 18 CDs of the trios. I love that.
That is great.
My friend Coleman had a copy of it, and the vinyl is 27 LP. And of course, I think it goes for $700 to $900 now or whatever.
And it's all studio sessions. That's insane.
Yeah, and it's every take. It's like 10 takes of Route 66, but it's the trio stuff. It's the greatest stuff. So when Coleman passed and we got his collection, I kept that for myself. So I have the 27 LP. It's fucking amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I have that, and then I have the Resonance box that they did a few years ago.
I have that too. That's a different period.
Now wait, hold on. So is the mosaic box only Capitol, or is it more than?
Only Capitol.
It's the trio stuff.
It is fabulous. But I have those two boxes, and I have a couple of random CDs. I don't need anything else. I mean, maybe the acoustic sounds,
The midnight acoustic
yeah,
sounds of 3 records is amazing.
Yeah.
It is.
But other than that,
I don't want to give Chad any credit tonight, but it is an amazing.
Right. So Mez, in this box, are they organized as the separate releases, the records, or just as a collection?
Just a collection, like it's not like it's not a replica of any actual album. It's all the takes.
Yeah.
Mazzy, I had a question for you. That Stax box, the live concerts that you got,
Watt Stacks?
Yeah, Watt Stacks. Do you think the 10 LP is worth buying, or do you think the 2 LP would be good enough?
I think most people don't need the 10 LP. If I didn't get it free, I wouldn't have bought it. It's like like when I listened to it that whole day, and the few times I listened to one a night, then I took that one Saturday, I played it all. I loved it. I had a great time. How often would I put the whole thing? Although it's amazing. If you like that music, it's fucking amazing. But they have the issues of the 2 or 4 record set or something.
Yeah.
That's probably enough for most people. But it's a great time capsule, and it's awesome. It's awesome stuff. So, I'm not going to try to oversell you on something like that. So,
I'll just wait and see if it goes down in price.
Yeah, it probably will. I think it's one of those things like Rob would say, they probably press too many.
We'll see.
But I love having it. But I don't know how much I'm going to put it on and play the whole thing. But I'll put sections of it on.
Do we think the Nat King Cole "Love Is the Thing" will ever get repressed? Oh, from AP?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think they're gone.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in 10, 15 years, who knows? I mean, they've run out of shit before and then sold it again 10 years later.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got all those, but I don't ever listen to them. Honestly.
You don't listen to what?
The AP Nat King Coles I have that like the 4 or 5 or whatever.
Really?
But you'll probably get into them at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
Those are good to have.
I'm gonna try to cull some shit though. I've been thinking about. I was talking to Chandler about it. I'm gonna try to sell a couple hundred records. I think.
Well, if you wanna sell one of those nets, let me know. I'd love to have one of them.
And Rob was saying none of the Zabos are
really
good all the way through.
That is excellent.
This record's good all the way through. It's not, you don't have to pick out. And I disagree with Rob on that.
Yeah,
I love that record.
This record is great all the way through.
And it's fairly cheap.
It used to be. I think now it's like $100.
That's cheap to Felipe.
Yeah, I have the Vinyl Me Please reissue.
Felipe must have a side job. We don't know.
Pulling them teeth, man, and planning. He pulls them out of patients and he implants them in other patients. It's the whole racket he's got.
Oh yeah.
I will say though, we did a top 5 vocalist video, and we didn't even think to separate male and female vocalists. We just went straight in.
Yeah,
which is kind of interesting. I would like to, I feel like we've done top 5 tenor sax. I forget all the ones that we've done, but I feel like I would always love to go back and update that because, I remember, Chris, you were talking about who's your top guy. It was like I
don't remember.
Gato Barbieri
for tenor sax.
For whatever, for tenor.
Yeah. I don't know if he was on top, but yeah, he was up there. Yeah, for sure.
No, but the thing is, you were getting into him at the time.
Dexter was number 1. I think Gato was 2.
Oh yeah, Dexter was number 1. You're right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I listen to what Chris does.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris.
Thank you.
My top guy, I don't even remember. I think I had Jimmy Heath up there, and he may have been my favorite at the time because I was buying all his fucking Riverside stuff. I love Jimmy Heath.
Well, that's the fun thing. You can get into a guy and then move on to something else, and then come back to the guy.
And then we did, in our defense, we did reserve Coltrane as the top guy. Like we didn't even that was the
Coltrane could almost be just like more of a composer because he played soprano too. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's
so Coltrane, your top jazz artist. Coltrane, your top jazz artist all around.
No, just for sax.
For sax, tenor sax.
Yeah,
it was top 5 tenor.
Joe Henderson for easily.
Joe Henderson was in there too, for sure, for me.
Yeah, that was definitely. I think that was number 4 for me and 3 for Chris. I can't remember what Felipe.
What about the guy that played sax on Louie Louie?
Yeah. Well, he was my number 3.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is actually, but I should.
Low way.
But that's
I don't know if
sax.
I'm going to sell those. Jeffrey. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh,
A lot of
yeah.
people don't know there's a sax on that. At least one of the versions.
You know what's
also,
like, that real quick, that record, Jeffrey, that necking, I'll pay $125 for it from Chad because I fucked around and waited, and then as soon as he had like 100 left, he jacked the price up. Like,
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Limited. Oh yeah, yeah.
He'll do that. He'll do that.
Yeah, people complain about Music Matters, but
Yeah.
Chad does the same.
Oh,
He
I
only,
didn't know that.
he only does it when it's selling out, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
wait,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This was the non-numbered things he's putting out. What is this?
No. This was the whatever that Nat King Cole record was we were talking about.
You know,
Wow.
Chad had that sale the past week. What, 20% off the collection shit? And
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
it's overpriced by 35%.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
compare-
yeah.
If you've ever gone to a jewelry store and has a gold sale, they mark a jewelry up 300%, and they have half price sales all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
What do you got there?
Big. I'll show this. I picked this up.
I was
I
like,
listened
Oh,
oh,
that's
Ron
nice.
Carter.
It's got two cellos, and at first couple listens, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna get it. But then I changed my mind, and I'm enjoying it.
What's it called?
It's called Pastels. It's on Milestone. Here's the lineup.
It's like 76 or so, 75.
Yeah, probably. Sounds
Yeah.
about right. It's Kenny Barron piano, Hugh McCracken guitar, but then
Beatle
it has
Connection.
violins. Oh, violas. It's actually got a pretty big string section, but I enjoy it. Is it my favorite Ron Carter? No.
You know what Ron Carter I want is on, I think it's actually on Contemporary, but I could be wrong. It's like, I guess the picture is like a beach, and it's like, it's a trio. It's a Ron Carter trio. I'm doing a great job at explaining this, but
Not
Is it a bass sitting on the beach?
no. Yes.
The
What is that?
pastel painting? A painting?
What,
of a,
what is it?
That-
Whatever that is, that's the one.
Not third plane, is it?
I forgot what
Well
forgot
done,
what it's called.
Brandon.
I forgot what it's called.
Let me see if I can find it.
It's not a pastel, and it might be a watercolor painting.
Is it Contemporary though?
No, it's on some. I think it's on some.
Yes, it is.
maybe
It's called Peg Leg. Peg Leg.
Yeah, that's it.
That's actually not. I actually don't think that's the record I wanted.
That's
but
the one
that-
I was thinking of.
There's another one. Hold on. There's another one.
There's the one on Embryo that's really good. That's
Well, anyway, hold on. Let me make myself big. Actually, Mazzy, do you want to show a record? You have
Yeah, I
records you want to
thought
show?
you were
Well,
talking about third.
I can
plane.
show one, but it's not something you people would be into. But I picked this up.
Well,
What do you mean by you
No.
people, man? Come on.
yeah.
Grateful
How
Dead.
dare you?
No.
This
What do you
is
got?
this is a soulful country gospel record. Buck Owens and I love Buck Owens. The kind of country from Bakersfield. This is a gospel. Dust
Okay.
on Mother's Bible, In the Shrink, Capital Mono.
Wow.
You know,
Nice.
Buck Owens and the Buckaroos, fucking great, man. The Beatles covered They Gonna Put Me in the Movies, Buck Owens stuff. So Ringo sang.
Now, what's the back of that look like? What's the back of that jacket look
It's a
like?
Capital kind of standards design.
Okay.
Mhm.
You know, you're
Okay.
you get it because you know the Sinatra stuff.
Yeah.
I have a bunch
Yeah.
of different Capital shit.
But I mean, this is fucking great. They're the great Bakersfield sound of Buck Owens, Merle Haggard. I love that shit.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
cool.
Not jazz shit stuff. Sorry.
I got a
That's
jazz.
right.
record. I got a jazz connection.
All right, get in there, Chris.
So I showed this
You
earlier.
already showed it.
Okay, what, man?
Oh yes. No. This is
I love
important.
Africa. I'm badass.
Let Chris speak. That's really important. I got this one too.
So this is Akira Ishikawa. He's a Japanese drummer. This is from the 70s. All of his records, like the OGs, are expensive. There's another one I want that got repressed in 2015. It's like $200 for the repress, and the OGs like $1,000 or something. Anyway,
And
so
you
he
can
was a
get it,
Japanese drummer. This is like really funky, kind of soul jazz, a little disco-y at times. But there's a Hey Jude cover on here.
I have his
Yeah.
great 12-inch with Johnny Lydon, World Destruction. You know, with Johnny Lydon from the Sex Pistols, Johnny Rotten.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was on Public Image at that point.
Yep.
Oh, there's a
This
little
is a world
Yeah.
destruction.
Yep.
It's pretty good, man.
I could be right. I could be right. I could be wrong.
But anyway, hey, it's Japanese Hey Jude, so they sing it in Japanese. And it's a jazz version. So
I was just talking on mute. I was just gonna say the Sex Pistols only put one LP out.
That's true. It was Johnny Lydon with Public Image.
Is that not? I just feel like that's mind-boggling. How the fuck did they only put one record out?
It's like half
because they imploded so fast. They imploded.
Yeah, but they had such an impact. It's incredible.
But there was the soundtrack to the Julian Temple film,
Great Rock and Roll Swindle.
Exactly. I saw that in London when it came out, and I bought that, imported that soundtrack. That's the one with. Oh, that's Frank Sinatra connection, Mike.
Let's do it, baby.
He does mine. Yeah. He does My Way.
Okay.
The crazy one.
Yeah. Sid Vicious
and Sid Vicious doing My Way.
Yeah.
So
very interesting.
The Sex Pistols, they got the punk fame because of their attitude and the way Malcolm McLaren fabricated them. But it's actually a blues record. It's not a punk record by far.
I know, but when they came to the U.S. and toured, that was a big event, I think, for the country.
Yeah. I mean, because of the hype. I mean, the Ramones had released and recorded and toured England before the Sex Pistols existed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like some songs from the Sex Pistols. I like Anarchy in the UK is a good song. I like God Save the Queen. There's solid songs. I mean, are they the best punk songs ever?
The Stooges were the original punk band. Their first.
But I mean, they had some good stuff.
I mean, and
my favorite stuff was
the Sonics. I think the Sonics, they predated everything.
Yeah.
I liked Minor Threat. I like Social Distortion, early Social Distortion, and then I like Rancid, Operation Ivy, like all that stuff. I like there's a lot of punk that I think I like, but I just haven't heard like people talk about. I'm just trying to think of names of like fucking bands. But
MC5
wanted me to buy. Wait. Which jazz bum wanted me to buy a record? I'm not buying it. I already bought records.
Me.
You should check out. They only have one really good album. Is the Subhumans from the Cradle to the Grave.
I know Subhumans. Yeah.
Why am I big?
But From the Cradle to the Grave is much better than anything else they did.
When I was a kid, we always. Well, I'm just saying we shared like I had some Subhumans. Also, their fucking logo was sick.
I had some friends that were Subhumans as well.
Yeah, but so much of their stuff is awful. And Cradle to the Grave.
There was a song called Maggie, You Cunt about Margaret Thatcher.
You've been listening to Rachel stream too much. Don't use that word.
I know. Well, that's how offensive it was. But anyway, the reason why I made myself big is because I listened to this yesterday.
George, shut the fuck up, dude.
I did not listen to any version I have on vinyl. I streamed it because I was working basically. But this is Waltz for Debbie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have these like AT50 headphones, and I'll connect this to my Spotify. And I was listening to this, and they do a great job at separating. Obviously, sonically, it's not the best, but I mean, it's pretty darn good. So I was listening to this, and I have a modern OJC. This is from Joe Marino, so thank you, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
And then I have this from Felipe. So Felipe had a warp on his Riverside box set.
That's a secret. Chad's gonna come after him now.
So anyway, he needed to destroy his disc so he get replaced. So he sent me his destroyed disc, but Felipe only destroyed this side. So I was able to at least listen to one side of the 45.
Looks like I did a good job.
I do have
Felipe. You should have sent it to Chris.
Felipe,
he could have fucked it up. He could have fucked it up in Photoshop, so it looked like he fucked it up.
Yeah. But that's a good point, Mazzy. But anyway, the point is, I think the crowd is why I like this record, and I'm just gonna say, I mean, yeah, obviously, like they're great all together. The music's beautiful, but being in the club and hearing the fucking woman ask for a drink is so awesome. I love that.
I know every note of that record and all the clicks.
Yeah.
So if someone redid that and tried to take out the crowd noise, it would suck.
No, you're right, Mike. I think the greatest thing. Sorry, Mazzy, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think the greatest thing on this live recordings in small venues is like you can hear the silverware. That's the best.
Yeah.
Yes.
This past week, I went to see a show on Wednesday night or Thursday night. Lady Blackbird played here, and her album. So, like a viewer sent me the record 2 years ago. It's fucking. She's like Nina Simone, Tina Turner, Billie Holiday, right? Soulful.
Mhm.
One guitar player who co-wrote some of the stuff with her just plays the Stratocaster, very reverb drenched. They both sit on stools, but they play one song where he goes to the piano, and I didn't realize it. And I have the record. It's only one record so far. He plays Peace Peace, the Bill Evans song Peace Peace.
Yeah.
And they got permission from the Bill Evans estate, and they wrote lyrics, and she sings to him playing Peace Peace. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it is.
Get
I've
that
heard
lady.
that.
That's why I fucking love this. So
Right?
in this, when you listen to this, you hear Bill go up to his band and go, "Should we play Waltz for Debbie?"
Debbie.
And it's like, yeah, sorry, but it's
That
like
Big Mac's taking effect.
Yeah, with,
anyway. I didn't have a Big Mac. I do
No,
a single cheese. I do it. Okay, so the
You
best
just
thing to
ate
get
a cup of sugar.
no, yes. This is what I do. If I got McDonald's, I get a single regular cheeseburger. That is, if you actually get that, that is a solid ratio of bun to everything. That's the way to go. Do not get a double. A double is foolish. Everybody goes double. Don't go double. Just get a regular cheeseburger.
Don't go McDonald's.
yeah, I don't know. Big Mac's pretty good.
In-N-Out burger if you're near one. But anyway, Lady Blackbird, buy that fucking record. Even if you're not a vocal fan, you're like a soul fan. You'll like
I
it.
actually heard that. I think I was listening to the Peace one, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, Peace is from Everybody Digs.
And I do dig it. It is from Everybody Digs. It's actually the only Bill Evans song on Everybody Digs. Bill Evans.
Yeah,
and it's
isn't
him
it like-
solo. So
Yeah.
I was talking about these are the two. I was talking about Sunny Fortune earlier.
Yeah.
These are two of my favorite Milestone Tiners, and Sunny Fortune is on both of these.
That's 70s also, right?
Yes.
And that was a tone. Wasn't that a tone poet or something?
No, Follow Me, Please put it out.
Who put it out?
Follow Me, Please.
This is the other one I like a lot, but
Sahara.
this is the other one I really like.
Yeah, I want to get that. I've been looking at that for about a year.
They're all fairly inexpensive. I think Sahara is a little expensive, but most of them are like $15.
What do you guys think? Oh, sorry.
But anyway, Sunny Fortune's on Song for My Lady and Sahara, and those are both really good records. And I think on Sahara or Sahara, however you prefer to call it. Alphonse Mouzon is also on that on drums. Oh, I think it's Song for My Lady is the one I'm thinking that has more people. Song for My Lady has not just Sunny Fortune, but also Charles Tolliver, which is one of the reasons because Charles Tolliver I would put in my top 5 trumpet players if you guys did a trumpet thing.
Yeah, Charles Tolliver is fucking awesome.
Yeah. I don't know where he'd fit in, but he'd be in the top 5.
Yeah.
Just because he's just, it's a personal, I just like his stuff. I like.
So what are your favorite Charles Tolliver albums? I mean,
The
I
Ringer.
realize that's probably extensive, but like, do you have any that jump out?
Well, there's not like a ton.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a ton of records.
Well,
The
music,
Ringer is-
throw
The Ringer
music
is
in there.
The Ringer is my favorite. That's the one I like the best, and that's from That's kind of early. That's 1969.
Oh wow.
The Ringer. Oh, I have that. That's Wrist of Freedom.
Showed
Right?
it, didn't you?
Yeah.
There's
I
a
have
there's
that.
a
Yes,
reissue on
that's
a
excellent.
reset.
That's really good.
The original,
I think
British only.
I bought that at a shop for I think it was $20, which I think is a good price.
Yeah. Here's the OG.
Yeah, but his stuff on fucking Strata East is excellent.
Here's the OG on.
Oh wow! Look at that.
So,
Beautiful.
but this will probably be my favorite.
That's nice.
That the live at Slugs is really good that Felipe has.
I have that. I have both of those in the mail. Volume 1 and 2 are in the mail.
Shit, that's cool.
And then the other live one on Strata East is great. The one I just got, I've been playing a lot. The Music Inc. Compassion. And then I just have I have a ton of records that he's on, you know, from
But it's most recent.
I mean, he's on a few Blue Notes. He's on with Jackie McLean. He's also on the one with
Andrew Hill.
Yeah,
that Andrew Hill that just came out.
That was probably the most exciting part about the new Andrew Hill was.
Yes, agreed.
Dance with Death as Charles Tolliver.
And also, I think there was who else was on that? Hold on. I think there was somebody else that was really cool too.
I get really excited at the Tone Poets because I have a lot of those LT series.
Yeah.
And a lot of the twofers, the LT series and the twofers, a lot of those records I really like. But I actually sold my original Dance with Death to help buy the new Tone Poet because I figured
that's
I wanted
funny.
the new
So
artwork. And
that's like that's like an 80. Isn't that like an $80 record?
Not anymore.
Probably 65 to 70 or something. I don't know. You know what? There's some people still just don't charge a lot for those. I saw a Landslide today for $8.
Oh,
really? Dexter Gordon, the LT.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know.
I listened to Lou Donaldson one today. Lou Donaldson LT series, and who the fuck?
Midnight
was
Sun.
I think it was Horace Parlin was on piano.
Oh yeah.
Midnight Sun's a good one. That has Ray Barretto.
Love Horace Parlin.
Me too.
I don't think it was Midnight
Horace
Sun,
Parlin. That's my Horace Parlin.
I had a cat named Horace when I was growing up. But I just named him Horace. He wasn't.
So Mazzy, because I'm hungry still. What? So where did you go out for dinner tonight?
Okay. You probably don't know Seattle, but
no.
Over the hill,
I do.
We have an area called Georgetown, not unlike you know.
Yeah, I've been to Seattle. I know Seattle.
The oldest neighborhood in Seattle. It's kind of a hipster area, like a strip along Airport Way. The only problem with living over there, if you want to live there, it's basically in the flight path of Boeing Field and Seattle. So you're like literally you can sit outside and there's planes like you can touch a plane going to Boeing Field. It's loud, but it's got one of the oldest bar ever in Seattle called Jules Mays is there. But there's Fonda La Catrina, this Mexican place, and the guy who's from Mexico. Some of the best. There's not a lot of compared to San Francisco or LA. There's not a lot of great Mexican food in Seattle. There are places. This is opened by a Mexican guy. Next door to Serenito, it's sort of seafood based Mexican, you know, ceviche and that. So we sat there, and they have an outdoor area. It's great. We sat at the bar.
That sounds awesome.
Kimbo and
What did you guys get?
Well, okay, you're so hungry.
Well, this is what I want.
Yeah, I had a tostada. It's like sounds too trendy, but they don't usually have a lot of trendy things. Tostada with ají on it, and what's the thing called avocado and really good. But
guacamole.
I had three chicken tacos that are really good, and I had 2 margaritas, one with a shot of mezcal, and that was it. And
that's a really good meal, man.
We had but it's like the first time. This is like the first week that Seattle is hot and weather-wise, and people freak out.
So did you sit outside?
No, we sat at the bar, but the back door is it's basically the whole wall is open, so we're close to the outside. But you know, I mean, Brandon knows. You know, when it gets sunny in the Pacific Northwest, people freak out all of a sudden after being dark and wintry all like for 6 months.
Yeah,
or whatever. They get out, and so the place was packed. But we got there like 4:45 early.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've lived in Pacific Northwest for 15 years. People get freaked out at every change of weather.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything freaks.
And the thing is, I don't mind the winter dark things. I don't really give a shit personally, and I have a lot of light in my house. But
the heat thing makes sense because because it's definitely changed a lot in the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
insanely, but nobody has AC. And there's still a bunch of diehards that are like,
to me, that sounds
there's
insane.
still a bunch of diehards that are still going, well, it's only hot for like 2 weeks of the year. And it's like, no, it's not.
It's getting more. It's
like 7
2 years ago, we had those 2 years ago, we had those when Amanda or the archivist was living here, we had those 4 days. It was like 112, 114. It was fucking whack.
We hit 115.
Yeah.
And I was so glad I had AC.
My son is there. So we took a drive to the coast and we decided we're just getting the fuck out of here. We went to Aberdeen, where we went to where what's his name? Kurt Cobain grew up. What a fucking shithole that is. But there's a statue by the lake, but it was literally 30 degrees cooler there. But it takes like 2 hours or over to get there.
Is your McDonald's catching up to you over there? Mike's like
parts or what?
No, because I didn't have French fries. I didn't have anything deep fried. I go and I just get a cheeseburger. That's it, a simple cheeseburger, and that's my indulgence. Okay, so back off, everybody.
Wow. I think the MSG got to you or whatever it is.
No, there's no MS. Well, I actually don't know.
But now, apparently, after 50 years, MSG is good. It's okay. It's not as bad,
Yeah.
I
will say I feel like the underrated champion is the regular McDonald's cheeseburger. Not the double, not the Big Mac, not the quarter pounder.
Are we like in a loop?
I'm
just saying. I just want to stress this because I feel like it's really just the underappreciated thing. Just get a regular cheeseburger. That's what you
need. You might as well just go to White Castle.
If you want to, there's a lot. I mean, there's great restaurants in Seattle and Portland, but I know San Francisco right now is fucked up right now for a lot of reasons. But the restaurants are still better in San Francisco than up here.
Portland's getting really close, though.
Yeah, I like Portland. And
Portland's kind of blowing my mind because it's changed so much in the last 4 years. Because we finally got good Korean, we're finally getting good Mexican, we're finally getting good Vietnamese. It's like we have much better Chinese. And then we've got French now. It's getting. Pretty cool.
You know what I can't find up here though that was all like in San Francisco that I love? I like spicy Asian food. You can't find good Hunan. You know Hunan?
Yeah.
Hunan.
Yeah. You mean like what was that place? Tai Chi.
Well, there's Sam Wo's. Not Sam Wo's. There's
some really good ones in.
I used to go to Sam Wo's when Edsel Fong Ford.
Yeah, well, the rude guy. That was different.
He's like he'd say you'd be like, I get.
He was the rudest waiter in America, supposedly. Yeah.
Well, he'd just tell you like, you'd be like, I'll get the. He's like, you don't want the chicken. Yeah, he'd just be like, you get the beef, and he'd put down beef. He'd change your order.
Yeah. I mean, Palo Alto area is really good for Hunan food. Amazing. A lot of Vietnamese.
In Palo Alto, that's the problem. In
Seattle,
I heard there's one in Bellevue. Bellevue is the east side, which is.
Well, we have if you want hot, spicy Chinese influence, that we have a Singaporean restaurant that's really good, and they like the heat. Right. So,
even as a tourist spot. If you ever come to town, you want a nice, not a cheap, but not overpriced, but a nice. Go to Pink Door. It's right. The Pink Door, which is right, is a tourist spot, but it's locals go there.
I've been there.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the menu like?
It's Italian, West Coast.
It's
right up above Pike's Place. It's right.
There's
there.
A lot of great. Do you ever go to Medusa?
Medusa? I don't think so.
Medusa Italian. It's fantastic.
No, I don't.
Shit.
I don't know. I want to go to a place which is the most expensive restaurant here, and I'm not into expensive. We used to go to expensive restaurants, Mike, when we used to have clients from photo shoots come in town. They wanted to go to dinner. You know that is.
Yeah.
In Seattle is a place called Canlis, Canlis, which is like.
Okay.
I haven't been there, but but we used to have these shoots in San Francisco, 3 or 4 day, shoot. Everyone wants to go out to dinner to whatever they want to go to, not French Laundry, but they want to go to foreign cinema, or they want to go to I mean, there's so many great restaurants in San Francisco.
Foreign cinema is overrated.
I like it, but it's a great spot. I mean,
I'm sorry. It's called La Medusa.
Oh, that's my neighborhood. I like La Medusa.
That place is great.
I'm in Columbia City. It's down the hill from me. It's like 5 minutes.
I was thinking of a different place.
Oh, I love I haven't been there in a while.
Do you like Walrus and the Carpenter? Or yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's one of what's her name's oh God, what's her name? Yeah,
anyway, we should stop talking about food.
Yeah. Why? You know?
Oh,
jazz
that
musician
place sounds awesome.
Walrus and the Carpenter is a good place. Yeah. That's Renee Erickson's place. That's yeah, she's got like a half restaurants.
Okay,
I've been to Seattle once, and I remember
I showed you guys. This is one of my favorite records. And
I have a copy.
For a long time, I wasn't. It's Dizzy Gillespie, Portrait of Jenny. Because for a long time, I wasn't really into Dizzy Gillespie.
It is a great one.
I should know.
And you know, because he was doing more of the swing bop stuff, and I kind of understood how extremely talented he was and how amazing technically he was, but it just wasn't my music.
Yeah.
And then someone was like, well, why don't you check out this record? And this is when he started working with Mike Longo. And they just, you know, he starts doing a little bit of kind of more soulful experimental jazz. And this record, I will recommend this to anybody.
Is that like 78 or 76? What is
No,
that?
I think it's earlier than that. I think it's more like 72.
Oh.
Yeah, they haven't reissued it, but they've reissued it like digitally. If you go on Bandcamp, you can listen to that. But I don't think it's like any hard, any physical copy reissue. That's how I heard it.
I think it's 73 or 74. I can't remember.
Brandon, you said that's Dizzy?
Yeah.
Dizzy Gillespie playing. So he does a couple albums. One's called The Real. Is it called The Real Thing? I think it's The Real Thing. So he started working with Mike Longo in like the late 60s. And that's this piano player. And he starts doing, I mean, this isn't like swing bop. This is
right.
It's just soul jazz and more and post bop. This is post bop.
That's his that's his
Perception is the label or something like
Perception.
that. Yeah,
Perception.
yeah.
So Perception did 2 records of Dizzy Gillespie, and they're both fantastic. They did this one and then The Real Thing, which has a really weird cover. It's like a bust of him that looks like it's made out of clay, and it looks kind of freaky. Like it looks like he's going to claymation into life or something. It's really weird.
That's his pre-years before he got stoned with Mazzy years.
Yeah,
that looks so much.
Before he had a T-shirt that said "I'm with Mazzy."
Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't meet him till 78.
Also, the cover is just so cool.
Yeah, I just want to show one thing because going back to Charles Tolliver.
Also, hold on. Notes and Tones is coming in. However, we do have an Elliot Cruz joining the crew.
What's up, Elliot?
This is from
Western Swing
2020. This is from 2020.
Oh yeah,
yeah, on Gearbox, and it's really good. It is really good. It's Charles Tolliver, Buster Williams on bass.
I think that one's still pretty affordable too.
Huh? Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's
I saw it on Discogs.
It's I think it's and then I think they may have recorded it all analog too. I'm almost positive they did. But this is a really good session. Yeah, and it has the UK the London I don't know the English saxophone player Binker Golding on 2 tracks.
Yeah, I like Binker.
Yeah,
it's good.
I'd recommend. I've been surprised over the years that more people just don't know about this. This is how good this is.
Can you answer this question, Mike?
What's that? What question?
How would you rate the album on the scale?
The other Mike.
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you want me to compare it against. However,
when is that Tolliver record? Is that like late 70s?
No, 2020. It was
Oh, got
released in 2020.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I know that Dizzy was mentioned, so I went and grabbed this.
Oh, that's
I got this for $9. It was at a kind of random record thing in New Jersey. I wouldn't call it a record shop, although it's probably, it probably was, kind of like that. But Trumpet Kings with Roy Eldridge and Dizzy. And all I knew is that it was on Clef and that it looked old and it was a Clef label. Deep groove, deep groove mono, all that kind of stuff.
How many record things are there in
Yeah,
Jersey?
the early Nordgren.
I didn't know there was a record thing.
Anyway, well, the thing is, like, Jersey, compared to where I'm at, Jersey has like record shops everywhere.
So record things. What's a record thing?
Because it literally was like, it was on the side of a house. Like, think of like a barn, okay? And on the side, there was another kind of extension. And then there was a room, and in there, somebody had a few tables with records in it. And that's considered a record shop. But it's not like a full-fledged record shop. It's like, so I was able to find...
It's like an episode of Law and Order SVU where they kidnapped
somebody's side hustle.
I wonder if that...
Yeah, but it is...
And
Sorry,
they did a CD reissue called Roy and Diz. I wonder if that album part of it.
All I know is it's a total burner. I mean, this they are ridiculous. They're like a what's the term? They're sorry. Anyway, they're like Oscar. What is Oscar Peterson? He's like a virtuoso. They're like virtuoso playing here. It's insane.
It makes sense. They're both badasses. All right, here's a question. George is going to get mad if we don't answer. Is the price of a record more important to you when you own it or when you don't?
I never think about it.
When you don't.
Well, probably when you don't, because you want to get it and it's more difficult.
But I don't think
I don't think about the price ever again once I've got it. It doesn't matter what I paid for it. I've got it now.
I think there's some people that want to just collect valuable records. I think that exists, that want to just get OGs. And if your collection is all valuable records, you're really missing out, because there's just a ton of great records. There are records that are $10 that are as good as $1,000 records. They're just not $1,000 records.
Right.
So
agreed.
I think that would answer. That's what I would answer it with.
Yeah. I think it's nice to like what I'm learning, because I'm like relatively new, and obviously like, if you have like a OG Alice Coltrane, like it's a great record and it's an expensive record. I get all that kind of stuff, but I do feel like the more I get into it, yes, like a lot of good records cost good money, but there are tons of records that are very like I have things in my cart from tonight, and after shipping and taxes, they're less than $20. They're like, there's one that's less than $15. It's the Jason.
Can you show everyone your cart real quick?
Well, the Jason Moran, the soundtrack to Human Motion, I found a copy for $9. And
does
after
that
shipping
include
and
the
taxes,
burger and fries in your cart?
yeah.
I just bought a seal copy of the Jason Moran for $7 on Discord.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there you go.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare you?
Did anybody buy?
Place my order.
Did anybody buy the Buck Owens like religious record tonight? This is
No, absolutely not.
No.
My mother's Bible.
All right, okay.
Well,
So
Mike, you were asking about Strata East last week, right?
Always asking about Strata East now.
So this is, and you're like, do you like Strata East? Oh, sorry, the light's getting bad. This is one of my favorite records.
Yeah, that's a Charlie Rouse.
This is Charlie Rouse 2 is 1. And this, I don't see, that's the thing, is I don't think this would fall into that category of being a Strata, like what Strata East does. And there's a couple records that are really great.
I agree.
This is almost more like a funky soul record.
Yeah.
This is a real funk record.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. And also the Heath Brothers Marching On, that wouldn't fall into the Strata East spectrum either. So I think
well,
Strat
also the Shirley
than-
Scott. There's a Shirley Scott, and frankly, Charles Tolliver's stuff is not crazy.
it's not like crazy post bop. It's
I think
more-
Charles Tolliver's stuff is frankly my favorite stuff on Strata East, and it's not $500 records.
Stanley Cowell isn't. Stanley Cowell's great too.
Like
I mean,
you know that
Last
you're not-
Beat Games is not crazy at all.
well, that one's very expensive.
But I think they kind of have this reputation as being an avant label.
Oh, they're
And
not. I just don't think. I don't.
I think they're more just kind of. They're just kind of everything. They got all kinds of different things going on.
It sounds like Charles Tolliver was just he opened up a label and he met musicians and he let them, some of them, record, and it just seemed like it didn't seem like it was so business. But what's happening here?
Do we like this better? This is fun. Look at this. Looks
Go
like
the other way.
Can you make it do a kaleidoscope and play some music like circus music?
Badass.
Be like a Doors album.
Yes. What do you have, Elliot?
Yeah, what's going on, Elliot?
Talking about price of records, I'll give you a little example of when prices get real high for a record because, it was a limited run. It wasn't originally a vinyl record or something. I got this record after Squirrel Nut Zippers. But their records are pretty expensive because they came along in the CD era. So this is the 20th anniversary. These things, people were wanting $80 or $75, $80 for it. And I kept it on my want list on Discogs. And finally somebody offered it for $60.
Nice.
And I bought it. And there were several on there for $75, $80, $85. But I didn't take it off my want list after I bought this. By the time I paid shipping and taxes, it was $70 record.
Wow.
Now, keeping it on my want list, what's happened is all those other sellers, like 4 or 5 sellers that had this record, have dropped their prices when they saw one sold for $60. So they started dropping their prices, and now they're being offered for about $50, $55. So I got it less than the going rate, but if somebody else had got it less than the golden weight and I'd waited a little bit longer, I could have got it for even less. But
Elliot, show the label of that. I want to see what that's pressed on. And who's all on that?
Squirrel Nut Zippers is the main guy runs. Is it Mississippi Records that he has?
Yeah, in Portland. Yeah.
Squirrel Nut Zippers. And his name is, and this is kind of a 20s, 30s jazz type music.
Oh, cool.
Jim Mathis. Jim Mathis was the main guy in there, and they're playing tenor, banjo, piano, guitar, baritone saxophone, clarinet.
They were part of that late '90s kind of revival of like '30s swing.
Exactly. And they had a hit radio song that kind of took them from being just a band that was a little club.
What was the hit song? I forgot.
Was it Hot? Or was it somebody tell us in the chat?
I think they were just like humming, right?
I'm on this, it was Hell, Hell. Hell. That was it. But they've revived, they're back playing again. But I just thought that was interesting how, and I thought that's what would happen. I've seen it happen before, and it happened in this case. People have overpriced the records on Discogs, and they're not moving. One seller comes along and drops the price to what somebody, in this case me, decided was reasonable, and they buy it. And then everybody and like I say, there was only like 3 or 4 or 5 copies of this album out there for sale. And everybody, the other sellers go, okay, well, I can't sell it for $85, but maybe I can sell it for $60 or $50 is what I was seeing. And then I got this on the Jazz Bum's recommendation.
All right, what you got?
Oh
Calvin
yeah,
Keys.
Calvin Keys.
Oh yeah.
And took me a first listen. It just nothing stuck it, nothing jumped down at me. But I've warmed up to it over time. It kind of grows on you. And this was
sorry.
I was going to say it was a limited numbered copy. 453. I don't know if there's maybe 1,500 or 1,000 of these, but this was not an expensive record at all. Got it on Amazon for I think $17.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Can you
shipping.
Can you show the record? Can you show the cover again, and the label too?
I think isn't it on one of those European labels?
No, they're US labels.
I think one of my favorite. It might be my favorite. I don't want to be so bold, but my Calvin Keys Black Jazz record is one of my favorite on that label.
Oh.
It might be my favorite. It's really good.
Run it down. It is.
He's
I'm
killing.
trying to see the name of this. It's Wide Hive Records. Wide Hive out of Albany, California. Never heard of Albany, California.
That's in the East Bay, across the bay. That's
yeah. It's a landfill. It's a landfill island.
Well, it's near Berkeley and Oakland and all. Yeah. It's over there.
Well, land is expensive in that area, so you take the landfill area if you can get it, right?
Yeah.
Mazzy, I did send you an email, made you an offer on a couple of those records you showed.
Uh-oh.
Made you an offer you can't refuse.
I made him an offer he probably will refuse because he can probably get more for it.
Well, it's always I appreciate. I accepted one offer from someone already. It's always hard a little bit now. I appreciate it, but when it's not totally my records and the person's alive,
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
But I'll look at it later.
Okay.
We'll phone you. Now, okay, Nicole. What is Nicole bitching about? What are you bitching? Absolutely not.
Whoa.
What does that mean? I don't know what in context. What does that mean to what, Nicole?
You might mean don't sell that to me. Let it go to auction.
No, but when you I don't know when that comment came up. I just saw it now. So, like, if I said, "Hey, everybody, I'm an asshole," and she said, "Absolutely not, Mazzy," that would be
that wouldn't happen.
No way. That's what.
I don't think that's happening. Right.
So this was a record I regretted getting immediately. So this was J.J. Johnson. It's a
you what?
15. Yeah. So this
you
is an
regretted that.
Yeah, it's electronically rechanneled.
Because of the quality.
This thing sounds like
Mike Tone's head exploded there.
Yeah.
I set the trap.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say I'm kind of happy I have one of these just so I could say, but all the Blue Notes I buy, as long as they're not like this electronically rechanneled for stereo, they all sound great. It doesn't matter if there's Van Gelder in the dead wax or RVG in the dead wax or nothing in the dead wax. They all sound great. Like
but if you're actually not all the rechanneled ones sound awful though.
Yeah,
that's true.
Do you find that every time you hear a rechannel for stereo that it always sounds bad? Because would you notice if that wasn't there?
Well, here's what I'll say, and I'll let Brandon, you could hold on. I'll just say I don't think I'm not totally sure that just because it says that it's actually not a mono, and they just put it out and they put that on there.
Well,
this one sounds like shit.
I have a Yusef Lateef, and it sounds much better if you play it in mono.
The Sonny Rollins ones, they sound really good, especially Nuke's time.
Okay,
I have Sonny Rollins. Also, the Whistle Stop by Whistle Stop.
Yes.
Eddie Durham sounds fine on the rechannel.
I have some
one that really sounds awful,
like Dizzy and the Verve stuff of the 70s, and they're not all bad. Like the Charlie Parker with strings, and
Well, here's a question.
The Blue Note, don't get Wimsa Chambers electronically rechanneled. It sounds awful.
Here's a question: if it's got enhanced to simulate stereo or rechanneled or whatever terminology they want to use to indicate that they've made it a stereo record or to simulate a stereo. Do you put the mono switch on mono because it really isn't stereo, it's just simulated, or do you put it on stereo because it's simulating stereo?
No, I think it really depends on every. That's not a yes or no answer. But some of the rechanneled ones sound better when you play them on mono.
That's what I was getting at. So
yeah.
you might, if it sounds awful, you might switch it and try to play it on mono.
Yeah. But the thing is, with different labels and at different times, there's not like a one rule where rechanneled sounds terrible.
Yeah,
sometimes they sound bad and sometimes they don't. Well, and it really depends on the.
But you know, one that's. Sorry, Mike.
No, go ahead, Felipe.
No, just gonna say I haven't tried it yet. I'm gonna try, and even like one that doesn't sound bad could sound better, right?
Yeah. Well, I remember the first time I had a rechanneled Whims of Chambers, and it sounded so bad. Yeah. And I was like, man, this record sucks, you know.
I've almost bought a copy.
And then I got like a really nice Japanese pressing, and I was like, this record's amazing. Like,
what if you put your AAA switch on a DSD Mofi record? What happens?
Do you have a shirt for that?
not yet. Not yet.
Well, I'll say that I'm not. You know, I can't. Frankly, I can't speak with 100% certainty, but I'm pretty much speaking with certainty. Sometimes, if it says it's like electronically rechanneled for stereo or remastered for stereo, it's not. It's just the mono press.
So they lied. Is there going to be a class action lawsuit against those records?
Yes.
Yeah. So
we're going to get a jazz bomb lawsuit.
Yeah.
We're going to have to get the DeLorean out and get Dr. Brown, and we're going to have to go back.
So Teal's family, we're starting a class action lawsuit. It's going to be online. Everybody can sign up for it. We're going to go after him. Bob Teal.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. He's a
Teal with a TH.
Hey, Magic, did you see Nicole's response?
I did not. Absolutely not Buck Owens. Okay, fair enough. I fucking love. Okay, I'm sitting next to Elliot here, so he gets it.
Oh yeah,
right. But I get it. You know, it's funny. I'm gonna switch to talk about David Bowie. When you ever listen to David Bowie was into avant-garde, into free jazz, all stuff, right? He always said the one thing he hated was country music, which really surprised me. Like being so close-minded to all country music. I get, you know, not liking slick Nashville or whatever the thing is, but Bowie outright many times said he hated country music. But I get it, Nicole. I mean, I'm not going to say you're wrong. You're not wrong. I just love certain country music. I think it's great.
Well, the Buckaroos were one of if not the tightest bands in the early to mid 60s. They were on fire. They were just great musicianship, and they had great control of the performance.
And if you ever listen to his guitar, Buck Owens gets a raw deal because of Hee Haw, because he was on Hee Haw, and that was such a parody show in a way of country music. But he was, if you heard him play, man, he's fucking awesome.
Now, you know, I never, you know, I disregarded Buck Owens, and then, you know, I started sort of listening to him because of Dwight Yoakam.
Dwight Yoakam's awesome, man.
I'm surprised you like Dwight Yoakam.
Oh, I love Dwight Yoakam. I've actually seen him. I've seen him live a couple of times.
Don't stereotype, Massey. Don't stereotype.
His best movie ever was Crank. Never mind. With Jason Statham with the heart transplant thing, you know.
His best movie is Sling Blade.
Yeah.
Sling Blade,
yeah.
That is the best band. That is the best homemade band.
And Panic Room. He's in Panic Room.
I never saw it.
He's pretty good.
David Fincher.
He plays a piece of shit really well.
Yeah.
He's got that.
When he takes his cowboy hat, he looks fucking whacked out.
Yeah.
on the Ken Burns documentary series on country music, the best moment in the entire 8 episodes was when Dwight Yoakam explains the genius of Merle Haggard. And he shows how he takes one very simple song and can bring out so much emotion in that one song. A very simple, it's a chorus and 2 verses, and it's just an unbelievable. The way he describes it, you can pull it up on YouTube. Buck Owens describing the genius of Merle Haggard by taking that one song. And if you don't have a tear in your eye by the time Dwight Yoakam, it's like a 2-minute little explanation. If you don't have a tear in your eye, then you are not a human being.
And like Frank Sinatra with those Columbia records, those 60s Merle Haggard and the Strangers records are all fucking great.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Buck started in Bakersfield playing those honky tonks. Was it oil fields around Bakersfield or factories, whatever, you know, all those guys going into those honky tonks along that strip in Bakersfield in the 50s.
Elliot, maybe we should start a Country Bums channel.
Yeah, that'll work. But he took those Telecasters and you had to crank them up, and you had to have that big sound to push out.
Well, they were close to the Fender, you know. I mean, not close, but within, like, you know,
fairly close.
4 hours from Fullerton, the Fender factories.
Yeah.
And Leo Fender was designing those.
Yeah. Totally.
And designing those amplifiers, because you had to be able to project. You couldn't get up there like the Carter family, you know, and play acoustic instruments to a quiet crowd at a little schoolhouse at a crossroads somewhere. You were playing the honky tonk, and you had to overcome the crowd, keep their attention, and so Buck, he honed his skills there.
Now, is this an ominous? Okay, there's a song on here called "When Jesus Calls All His Children In." That sounds like a song that was after a school shooting, right? Sorry. Where would we be without Jesus? All the way with Jesus. Jesus saved me. I can't wait for this tomorrow morning, Saturday morning. This is my record.
Good. And you say, Mazzy, the way you look at that and the way I look at it is just so
totally different.
So different.
But see, but I'm a big fan of Kinky Friedman and his Texas Jew Boys. They ain't making Jews like Jesus anymore. High on Jesus. I love the concept.
Drop kick me, Jesus, through the goalposts of life.
I love the concept of Jesus, but not the religious aspect. So anyway. Okay, move on. I'm out of here.
All right, we're moving on, and we're gonna stick with Mazzy. How many boxes from Dizzy do you have in your house?
I have about 10 right now. And I had met with him this morning for breakfast, for brunch, and he gave me a half a box of records. And we were talking. He goes, "You know, this could last a year. It could last 4 years." He's got like probably another 7,000 or 8,000 records.
Wow.
And not next week. After in a week and a half, I'm going there. I'm going to pull shit myself. Sometimes he just gives me stuff, and he has the wrong concept of stuff he should give me. You know, he doesn't understand. And when he watches my preview videos, he goes, "Fuck, I didn't know I had that. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that. What's a white label promo? I didn't know, you know."
Oh, wow.
I mean, like Guy Clark, he wouldn't know that's kind of a thing, you know, in terms of country.
That's what I offered you on.
The jazz, like a Bill Evans is. No, Bill Evans stuff is kind of, you know, trendy or rare or whatever, or Coltrane. So I'm going to go in a week and a half, dig and pull a bunch of stuff. But I don't know what. I mean, he's got a lot of shit ass crap.
Yeah.
But
Mazzy, I was 5 years ago. I was in a thrift shop that I've pulled records from for years, and he had some jazz records, and I went through and I knew some of the major names, but I didn't know what I know today about jazz 5 years ago, and there was a Herbie Hancock there. And to me, when I hear Herbie Hancock 5 years ago, what am I thinking about?
Rocket.
That music video, Rocket or whatever it was,
right.
and that never really interested me. I'm thinking he's some sort of a pop jazz guy, fusion jazz. And I saw this, what I know now to be a great Herbie Hancock record, passed on it and just kept looking and thought about it a week later and went back, or 2 weeks later and went back and said, I believe I'll get that Herbie Hancock. I might be able to resell that.
And what was it?
Today, if I'd found it, I would have kept it.
Yeah.
But if you don't know, you don't know.
Well, here's the difference with,
Yes.
if I got any of your collections, Mike and Chris and Elliot, I'd get what you're about. You listen to these records. Even my friend Coleman, he had these records you listen to. The difference with this, which to me is unusual. I mean, I don't usually do these flipping or selling, whatever. This guy I would say in the 80s, early up till 95, would go to stores. He was in the Bay Area then, and would go to a whole section, just grab everything. It could be three. He didn't look at the condition. He didn't look at the title. He knew oh, I heard a Tower of Power. I mean, he knows a lot about San Francisco psychedelic. He knows about the bands, but he doesn't really know deep. So he would grab multi copies. It wasn't about playing them. It was about this maybe futuristic thing to sell or open a record store. So it's very unique for me. That's why some of the records are pristine, never played, and some are trashed.
Right.
So he kind of got
I have to edit. I have to really curate these more than even with Coleman, because Coleman, I know his taste. I know what he was about.
Yeah. So how did didn't you do a country auction the last time? How did that go?
Well, great. It was I did a 2-hour window instead of
good for me.
Yeah. And it went, in terms of, I think we sold $1,500 worth, which I think, but except for maybe one thing, everyone sold it. There are cheaper things, but there's a lot of, I have more. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a sold one eventually,
Yeah,
that'll be good.
Oh, interesting.
Now, one of the things about your auctions is I think what's good about them is that why you could watch the auction even if you're not bidding on things is because you are able to provide some level of context. So for the country auction, were you able to kind of dive into some of the titles?
I know a lot about country. I don't know. I probably don't know as much as some stuff Elliot's into, but for 50 years, I've been listening to a lot of roots and country, and, I don't know the details of the Louvin brothers and a lot of that detail, but I know a lot about country and folk music because it was crossed over. I know a lot about that. Yes. But not maybe cool. I think Elliot and I probably know about different stuff more, and we overlap a lot. I was attracted to Elliot on a dating site. No, I was attracted to Elliot on his site.
Farmers only.
a number of years ago when he did something on country, and I realized nobody's doing bluegrass and roots and country. So I went all in on Elliot. That sounds weird, I know. But I did a response to Elliot because I love that music.
I appreciate that.
All right. I didn't know that.
Oh, I remember that. You remember that, Elliot, right?
I did a 4-part series on the brother duo harmony acts. Blue Sky Boys,
Louvin brothers,
Monroe brothers, Louvin brothers, which was a very important period in the 1930s. And it basically evolved into what we got with the Everly brothers, who, they were hugely influenced. And of course, the Beatles influenced by the Everly brothers, and so many other groups influenced by the Everly brothers, who were influenced by the Blue Sky Boys and the Monroe brothers and those bands. So I did a 4-part series. Nobody watched it. Mazzy watched it, but it's there for the future.
It's like 46 hours for one.
That's okay though. I gotta say, you gotta do what your passion is.
That's right.
Thing.
And
you gotta do it.
And I got his I want to show this. This is again not part of this, but in the last week, Chris Strockwitz died, and Ellie and I talked about him, and actually Rachel watched this documentary called "This Ain't No Mouse Music." In 1960, Chris Strock, he was an immigrant. he started recording like the field recordings. And this was the first record that Arhuli, his label, put out. The first record. This is a repress from like 12 years ago. Mance Lipscomb. It's kind of like finding this blues player out that no one knew about. In fact, if you ever saw the Ruddles, they said, "Where did blues start?" The guy goes next door. It's kind of a parody on this. And this was the first record Arhuli put out. Chris Strockwitz died at 92 last week. He started Arhuli Records. He eventually sold it to Smithsonian Folkways. He did roots music, Tex-Mex music.
A lot of jazz, a lot of New Orleans jazz.
New Orleans jazz, roots, Norteña, border stuff. Flaco Jimenez worked with Ry Cooder. All these artists would hear these. And this was the first record he ever put out, Mance Lipscomb. And it's fantastic. Like this, they went to the South and said, "Wait, we heard about this guy. Where is he?" And they would ask the neighbor to find the guy who had played out when these people were picking cotton. And this guy was playing. He recorded this in 1960. This Texas sharecropper and songster. It's fucking great. It's like listening to early blues, folk blues stuff.
And that's in my car. That's actually in my car right now.
Yeah, Arhuli, like basically, he sold it years ago or 15 years ago to Smithsonian Folkways. It's an amazing label. It's got New Orleans, Zydeco.
I've seen Chad. He put something out on hold on. Let me see if I can find it. There was a title that. Hold on. Yeah, Arhuli Records.
She loves you.
You know where Mance's name comes from?
She loves you. Yeah, Nicole.
Mance's name. That's an unusual first name. Mance is from someone he knew, and he adopted someone else's first name for emancipation.
And Lipscomb sounds like a Jewish guy.
It does, right. but Mance is for emancipation. So that shows you how close we are, in time frame during that. And the guy that helped him find Lipscomb was Mac McCormick, who is a very, very important and controversial figure in those guys, the blues mafia they called them, that went out searching for these blues artists. And they found Lipscomb in a little teeny living room size club playing. Said he played all night, just making up lyrics with maybe a dozen people in the room, and those two in the room with him. And one of the things he said was they asked him to, when they got with him afterwards, they asked him to play some songs, and he said, "You want me to play?" And he named a couple of kind of pop songs, because these blues artists, they were trying to make a living on a street corner or in a honky tonk or wherever. They molded their music to whatever their audience was. So if they're on a street corner in town, they're playing for a white or a mixed audience standing around on the street corner trying to get them to toss money in their hat. They're playing the songs that the white audience might want to hear.
There's a famous series of records. Harry Smith was one of the early field recording people that recorded Muddy Waters from the back of his car. In fact, Chad put out that Muddy Waters thing, which is literally, they had a remote thing. These are field recordings, like on a bench on front of someone's house in a living room, but they sound fucking amazing. Harry Smith did a record for the Smithsonian or Electra, I guess in late 50s, called it's a box set or a series of 6
Anthology of American Folk.
Anthology of American Music. And that box set, or those records, not even a box set, were like, he ended up selling them cheap in Greenwich Village and in New York. And people like Bob Dylan, every folk artist in New York bought those records and memorized every record. So the early Dylan records cover those things, like Woody Guthrie stuff. It's so important, the history of American music. And unfortunately, I wish I bought it. Like I think it was 2013 or 2014, they repressed. I think it was Mississippi.
It was Mississippi Records. Yeah.
Mississippi Records repressed those records, and those go for like $600 now for those in 2016.
Usual price is $800.
Yeah, I have a CD box of it because I thought, oh, I don't need this on vinyl. Well, big mistake. But anyway, I mean, it's old recording, so it doesn't really matter, I guess, on vinyl. But you kind of like to have it on vinyl. But it's one of the
I'm hoping Smithsonian will put that out again. I heard something from them to indicate that maybe they would. Something I asked them.
And there's actually a version that's a version with a wooden box that's like $1,000 now or something.
This reminds me of Chad put out something recently. It was like Library of Congress recordings of Muddy Waters.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Right.
It's a two record set, and there's pictures of the back of his car with the recording gear.
Yes.
Yeah, I have that. It's great, and it sounds great.
I thought that it was the recording gear was like out of a van.
Yeah,
like
I'll get it. Right? I'll grab it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Alan Lomax he carried it around in his trunk of his car or something. The machine they would have to do, and they'd have to this huge heavy machinery machine they'd have to pick up, move into wherever they were going to record, set it down, get it all aligned and set up, and do the recordings mechanically, I guess, because a lot of these places where they were recording them, these folks didn't have electricity.
Oh wow!
And I mean, we're talking Alan Lomax. We're talking 1930, 1940 when he found Leadbelly. And
they didn't have microphones then, man.
All right, let's see
not Harry Smith. This one was Alan Lomax. Yeah. Alan Lomax is the other guy, and Chad put it out with this nice like a reproduction case, Library of Congress Division recording, 1941-42, the early things of Muddy Waters, and you see, look at the back of this car.
Oh wow, yeah.
It's all decked out with recording equipment.
So that record right now, the cheapest one is $325, and then it goes up to $400 something.
And this issue was 2019. So it was only 4 years ago.
Yeah, I know, but he only pressed of like just I don't know how many. What's your number on that?
But it was available for a while, so I mean things weren't going fast then. Where's the numbers? I don't know what the fucking numbers on it.
Or maybe not. Maybe there's no number.
I don't think it's numbered.
It said that there's only 1,000 pressed, which is not that much.
So it's somewhere between 1 and 900.
I bet you he does another version of it, and I have no problem in him doing a version. It's just a beautiful. It's like
it's great.
It's really really great music.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not audiophile. It's not gonna give you a boner with tone.
Oh, forget it.
Let me add what when Strawitz and McCormick found Mance Lipscomb, when they found him, when he thought they wanted to hear more popish songs, and they said no, we want to hear the real blues, which is a fault of the original blues musicologists, because they wanted to hear what they wanted to hear from the perspective of a white blues fan. They wanted to think of everything as being super authentic and everything, when actually these guys were musicians trying to make money. So they played a wide variety of music, not just the blues, depending on their audience. But they had heard somewhere a song, and they said, we want to hear can you play, when he said, oh, you want to hear the real stuff, he said, can you play I believe it was Ted Moore. And he looked at him like, I don't think I want to play that. And they convinced him to play it. And he said, but you can't, if you record this, you can't release it until I'm dead.
Oh, right.
Because
it was about his boss.
Because Ted Moore was the big landowner in the area where he lived. and it was very derogatory toward Ted Moore, and I may have the name slightly off. Might have been Tim Moore or something, but he didn't want to get himself or anybody else on the bad side of this guy. But the song was, the worst day of my life's when I went to work on that farm of Ted Moore or whatever. And sure enough, if you look through the discography on Arhoolie from Mance Lipscomb, I think Lipscomb died in 76 maybe, and he's got albums, steady flow of albums on Arhoolie, and it's the next year after he died, the album that was released posthumously has that song on it, not on any song before that. So he was a man of his word. He said, "Don't put this out until I die," and he didn't.
This guy Chris Strackwitz, who started Arhoolie and everything. There was a guy like a folk singer in San Francisco, Joe McDonald. You might know from the psychedelic era, Country Joe and the Fish, psychedelic, music. He did this song he wrote, I'm feeling to die rag. Of course, Chris Strackwitz does he said, can I have the publishing? And Joe said, sure. He registers the publishing at Woodstock. If you ever saw Woodstock, Country and the Fish do the fish cheer. Come on, all you big, strong man, Uncle Sam needs your help again, right? Because of that soundtrack, because of that movie, Chris Strackwitz, who owned the publishing, got several $1 million from that publishing of that one song. Years later, he gave the publishing back to Country Joe because that type of thing. But he made all this money and he kind of built up. He put it back into his business, doing all this like Zydeco and records that weren't big sellers. He has a record store, it's still around, in El Cerrito called Down Home Music. It's a fucking El Cerrito in the East Bay is where Creedence Clearwater came from. It's a great rootsy record store. They have other stuff too, but it's a great store. So it's a great story. If you can watch, it was on YouTube free. It's not anymore, but watch the documentary on him from 10 years ago. This ain't no mouse music. And what he says mouse music is music, basically music that's overproduced, that's kitschy, that, like probably like prog and rock and roll and everything else. He wants the real deal, the soul music, the roots music.
Got to have some grit to it.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue and quibble with some of his releases, but it's just a good American music. He was an immigrant, came from Germany, Poland, Germany area when he was a kid. It's just a great story.
So, it is. Yeah. It is. I've got some jazz records I'll show that I picked up online.
Get in there. I mean, what are you kidding me?
All right.
Sure.
All right. A while back, I don't think I've shown these now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I showed these last because I haven't been on in a while. But
that's fine. Rob is not here. That's fine.
Yeah. Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers. Now this was in the classic vinyl series listings, but this is actually an 80.
That's an 80. Yes.
80.
It was an 80.
Yeah, and I guess, not that it matters to me.
It's the same thing pretty much.
Oh, yeah. This is a classic.
Go and Sidewinder.
Nice.
That's nice.
Classic.
And this is the one I just totally took a chance on. I'll say, I don't know what I'm getting. It might be too out there for me, but I like it.
Oh, that's great.
No, yeah.
Good. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Yeah. And but then I got to go back to the old stuff. That's where I dwell most of the time. And let me.
All right, what do you got?
Here we go. Sidney Bachet.
Oh, yeah.
Sidney Bechet is amazing.
Yeah.
This is the stuff I love. I mean, I just continue to just revel in digging into that really old and a lot of that Arhoolie stuff. Somebody mentioned Kid Thomas. There's a Kid Thomas album out there on Arhoolie that I got that is really good as well. And none of those are real expensive records. They're $20 or less.
Yeah. That's when I showed Elliot last week.
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. It is so good. Actually, it was a freebie. I bought an original Blue Notes on eBay, and the guy sent me this as a gift.
That's cool.
Very nice.
Yeah, and I love
Mike,
it.
don't you have one of those weird Blue Note like 1200 series Sidney Bechet's?
It's the Mosaic box.
No, I mean I thought Mike had one. Maybe not.
Oh, okay. Because I remember Notes and Tones, he talked about the Mosaic box.
Oh yeah, I meant Jazz Bum's Mike. Sorry.
Okay.
So I did have a 10-inch, and I sent it to Baggy. I sent it to Baggy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was it wasn't my tools. It wasn't my style. But I think it was. I don't know.
I'll listen to
Just
this
one record.
Does Rob have a date tonight? What's going on with Rob?
He had a date with some food or something. Hang on.
He went on farmersonly.com.
Oh, sure. Sure. I listened to this one last night. It's a 10-inch. It's filthy though. I don't have I need to get some sleeves for these old 10 inches I got. But yeah. It's on Vanguard.
What's that on? Oh,
Huh?
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good record. I liked it. I mean, it's got Charles Thompson, Freddie Green, Walter Page, and Joe Jones. On
Oh, I got something I could show. I'll be right back.
Now, Matthew, do you know this record? This the Sorcerer?
Yeah, I do. I like that record.
Okay.
I like Gabor Szabo. He puts out a lot of records. I just like the vibe of his stuff.
I'm thinking about sending that one back to Amazon. I don't know.
All right. Well, can you send it back to Mofi and get $50 for it?
Maybe if I can, it'd be sweet. So, do you think that certain people might send back their Mofis they paid $300 for to get the $50?
Oh, sure. Well, I think so. I think more people who have the one steps will send them back. But anybody here?
What is the agreement? You send it back.
Yeah. Can we take a beat and what was the deal? What was the news here?
It hasn't been finalized yet. It probably won't be for the summer or the fall. But the tentative agreement is if you want to send your records back, you get a full refund. Okay. Like full list price. You're not going to get if you overpaid through a scalp or whatever.
No matter where you bought it from?
Apparently you can send it back and you get a refund. If you don't want to send it back and you send proof somehow, I think you get a 10% of list price back.
$30.
Well, whatever that
What did they sell for originally?
Well, like 40 to 60 for the regular records, 125 for the one steps. I don't have any one steps, so I'm not into that boat. I think I have one I don't like, and it's not because of the digital step. I have the Young Rascals group, which is a favorite album line. They picked the wrong one in the stereo. The mono's not great, so I would send that back probably. But otherwise, I have like 60 to 70 Mofis. I'm going to keep.
What does this mean? 10%. So if you just show that you purchased a record, they'll give you 10%.
Like let's say it's a $60 record, you get $6 back.
Yeah,
right?
you just. But how
That's
do you
more trouble to do than it's worth?
If you get 20 of these records, you could get
Yeah. The thing
that's
is,
what I'm asking. Like, how do you prove it? You just take a picture of the record?
Maybe you send a picture. We don't know yet. You send a picture of it.
Okay.
I don't know. But the thing is, people are saying, "Oh God, they're going to go broke." $25 million is money that's allotted. Usually on these kind of cases, it's 10% or less in terms of what they actually pay out.
Right.
And you if you watch these news programs, you see some like Camp Lejeune. All like a settlement for these people that are, were poisoned at a military base. It's a class action suit. If these lawyers are trying to get you to go in, because if you don't go in, they don't get a cut, right? Yeah. So if $25 million is allotted, but maybe they might get $3 million worth of returns. They might get less.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a fair, I mean,
I think so too.
People honestly, who are pissed, and I'm not.
I think I was more sympathetic and angry to those, and then also sympathetic to those who were angry early on. But I feel like over time, I'm not buying Mofi really, but like I just feel like over time I've lightened up a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, don't you think over time in the future that this will blow over and the price for these Mofis will come back up to what it was?
Yes, for sure.
Before the controversy.
You know, it's the people that bought. We know someone, which I won't mention names, that in the last 3 years or 4 years bought like 200 of them at premium prices.
Yeah.
And you know, it seems to me after you buy 5 or 10, you know if you like them or not.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah.
You don't like the sound, I get it. They got a house sound, but I think Krieg, who does the last 10 years, I love his mastering, digital or otherwise. I like his sound. Now it'll be interesting to think, going to the Vinyl Me Please Miles Davis box that's coming. I ordered that, and it'll be really interesting to hear Ryan Smith's version versus Krieg's version, even though one's.
Mazzy, you have a lot of box sets.
I do.
Do they ever come out of the boxes?
I don't leave them out. I don't store them out. I leave them in the box, but I play them a lot. Like
do they get played? Because a lot of times it seems like box sets get
in fact, I keep most of my box sets upstairs here, right there, because I want them here, and I do play them a lot. Not every single one, like I got a million records, but yeah, I do play them a lot.
My box sets get less play than mine.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I know something like Michael 45. He takes them out of the box, which is I admire that too. I just don't want to store the box. And
no, I would leave them in the box. I'm just saying, I just rarely play my box sets.
Right. But that's the whole,
because I rarely want to go through. I guess I just don't have the attention span to go through like that many discs by the same
play like 6 records in a row of one artist. I mean, I have a Tom Petty box here.
Mazzy, do you have many classic records, the classic records, Michael Hopston stuff?
Right. I have maybe a dozen. Yeah. And it's funny. And some of them I got from Coleman, and like I have some of the Who ones. One I bought. My only fuck up I ever bought expensive for $350. I bought Tommy Who Classic because I love that record and I love the sound of it. And it was sealed, or they had that clip seal thing, the way they had it. And on side 2, the first cut has a blob of plastic. So the first 2 minutes are fucked and you can't return it. But it sounds great. But I have 3 other Who records, Who's Sell Out, Who's Next, and a comp. And to me, those are really bright. I don't like the sound. And I did have here Coffee Dave. We sold it, the Led Zeppelin Anvil Case.
Yeah.
And we listened to it all, and I didn't love that. I mean, for selling it for $9,000 was a great.
Woo!
I mean,
9,000. Holy shit!
I got 20% of that. He bought it for what, 1,800 or whatever he bought it for.
That's still expensive, yeah.
Yeah, to me, like, really, it's one-sided 45. Well, give me a fucking break. All
right, so that's my question. So, do you have any other one-sided 45s?
No, and I would never buy one.
No,
but isn't that the height of audiophilia?
That's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit wankerism.
Exactly, 100% agree, Matthew.
I bought a record of.
What is the benefit? Is it so one side won't wear out when it's?
No, it's so the vibrations under the platter.
It's wankerism. Like
it's literally like the extreme. It's like an extreme.
You know that guy's selling magic water now, right?
It's the equivalent. I hate to say this because my photographer did all his cookbooks, but I've gone twice to the French Laundry, like in the restaurant in the now.
Oh yeah, what's your name?
What's my photographer Deborah did his.
Deborah.
Yeah, Deborah.
I heard she was terrible to work for.
Yeah. Anyway, he it's like having like bites like this of 8 courses, and you're out there about $400 to $500 a person for dinner. It's like great theater, but after a while, come on, give me a break.
And then when it's over, you got to go home and order a pizza to deliver.
You got to go to Mike's house and get a Big Mac. Exactly.
There you go,
guys. I bought a.
Hold on. I have to jump because I got to take these dogs out and it's super late.
So, yeah, I got to do the same thing. So I'm gonna.
Anyway, okay.
I'm gonna show one record because I was talking about this last time. This was done by. This is a Zev Feldman. I think most people think of Bob James sort of in the late 60s, early 70s.
The CTI stuff.
CTI Rhodes or Touchdown, the theme from Taxi. This is really cool. If you like Bill Evans or John Friedman, I think this was probably my favorite record that Resonance has done.
Nice.
Cool.
So this I forget when this came out a few years back, and they did 5,000 copies, and it had a pretty cool gatefold. So I really dig this. If you like piano trio, one record, but it's not what you would think if you're thinking of Bob James CTI era.
What is it?
Yeah,
Bob
I got
James
that.
and Earl Clue that did some albums together. Was it Earl?
Yeah. It's definitely not more of that 70s smooth sounding jazz.
That's slick stuff. Yeah.
This is just a killer, beautiful, moody bop trio, and it's great. So I highly recommend that. And I gotta go. My dogs are. I
think I'm going to.
So I'm out. But thank you.
See you, man.
Manslin's okay. Bluesy shit.
I got a record the other day. I paid with shipping and tax. It cost me $26. Totally flat. Totally no grooves. But
Are you serious?
So yeah, actually, what it is an anti-skid test record.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
And it was. I said, okay, I bought a new turntable, not a new. I bought an old turntable that is new to me. A couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to just put a ATVM 95 ML card on it. It had a MS card on it. I bought it without that card because I couldn't afford to maintain a MS cartridge. It was a $600 cartridge.
You mean an MC card.
MC. What did I say? I don't know. Yeah, MC.
MS is like muscular dystrophy.
MC card. I couldn't afford to maintain a turntable with an MC card. I can't replace a cart once a year for $600.
Right.
But anyway, I wanted to make sure I had everything just as set up, just as perfect as my poor vision could do. And with the azimuth and the VTA and all that sort of stuff. And so I got the anti-skid test record.
And we don't want skid marks on our records.
No, we don't. We don't want. So when I put it on, you're supposed to set the dial for whatever your cart is set on.
Right.
And so I did put it on there, and perfect. Put it in the middle of the record. It doesn't move left. It doesn't move right. Take it off. Turn it a little bit. Sure enough, set it back on there, and it does turn either direction. Turn it depending on what you put the anti-skid on.
Yeah.
And so it really does work. But the thing was, I spent $26 when I checked the new turntable and I checked the turntable upstairs. Both of them work perfectly. So that little dial is pretty darn accurate on those things.
Oh, for sure.
That's good to hear.
All right. Night, fellas.
Good night.
Have a good night, Mazzy.
See you tomorrow.
All right.
Tomorrow.
You ready to wrap it up, Felipe?
Very good, Chris. Yes.
Okay. Right.
Felipe, I did get the mono stereo switch. Got it a few days ago. Hadn't got it set up yet. I'm gonna get some blue jean cables. I believe get a little upgrade in my cables. Since I'm gonna put that up and see how that does.
Nice.
Those are good. Yeah, it's gonna be great, Judge.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That's
all right. Yeah, you guys take care. I enjoyed joining you for a while.
Oh yeah.
Good night. Nice seeing you.
See you, everybody.
Bye.